Chapter 1. Everybody has been at me, right and left, to write this story. From the great represented by Lord Nasby to the small, represented by our late maid of all work, Emily, whom I saw when I was last in England. Lore, miss, what a beautiful book you might make out of it all, just like the pictures. I'll admit that I've certain qualifications for the task. I was mixed up in the affair from the very beginning. I was in the thick of it all through. I was triumphantly in at the death. Very fortunately, too. The gaps that I cannot supply from my own knowledge are amply covered by Sir Eustace Pedler's diary, of which he has kindly begged me to make use. So here goes. Anne Beddingfeld starts to narrate her adventures. I'd always longed for adventures. You see, my life had such a dreadful sameness. My father, Professor Beddingfeld, was one of England's greatest living authorities on primitive man. He really was a genius. Everyone admits that. His mind dwelt in Paleolithic times, and the inconvenience of life for him was that his body inhabited the modern world. Papa did not care for modern man. Even Neolithic man he despised as a mere herder of cattle, and he did not rise to enthusiasm until he reached the Mysterian period. Unfortunately, one cannot entirely dispense with modern men. One is forced to have some kind of truck with butchers and bakers and milkmen and greengrocers. Therefore, Papa being immersed in the past, Mama having died when I was a baby, it fell to me to undertake the practical side of living. Frankly, I hate Paleolithic man, be he Aurignacian, Mousterian, Chelian, or anything else. And though I typed and revised most of Papa's Neanderthal man and his ancestors, Neanderthal men themselves fill me with loathing. And I always reflect what a fortunate circumstance it was that they became extinct in remote ages. I do not know whether Papa guessed my feelings on the subject. Probably not. And in any case, he would not have been interested. The opinion of other people never interested him in the slightest degree. I think it was really a sign of his greatness. In the same way, he lived quite detached from the necessities of daily life. He ate what was put before him in an exemplary fashion, but seemed mildly pained when the question of paying for it arose. We never seemed to have any money. His celebrity was not of the kind that brought in a cash return. Although he was a fellow of almost every important society and had rows of letters after his name, the general public scarcely knew of his existence and his long-learned books, though adding signally to the sum total of human knowledge, had no attraction for the masses. Only on one occasion did he leap into the public gaze. He had read a paper before some society on the subject of the young of the chimpanzee. The young of the human race show some anthropoid features, whereas the young of the chimpanzee approach more nearly to the human than the adult chimpanzee does. That seems to show that whereas our ancestors were more simian than we are, the chimpanzees were of a higher type than the present species. In other words, the chimpanzee is a degenerate. That enterprising newspaper, the Daily Budget, being hard up for something spicy, immediately brought itself out with large headlines. We are not descended from monkeys, but are monkeys descended from us? Eminent professor says chimpanzees are decadent humans. Shortly afterwards, a reporter called to see Papa and endeavored to induce him to write a series of popular articles on the theory. I have seldom seen Papa so angry. He turned the reporter out of the house with scant ceremony. much to my secret sorrow, as we were particularly short of money at the moment. In fact, for a moment, I meditated running after the young man and informing him that my father had changed his mind and would send the articles in question. I could easily have written them myself, and the probabilities were that Papa would never have learnt of the transaction, not being a reader of the daily budget. However, I rejected this course as being too risky, so I merely put on my best hat and went sadly down the village to interview our justly irate grocer. The reporter from the Daily Budget was the only young man who ever came to our house. There were times when I envied Emily, our little servant, who walked out whenever occasion offered with a large sailor to whom she was affianced, in between times, to keep her hand in, as she expressed it. She walked out with the greengrocer's young man and the chemist's assistant. I reflected sadly that I had no one to keep my hand in with. All Papa's friends were aged professors, usually with long beards. It is true that Professor Peterson once clasped me affectionately and said I had a neat little waist and then tried to kiss me. The phrase alone dated him hopelessly. No self-respecting female has had a neat little waist since I was in my cradle. I yearned for adventure, for love, for romance, and I seemed condemned to an existence of drab utility. The village possessed a lending library, full of tattered works of fiction, and I enjoyed perils and lovemaking at second hand, and went to sleep dreaming of stern, silent Rhodesians, and of strong men who always felled their opponent with a single blow. There was no one in the village who even looked as though they could fell an opponent. With a single blow, or with several. There was the cinema, too, with a weekly episode of The Perils of Pamela. Pamela was a magnificent young woman. Nothing daunted her. She fell out of aeroplanes, adventured in submarines, climbed skyscrapers, and crept about in the underworld without turning a hair. She was not really clever. The master criminal of the underworld caught her each time, but as he seemed loath to knock her on the head in a simple way, and always doomed her to death in a sewer gas chamber, or by some new and marvelous means, the hero was always able to rescue her at the beginning of the following week's episode. I used to come out with my head in a delirious whirl, and then I would get home and find a notice from the gas company threatening to cut us off if the outstanding account was not paid. And yet, though I did not suspect it, every moment was bringing adventure nearer to me. It is possible that there are many people in the world who have never heard of the finding of an antique skull at the Broken Hill mine in northern Rhodesia. I came down one morning to find Papa excited to the point of apoplexy. He poured out the whole story to me. You understand, Anne, there are undoubtedly certain resemblances to the Java skull, but superficial. Superficial only. No. Here we have what I have always maintained, the ancestral form of the Neanderthal race. You grant that the Gibraltar skull is the most primitive of the Neanderthal skulls found. Why the cradle of the race was in Africa. They passed to Europe, not marmalade on kippers. Papa, I said hastily, arresting my parents' absent-minded hand. Yes, you were saying they passed to Europe on. Here he broke down with a bad fit of choking, the result of an immoderate mouthful of kipper bones. But we must start at once, he declared. As he rose to his feet at the conclusion of the meal, there is no time to be lost. We must be on the spot. There are doubtless incalculable finds to be found in the neighborhood. I shall be interested to note Whether the implements are typical of the Mysterian period, there will be the remains of the primitive ox. I should say, but not those of the woolly rhinoceros. Yes, a little army will be starting soon. We must get ahead of them. You will write to Cooks today. Anne, what about money? Papa? I hinted delicately. He turned a reproachful eye upon me. Your point of view always depresses me. My child, we must not be sordid. No, no. In the cause of science, one must not be sordid. I feel Cooks might be sordid. Papa, Papa looked pained. My dear Anne, you will pay them in ready money. I haven't got any ready money. Papa looked thoroughly exasperated. My child, I really cannot be bothered with these vulgar money details. The Bank One had something from the manager yesterday, saying I had 27 pounds. That's your overdraft. I fancy, I have it. Write to my publishers. I acquiesced doubtfully. Papa's books bringing in more glory than money. I liked the idea of going to Rhodesia immensely. Stern, silent men. I murmured to myself in an ecstasy. Then something in my parents' appearance struck me as unusual. You have odd boots on. Papa, I said, take off the brown one and put on the other black one. And don't forget your muffler. It's a very cold day. In a few minutes, Papa stalked off. Correctly booted and well mufflered, he returned late that evening, and she's, to my dismay, I saw his muffler and overcoat were missing. Dear me, Anne, you are quite right. I took them off to go into the cavern. One gets so dirty there. I nodded feelingly, remembering an occasion when Papa Key had returned literally plastered from head to foot with rich Pleistocene clay. Our principal reason for settling in Little Hampsley had been the neighborhood of Hampsley Cavern, a buried cave rich in deposits of the Aurignacian culture. We had a tiny museum in the village, and the curator and Papa spent most of their days messing about underground and bringing to light portions of woolly rhinoceros and cave bear. Papa coughed badly all the evening, and the following morning I saw he had a temperature and sent for the doctor. Poor Papa. He never had a chance. It was double pneumonia. He died 4 days later. Chapter 2. Everyone was very kind to me, dazed as I was. I appreciated that. I felt no overwhelming grief. Papa had never loved me. I knew that well enough. If he had, I might have loved him in return. No, there had not been love between us, but we had belonged together, and I had looked after him, and had secretly admired his learning and his uncompromising devotion to science. And it hurt me that Papa should have died just when the interest of life was at its height for him. I should have felt happier if I could have buried him in a cave, with paintings of reindeer and flint implements, but the force of public opinion constrained a neat tomb with marble slab in our hideous local churchyard. The vicar's consolations, though well meant, did not console me in the least. It took some time to dawn upon me that the thing I had always longed for, freedom, was at last mine. I was an orphan, and practically penniless, but free. At the same time, I realized the extraordinary kindness of all these good people. The vicar did his best to persuade me that his wife was in urgent need of a companion help. Our tiny local library suddenly made up its mind to have an assistant librarian. Finally, the doctor called upon me, and after making various ridiculous excuses for failing to send in a proper bill, he hummed and hawed a good deal and suddenly suggested that I should marry him. I was very much astonished. The doctor was nearer 40 than 30 and a round, tubby little man. He was not at all like the hero of The Perils of Pamela, and even less like a stern and silent Rhodesian. I reflected a minute and then asked him why he wanted to marry me. That seemed to fluster him a good deal, and he murmured that a wife was a great help to a general practitioner. The position seemed even more unromantic than before, and yet something in me urged towards its acceptance. Safety. That was what I was being offered. Safety and a comfortable home. Thinking it over now, I believe I did the little man an injustice. He was honestly in love with me, but a mistaken delicacy prevented him from pressing his suit on those lines. Anyway, my love of romance rebelled. "It's extremely kind of you," I said, "but it's impossible. I could never marry a man unless I loved him madly." "You don't think—" "No, I don't," I said firmly. He sighed. "But, my dear child, what do you propose to do?" "Have adventures and see the world," I replied, without the least hesitation. "Miss Anne, you are very much of a child still. You don't understand the practical difficulties." "Yes, I do, Doctor. I'm not a sentimental schoolgirl. I'm a hard-headed mercenary shrew. You'd know it if you married me. I wish you would reconsider." "I can't." He sighed again. "I have another proposal to make. An aunt of mine who lives in Wales is in want of a young lady to help her. How would that suit you?" "No, Doctor. I'm going to London. If things happen anywhere, they happen in London. I shall keep my eyes open and, you'll see, something will turn up. You'll hear of me next in China or Timbuktu." My next visitor was Mr. Fleming, Papa's London solicitor. He came down specially from town to see me. An ardent anthropologist himself, he was a great admirer of Papa's works. He was a tall, spare man with a thin face and gray hair. He rose to meet me as I entered the room, and taking both my hands in his, patted them affectionately. "My poor child," he said, "my poor, poor child." Without conscious hypocrisy, I found myself assuming the demeanor of a bereaved orphan. He hypnotized me into it. He was benignant, kind, and fatherly, and without the least doubt he regarded me as a perfect fool of a girl left adrift to face an unkind world. From the first, I felt that it was quite useless to try to convince him of the contrary. As things turned out, perhaps it was just as well I didn't. My dear child, do you think you can listen to me whilst I try to make a few things clear to you? Oh, yes, your father, as you know, was a very great man. Posterity will appreciate him, but he was not a good man of business. I knew that quite as well, if not better than Mr. Fleming, but I restrained myself from saying so. He continued, "I do not suppose you understand much of these matters. I will try to explain as clearly as I can." He explained at unnecessary length. The upshot seemed to be that I was left to face life with the sum of 87/17 4D. It seemed a strangely unsatisfying amount. I waited in some trepidation for what was coming next. I feared that Mr. Fleming would be sure to have an aunt in Scotland who was in want of a bright young companion. Apparently, however, he hadn't. The question is, he went on, the future. I understand you have no living relatives. I'm alone in the world, I said, and was struck anew by my likeness to a film heroine. You have friends. Everyone has been very kind to me, I said gratefully. Who would not be kind to one so young and charming, said Mr. Fleming gallantly. Well, well, my dear, we must see what can be done. He hesitated a minute and then said, supposing. How would it be if you came to us for a time? I jumped at the chance. London, the place for things to happen. It's awfully kind of you. I said, might I really? Just while I'm looking round, I must start out to earn my living. You know? Yes, yes, my dear child. I quite understand. We will look round for something suitable. I felt instinctively that Mr. Fleming's ideas of something suitable and mine were likely to be widely divergent. But it was certainly not the moment to air my views. That is settled then. Why not return with me today? Oh, thank you. But will Mrs. Fleming, my wife, will be delighted to welcome you. I wonder if husbands know as much about their wives as they think they do. If I had a husband, I should hate him to bring home orphans without consulting me first. We will send her a wire from the station, continued the lawyer. My few personal belongings were soon packed. I contemplated my hat sadly before putting it on. It had originally been what I call a merry hat, meaning by that the kind of hat a housemaid ought to wear on her day out, but doesn't a limp thing of black straw with a suitably depressed brim. With the inspiration of genius, I had kicked it once, punched it twice, dented in the crown, and affixed to it a thing like a cubist stream of a jazz carrot. The result had been distinctly chic. The carrot I had already removed, of course, and now I proceeded to undo the rest of my handiwork. The merry hat resumed its former status with an additional battered appearance, which made it even more depressing than formerly. I might as well look as much like the popular conception of an orphan as possible. I was just a shade nervous of Mrs. Fleming's reception, but hoped my appearance might have a sufficiently disarming effect. Mr. Fleming was nervous too. I realized that as we went up the stairs of the tall house in a quiet Kensington Square, Mrs. Fleming greeted me pleasantly enough. She was a stout, placid woman of the good wife and mother type. She took me up to a spotless, chintz-hung bedroom, hoped I had everything I wanted, informed me that tea would be ready in about a quarter of an hour, and left me to my own devices. I heard her voice, slightly raised, as she entered the drawing room below on the first floor. Well, Henry, why on earth? I lost the rest, but the acerbity of the tone was evident, and a few minutes later, another phrase floated up to me. In an even more acid voice, I agree with you. She is certainly very good looking. It is really a very hard life. Men will not be nice to you if you are not good looking, and women will not be nice to you if you are. With a deep sigh, I proceeded to do things to my hair. I have nice hair. It is black, a real black, not dark brown, and it grows well back from my forehead and down over the ears. With a ruthless hand, I dragged it upwards, as ears. My ears are quite all right, but there is no doubt about it. Ears are demode nowadays. They are like the Queen of Spain's legs in Professor Peterson's young day. When I had finished, I looked almost unbelievably like the kind of orphan that walks out in a queue with a little bonnet and a red cloak. I noticed, when I went down, that Mrs. Fleming's eyes rested on my exposed ears with quite a kindly glance. Mr. Fleming seemed puzzled. I had no doubt that he was saying to himself, "What has the child done to herself?" On the whole, the rest of the day passed off well. It was settled that I was to start at once to look for something to do. When I went to bed, I stared earnestly at my face in the glass. Was I really good looking? Honestly, I couldn't say I thought so. I hadn't got a straight Grecian nose, or a rosebud mouth, or any of the things you ought to have. It is true that a curate once told me that my eyes were like imprisoned sunshine in a dark, dark wood. But curates always know so many quotations and fire them off at random. I'd much prefer to have Irish blue eyes than dark green ones with yellow flecks. Still, green is a good color for adventuresses. I wound a black garment tightly round me, leaving my arms and shoulders bare. Then I brushed back my hair and pulled it well down over my ears again. I put a lot of powder on my face, so that the skin seemed even whiter than usual. I fished about until I found some old lip salve, and I put oceans of it on my lips. Then I did under my eyes with burnt cork. Finally, I draped a red ribbon over my bare shoulder, stuck a scarlet feather in my hair, and placed a cigarette in one corner of my mouth. The whole effect pleased me very much. "Anna the Adventuress," I said aloud, nodding at my reflection. Anna the Adventuress. Episode 1. The House in Kensington. Girls Are Foolish Things. Chapter 3. In the succeeding weeks, I was a good deal bored. Mrs. Fleming and her friends seemed to be supremely uninteresting. They talked for hours of themselves and their children, and of the difficulties of getting good milk for the children, and of what they said to the dairy when the milk wasn't good. Then they would go on to servants, and the difficulties of getting good servants, and of what they had said to the woman at the registry office, and of what the woman at the registry office had said to them. They never seemed to read the papers or to care about what went on in the world. They disliked traveling. Everything was so different to England. The Riviera was all right, of course, because one met all one's friends there. I listened and contained myself with difficulty. Most of these women were rich. The whole wide, beautiful world was theirs to wander in, and they deliberately stayed in dirty, dull London and talked about milkmen and servants. I think now, looking back, that I was perhaps a shade intolerant, but they were stupid. Stupid even at their chosen job. Most of them kept the most extraordinarily inadequate and muddled housekeeping accounts. My affairs did not progress very fast. The house and furniture had been sold, and the amount realized had just covered our debts. As yet, I had not been successful in finding a post. Not that I really wanted one. I had the firm conviction that, if I went about looking for adventure, adventure would meet me halfway. It is a theory of mine that one always gets what one wants. My theory was about to be proved in practice. It was early in January, the 8th to be exact. I was returning from an unsuccessful interview with a lady who said she wanted a secretary companion, but really seemed to require a strong charwoman who could work 12 hours a day for £25 a year. Having parted with mutual veiled impolitenesses, i.e., I walked down Edgware Road. The interview had taken place in a house in St. John's Wood, and across Hyde Park to St. George's Hospital. There I entered Hyde Park Corner Tube Station and took a ticket to Gloucester Road. Once on the platform, I walked to the extreme end of it. My inquiring mind wished to satisfy itself as to whether there really were points and an opening between the two tunnels just beyond the station in the direction of Down Street. I was foolishly pleased to find I was right. There were not many people on the platform, and at the extreme end, there was only myself and one man. As I passed him, I sniffed dubiously. If there is one smell I cannot bear, it is that of mothballs. This man's heavy overcoat simply reeked of them, and yet most men begin to wear their winter overcoats before January, and consequently, by this time, the smell ought to have worn off. The man was beyond me. Standing close to the edge of the tunnel, he seemed lost in thought, and I was able to stare at him without rudeness. He was a small, thin man, very brown of face, with blue-light eyes and a small, dark beard. Just come from abroad, I deduced. That's why his overcoat smells so. He's come from India, not an officer, or he wouldn't have a beard. Perhaps a tea planter? At this moment, the man turned as though to retrace his steps along the platform. He glanced at me, and then his eyes went on to something behind me, and his face changed. It was distorted by fear, almost panic. He took a step backwards, as though involuntarily recoiling from some danger, forgetting that he was standing on the extreme edge of the platform, and went down and over. There was a vivid flash from the rails and a crackling sound. I shrieked. People came running up. 2 station officials seemed to materialize from nowhere and took command. I remained where I was, rooted to the spot by a sort of horrible fascination. Part of me was appalled at the sudden disaster, and another part of me was coolly and dispassionately interested in the methods employed for lifting the man off the live rail and back on to the platform. Let me pass, please. I am a medical man. A tall man with a brown beard pressed past me and bent over the motionless body. As he examined it, a curious sense of unreality seemed to possess me. The thing wasn't real. Couldn't be. Finally, the doctor stood upright and shook his head, dead as a doornail. Nothing to be done. We had all crowded nearer, and an aggrieved porter raised his voice. Now then, stand back there, will you? What's the sense in crowding round? A sudden nausea seized me, and I turned blindly and ran up the stairs again towards the lift. I felt that it was too horrible. I must get out into the open air. The doctor who had examined the body was just ahead of me. The lift was just about to go up, another having descended, and he broke into a run. As he did so, he dropped a piece of paper. I stopped, picked it up, and ran after him. But the lift gates clanged in my face, and I was left holding the paper in my hand. By the time the second lift reached the street level, there was no sign of my quarry. I hoped it was nothing important that he had lost, and for the first time I examined it. It was a plain half-sheet of notepaper with some figures and words scrawled upon it in pencil. This is a facsimile of it, 17.1. 22. Kilmorden Castle. On the face of it, it certainly did not appear to be of any importance. Still, I hesitated to throw it away. As I stood there holding it, I involuntarily wrinkled my nose in displeasure. Mothballs again? I held the paper gingerly to my nose. Yes, it smelt strongly of them. But then I folded up the paper carefully and put it in my bag. I walked home slowly and did a good deal of thinking. I explained to Mrs. Fleming that I had witnessed a nasty accident in the tube and that I was rather upset and would go to my room and lie down. The kind woman insisted on my having a cup of tea. After that, I was left to my own devices, and I proceeded to carry out a plan I had formed coming home. I wanted to know what it was that had produced that curious feeling of unreality whilst I was watching the doctor examine the body. First, I lay down on the floor in the attitude of the corpse. Then I laid a bolster down in my stead and proceeded to duplicate, so far as I could remember, every motion and gesture of the doctor. When I had finished, I had got what I wanted. I sat back on my heels and frowned at the opposite walls. There was a brief notice in the evening papers that a man had been killed in the tube, and a doubt was expressed whether it was suicide or accident. That seemed to me to make my duty clear. And when Mr. Fleming heard my story, he quite agreed with me. Undoubtedly, you will be wanted at the inquest. You say no one else was near enough to see what happened. I had the feeling someone was coming up behind me, but I can't be sure. And anyway, they wouldn't be as near as I was. The inquest was held. Mr. Fleming made all the arrangements and took me there with him. He seemed to fear that it would be a great ordeal to me, and I had to conceal from him my complete composure. The deceased had been identified as L.B. Carton. Nothing had been found in his pockets except a house agent's order to view a house on the river near Marlow. It was in the name of L.B. Carton, Russell Hotel. The bureau clerk from the hotel identified the man as having arrived the day before and booked a room under that name. He had registered as L.B. Carton, Kimberley, S. Africa. He had evidently come straight off the steamer. I was the only person who had seen anything of the affair. You think it was an accident? The coroner asked me. I am positive of it. Something alarmed him, and he stepped backwards blindly without thinking what he was doing. But what could have alarmed him? That I don't know, but there was something. He looked panic-stricken. A stolid juryman suggested that some men were terrified of cats. The man might have seen a cat. I didn't think his suggestion a very brilliant one, but it seemed to pass muster with the jury, who were obviously impatient to get home and only too pleased at being able to give a verdict of accident as opposed to suicide. It is extraordinary to me, said the coroner, that the doctor who first examined the body has not come forward. His name and address should have been taken at the time. It was most irregular not to do so. I smiled to myself. I had my own theory in regard to the doctor. In pursuance of it, I determined to make a call upon Scotland Yard at an early date. But the next morning brought a surprise. The Flemings took in the daily budget, and the daily budget was having a day after its own heart. Extraordinary sequel to tube accident. Woman found strangled in lonely house. I read eagerly. A sensational discovery was made yesterday at the mill house. Marlow, the mill house, which is the property of Sir Eustace Pedler, M.P., is to be let unfurnished. And an order to view this property was found in the pocket of the man who was at first thought to have committed suicide by throwing himself on the live rail at Hyde Park Corner Tube Station. In an upper room of the mill house, the body of a beautiful young woman was discovered yesterday, strangled. She is thought to be a foreigner, but so far has not been identified. The police are reported to have a clue. Sir Eustace Pedler, the owner of the mill house, is wintering on the Riviera. Chapter 4. Nobody came forward to identify the dead woman. The inquest elicited the following facts. Shortly after 1 o'clock on January 8th, a well-dressed woman with a slight foreign accent had entered the offices of Messrs. Butler and Park, house agents, in Knightsbridge. She explained that she wanted to rent or purchase a house on the Thames within easy reach of London. The particulars of several were given to her, including those of the mill house. She gave the name of Mrs. de Castina and her address as the Ritz, but there proved to be no one of that name staying there. And the hotel people failed to identify the body, Mrs. James, the wife of Sir Eustace Pedler's gardener, who acted as caretaker to the mill house and inhabited the small lodge opening on the main road, gave evidence. About 3 o'clock that afternoon, a lady came to see over the house. She produced an order from the house agents, and, as was the usual custom, Mrs. James gave her the keys of the house. It was situated at some distance from the lodge, and she was not in the habit of accompanying prospective tenants. A few minutes later, a young man arrived. Mrs. James described him as tall and broad-shouldered, with a bronzed face and light gray eyes. He was clean-shaven and was wearing a brown suit. He explained to Mrs. Bums James that he was a friend of the lady who had come to look over the house, but had stopped at the post office to send a telegram. She directed him to the house and thought no more about the matter. 5 minutes later, he reappeared, handed her back the keys, and explained that he feared the house would not suit them. Mrs. James did not see the lady, but thought that she had gone on ahead. What she did notice was that the young man seemed very much upset about something. He looked like a man who'd seen a ghost. I thought he was taken ill. On the following day, another lady and gentleman came to see the property and discovered the body lying on the floor in one of the upstairs rooms. Mrs. James identified it as that of the lady who had come the day before. The house agents also recognized it as that of Mrs. de Castina. The police surgeon gave it as his opinion that the woman had been dead about 24 hours. The Daily Budget had jumped to the conclusion that the man in the tube had murdered the woman and afterwards committed suicide. However, as the tube victim was dead at 2 o'clock, and the woman was alive and well at 3 o'clock, the only logical conclusion to come to was that the two occurrences had nothing to do with each other, and that the order to view the house at Marlow, found in the dead man's pocket, was merely one of those coincidences which so often occur in this life. A verdict of willful murder against some person or persons unknown was returned, and the police and the Daily Budget were left to look for the man in the brown suit. Since Mrs. James was positive that there was no one in the house when the lady entered it, and that nobody except the young man in question entered it until the following afternoon. It seemed only logical to conclude that he was the murderer of the unfortunate Mrs. de Castina. She had been strangled with a piece of stout black cord, and had evidently been caught unawares with no time to cry out. The black silk handbag which she carried contained a well-filled note case and some loose change, a fine lace handkerchief, unmarked, and the return half of a first-class ticket to London. Nothing much there to go upon. Such were the details published broadcast by the Daily Budget. And find the man in the brown suit was their daily war cry. On an average, about 500 people wrote daily to announce their success in the quest. And tall young men with well-tanned faces cursed the day when their tailors had persuaded them to a brown suit. The accident in the tube, dismissed as a coincidence, faded out of the public mind. Was it a coincidence? I was not so sure. No doubt I was prejudiced. The tube incident was my own pet mystery, but there certainly seemed to me to be a connection of some kind between the two fatalities. In each there was a man with a tanned face, evidently an Englishman living abroad, and there were other things. It was the consideration of these other things that finally impelled me to what I considered a dashing step. I presented myself at Scotland Yard and demanded to see whoever was in charge of the Mill House case. My request took some time to understand, as I had inadvertently selected the department for lost umbrellas. But eventually, I was ushered into a small room and presented to Detective Inspector Meadows. Inspector Meadows was a small man with a ginger head and what I considered a peculiarly irritating manner. A satellite, also in plain clothes, sat unobtrusively in a corner. "Good morning," I said nervously. "Good morning. Will you take a seat? I understand you've something to tell me that you think may be of use to us." His tone seemed to indicate that such a thing was unlikely in the extreme. I felt my temper stirred. "Of course you know about the man who was killed in the tube, the man who had an order to view this same house at Marlow in his pocket." "Ah," said the inspector. "You are the Miss Beddingfield who gave evidence at the inquest. Certainly the man had an order in his pocket. A lot of other people may have had too. Only they didn't happen to be killed." I rallied my forces. "You don't think it odd that this man had no ticket in his pocket? Easiest thing in the world to drop your ticket. Done it myself, and no money. He had some loose change in his trousers pocket, but no note case. Some men don't carry a pocketbook, or note case of any kind." I tried another tack. "You don't think it's odd that the doctor never came forward afterwards? A busy medical man very often doesn't read the papers. He probably forgot all about the accident. In fact, Inspector, you are determined to find nothing odd." I said sweetly, "Well, I'm inclined to think you're a little too fond of the word. Miss Beddingfield, young ladies are romantic, I know, fond of mysteries and such like. But as I'm a busy man, I took the hint and rose." The man in the corner raised a meek voice. "Perhaps if the young lady would tell us briefly what her ideas really are on the subject." "Inspector?" The inspector fell in with the suggestion readily enough. "Yes, come now, Miss Beddingfield, don't be offended. You've asked questions and hinted things. Just say straight out what it is you've got in your head." I wavered between injured dignity and the overwhelming desire to express my theories. Injured dignity went to the wall. You said at the inquest you were positive it wasn't suicide. Yes, I'm quite certain of that. The man was frightened. What frightened him? It wasn't me, but someone might have been walking up the platform towards us. Someone he recognized. You didn't see anyone, no, I admitted. I didn't turn my head. Then, as soon as the body was recovered from the line, a man pushed forward to examine it, saying he was a doctor. Nothing unusual in that, said the inspector dryly. But he wasn't a doctor. What, he wasn't a doctor? I repeated. How do you know that? Miss Beddingfield, it's difficult to say. Exactly. I've worked in hospitals during the war, and I've seen doctors handle bodies. There's a sort of deft, professional callousness that this man hadn't got. Besides, a doctor doesn't usually feel for the heart on the right side of the body, so he did that. Yes, I didn't notice it specially at the time, except that I felt there was something wrong. But I worked it out when I got home, and then I saw why the whole thing had looked so unhandy to me at the time. Said the inspector. He was reaching slowly for pen and paper. In running his hands over the upper part of the man's body, he would have ample opportunity to take anything he wanted from the pockets. Doesn't sound likely to me, said the inspector. But, well, can you describe him at all? He was tall and broad-shouldered, wore a dark overcoat and black boots, a bowler hat. He had a dark pointed beard and gold-rimmed eyeglasses. Take away the overcoat, the beard, and the eyeglasses, and there wouldn't be much to know him by, grumbled the inspector. He could alter his appearance easily enough in 5 minutes if he wanted to, which he could do if he's the swell pickpocket you suggest. I had not intended to suggest anything of the kind, but from this moment I gave the inspector up as hopeless. Nothing more you can tell us about him, he demanded. As I rose to depart, yes, I said, I seized my opportunity to fire a parting shot. His head was markedly brachycephalic. He will not find it so easy to alter that. I observed with pleasure that Inspector Meadows's pen wavered. It was clear that he did not know how to spell brachycephalic. Chapter 5. In the first heat of indignation, I found my next step unexpectedly easy to tackle. I had had a half-formed plan in my head when I went into Scotland Yard. One to be carried out. If my interview there was unsatisfactory, it had been profoundly unsatisfactory. That is, if I had the nerve to go through with it. Things that one would shrink from attempting normally are easily tackled in a flush of anger. Without giving myself time to reflect, I walked straight into the house of Lord Nasby. Lord Nasby was the millionaire owner of the Daily Budget. He owned other papers, several of them, but the Daily Budget was his special child. It was as the owner of the Daily Budget that he was known to every householder in the United Kingdom. Owing to the fact that an itinerary of the great man's daily proceedings had just been published, I knew exactly where to find him at this moment. It was his hour for dictating to his secretary in his own house. I did not, of course, suppose that any young woman who chose to come and ask for him would be at once admitted to the august presence. But I had attended to that side of the matter. In the card tray in the hall of the Flemings' house, I had observed the card of the Marquis of Loamsley, England's most famous sporting peer. I had removed the card, cleaned it carefully with breadcrumbs, and penciled upon it the words, "Please give Miss Beddingfield a few moments of your time." Adventuresses must not be too scrupulous in their methods. The thing worked. A powdered footman received the card and bore it away. Presently, a pale secretary appeared. I fenced with him successfully. He retired defeated. He again reappeared and begged me to follow him. I did so. I entered a large room. A frightened-looking shorthand typist fled past me like a visitant from the spirit world. Then the door shut, and I was face to face with Lord Nasby, a big man, big head, big face, big mustache, big stomach. I pulled myself together. I had not come here to comment on Lord Nasby's stomach. He was already roaring at me. "Well, what is it? What does Loamsley want? You are his secretary. What's it all about?" "To begin with," I said, with as great an appearance of coolness as I could manage, "I don't know Lord Loamsley, and he certainly knows nothing about me." I took his card from the tray in the house of the people I'm staying with, and I wrote those words on it myself. It was important that I should see you. For a moment, it appeared to be a toss-up as to whether Lord Nasby had apoplexy or not. In the end, he swallowed twice and got over it. "I admire your coolness, young woman. Well, you see me. If you interest me, you will continue to see me for exactly 2 minutes longer. That will be ample," I replied, "and I shall interest you. It's the Mill House mystery. If you found the man in the brown suit, write to the editor." He interrupted hastily. "If you will interrupt, I shall be more than 2 minutes," I said sternly. "I haven't found the man in the brown suit, but I'm quite likely to do so." In as few words as possible, I put the facts of the tube accident and the conclusions I had drawn from them before him. When I had finished, he said unexpectedly, "What do you know of brachycephalic heads?" I mentioned Pai Papa, the monkey man. "Well, you seem to have a head of some kind upon your shoulders, young woman. But it's all pretty thin, you know, not much to go upon, and no use to us, as it stands. I'm perfectly aware of that. What do you want?" "Then I want a job on your paper to investigate this matter." "Can't do that. We've got our own special man on it. And I've got my own special knowledge." "What you've just told me." Oh, no. Lord Nasby, I've still got something up my sleeve." "Oh, you have you? You seem a bright sort of girl." "Well, what is it?" When this so-called doctor got into the lift, he dropped a piece of paper. I picked it up. It smelt of mothballs. So did the dead man. The doctor didn't. So I saw at once that the doctor must have taken it off the body. It had 2 words written on it and some figures. Let's see it. Lord Nasby stretched out a careless hand. "I think not," I said, smiling. "It's my find, you see. I'm right. You are a bright girl. Quite right to hang on to it. No scruples about not handing it over to the police. I went there to do so this morning. They persisted in regarding the whole thing as having nothing to do with the Marlowe affair. So I thought that in the circumstances, I was justified in retaining the paper. Besides, the inspector put my back up. Short-sighted man. Well, my dear girl, here's all I can do for you. Go on working on this line of yours. If you get anything that's publishable, send it along and you shall have your chance. There's always room for real talent on the daily budget, but you've got to make good first. See, I thanked him and apologized for my methods. Don't mention it. I rather like cheek from a pretty girl. By the way, you said 2 minutes and you've been 3, allowing for interruptions. For a woman, that's quite remarkable. Must be your scientific training. I was in the street again, breathing hard as though I had been running. I found Lord Nasby rather wearing as a new acquaintance. Chapter 6. I went home with a feeling of exultation. My scheme had succeeded far better than I could possibly have hoped. Lord Nasby had been positively genial. It only now remained for me to make good, as he expressed it. Once locked in my own room, I took out my precious piece of paper and studied it attentively. Here was the clue to the mystery. To begin with, what did the figures represent? There were 5 of them, and a dot after the first 2. 17, 122. I murmured. That did not seem to lead to anything. Next I added them up. That is often done in works of fiction, and leads to surprising deductions. 1 and 7 make 8, and 1 is 9, and 2 are 11, and 2 are 13. 13. Fateful number. Was this a warning to me to leave the whole thing alone? Very possibly. Anyway, except as a warning, it seemed to be singularly useless. I declined to believe that any conspirator would take that way of writing 13 in real life. If he meant 13, he would write 13. 13. Like that. There was a space between the 1 and the 2. I accordingly subtracted 22 from 171. The result was 159. I did it again and made it 149. These arithmetical exercises were doubtless excellent practice. But as regarded the solution of the mystery, they seemed totally ineffectual. I left arithmetic alone, not attempting fancy division or multiplication, and went on to the words, Kilmorden Castle. That was something definite. A place, probably the cradle of an aristocratic family. Missing heir claimant to title, or possibly a picturesque ruin. Buried treasure. Yes. On the whole, I incline to the theory of buried treasure. Figures always go with buried treasure. 1 pace to the right, 7 paces to the left. Dig 1 foot. Descend 22 steps. That sort of idea. I could work out that later. The thing was to get to Kilmorden Castle as quickly as possible. I made a strategic sally from my room and returned laden with books of reference. Who's Who, Whitaker, a gazetteer, a history of Scotch ancestral homes, and somebody or other's British Isles. Time passed. I searched diligently, but with growing annoyance. Finally, I shut the last book with a bang. There appeared to be no such place as Kilmorden Castle. Here was an unexpected check. There must be such a place. Why should anyone invent a name like that and write it down on a piece of paper? Absurd. Another idea occurred to me. Possibly it was a castellated abomination in the suburbs with a high-sounding name invented by its owner. But if so, it was going to be extraordinarily hard to find. I sat back gloomily on my heels. I always sit on the floor to do anything really important, and wondered how on earth I was to set about it. Was there any other line I could follow? I reflected earnestly and then sprang to my feet delightedly. Of course, I must visit the scene of the crime, always done by the best sleuths, and no matter how long afterwards it may be, they always find something that the police have overlooked. My course was clear. I must go to Marlowe. But how was I to get into the house? I discarded several adventurous methods and plumped for stern simplicity. The house had been to let, presumably was still to let. I would be a prospective tenant. I also decided on attacking the local house agents as having fewer houses on their books. Here, however, I reckoned without my host. A pleasant clerk produced particulars of about half a dozen desirable properties. It took me all my ingenuity to find objections to them. In the end, I feared I had drawn a blank. And you've really nothing else? I asked, gazing pathetically into the clerk's eyes. Something right on the river, and with a fair amount of garden and a small lodge, I added, summing up the main points of the mill house as I had gathered them from the papers. Well, of course, there's Sir Eustace Pedlar's place, said the man doubtfully. The mill house, you know. Not where, I faltered. Really, faltering is getting to be my strong point. That's it, where the murder took place. But perhaps you wouldn't like— Oh, I don't think I should mind, I said with an appearance of rallying. I felt my bona fides was now quite established, and perhaps I might get it cheap, in the circumstances. A master touch, that. I thought, well, it's possible. There's no pretending that it will be easy to let now. Servants and all that. You know. If you like the place after you've seen it, I should advise you to make an offer. Shall I write you out an order, if you please? A quarter of an hour later, I was at the lodge of the mill house, in answer to my knock. The door flew open, and a tall, middle-aged woman literally bounced out. Nobody can go into the house. Do you hear that? Fairly sick of you reporters? I am. Sir Eustace's orders are— I understood the house was to let, I said freezingly, holding out my order, of course. If it's already taken— Oh, I'm sure I beg your pardon, miss. I've been fairly pestered with these newspaper people. Not a minute's peace. No, the house isn't let, nor likely to be now. Are the drains wrong? I asked in an anxious whisper. Oh, Lord, miss, the drains is all right. But surely you've heard about the foreign lady as was done to death here. I believe I did read something about it in the papers. I said carelessly. My indifference piqued the good woman. If I had betrayed any interest, she would probably have closed up like an oyster. As it was, she positively bridled. I should say you did, miss. It's been in all the newspapers. The daily budget's out still to catch the man who did it. It seems, according to them, as our police are no good at all, well, I hope they'll get him. Although a nice-looking young fellow he was, and no mistake. A kind of soldierly look about him. Ah, well, I dare say he'd been wounded in the war, and sometimes they go a bit queer afterwards. My sister's boy did. Perhaps she'd used him bad. They're a sad lot. Those foreigners, though she was a fine-looking woman, stood there where you're standing now. Was she dark or fair? I ventured. You can't tell from these newspaper portraits. Dark hair, and a very white face, too white for nature. I thought, had her lips reddened something cruel? I don't like to see it. A little powder now and then is quite another thing. We were conversing like old friends now. I put another question. Did she seem nervous or upset at all? Not a bit. She was smiling to herself, quiet-like, as though she was amused at something. That's why you could have knocked me down with a feather when, the next afternoon, those people came running out calling for the police and saying there'd been murder done. I shall never get over it. And as for setting foot in that house after dark, I wouldn't do it. Not if it was ever so. Why? I wouldn't even stay here at the lodge. If Sir Eustace hadn't been down on his bended knees to me, I thought Sir Eustace Pedlar was at Cannes. So he was. Miss, he came back to England when he heard the news, and, as to the bended knees, that was a figure of speech. His secretary, Mr. Paget, having offered us double pay to stay on, and as my John says, money is money nowadays. I concurred heartily with John's by no means original remarks. The young man now, said Mrs. James, reverting suddenly to a former point in the conversation. He was upset. His eyes, light eyes, I noticed them particular, was all shining, excited. I thought, but I never dreamt of anything being wrong. Not even when he came out again looking all queer. How long was he in the house? Oh, not long. A matter of 5 minutes, maybe. How tall was he? Do you think? About 6 foot, I should say, so maybe. He was clean shaven. You say, yes, miss. Not even one of those toothbrush mustaches. Was his chin at all shiny, I asked, on a sudden impulse. Mrs. James stared at me with awe. Well, now you come to mention it, miss, it was. However did you know? It's a curious thing, but murderers often have shiny chins, I explained wildly. Mrs. James accepted the statement in all good faith. Really? Now, miss, I never heard that before. You didn't notice what kind of a head he had. I suppose just the ordinary kind. Miss, I'll fetch you the keys. Shall I? I accepted them and went on my way to the mill house. My reconstruction so far I considered good. All along, I had realized that the differences between the man Mrs. James had described and my tube doctor were those of non-essentials: an overcoat, a beard, gold-rimmed eyeglasses. The doctor had appeared middle-aged, but I remembered that he had stooped over the body like a comparatively young man. There had been a suppleness which told of young joints. The victim of the accident, the mothball man, as I called him to myself, and the foreign woman, Mrs. de Castina, or whatever her real name was, had had an assignation to meet at the mill house. That was how I pieced the thing together. Either because they feared they were being watched, or from some other reason, they chose the rather ingenious method of both getting an order to view the same house. Thus their meeting there might have the appearance of pure chance. That the mothball man had suddenly caught sight of the doctor, and that the meeting was totally unexpected and alarming to him, was another fact of which I was fairly sure. What had happened next, the doctor had removed his disguise and followed the woman to Marlow. But it was possible that had he removed it, rather hastily, traces of gum spirit might still linger on his chin. Hence my question to Mrs. James. Whilst occupied with my thoughts, I had arrived at the low old-fashioned door of the mill house. Unlocking it with the key, I passed inside. The hall was low and dark. The place smelt forlorn and mildewy. In spite of myself, I shivered. Did the woman who had come here, smiling to herself a few days ago, feel no chill of premonition as she entered this house, I wondered? Did the smile fade from her lips? And did a nameless dread close round her heart? Or had she gone upstairs, smiling still, unconscious of the doom that was so soon to overtake her? My heart beat a little faster. Was the house really empty? Was doom waiting for me in it also, for the first time? I understood the meaning of the much-used word atmosphere. Yeah, there was an atmosphere in this house, an atmosphere of cruelty, of menace, of evil. Chapter 7. Shaking off the feelings that oppressed me. I went quickly upstairs. I had no difficulty in finding the room of the tragedy. On the day the body was discovered, it had rained heavily, and large muddy boots had trampled the uncarpeted floor in every direction. I wondered if the murderer had left any footmarks the previous day. It was likely that the police would be reticent on the subject if he had. But on consideration, I decided it was unlikely. The weather had been fine and dry. There was nothing of interest about the room. It was almost square, with two big bay windows, plain white walls, and a bare floor, the boards being stained round the edges where the carpet had ceased. I searched it carefully, but there was not so much as a pin lying about. The gifted young detective did not seem likely to discover a neglected clue. I had brought with me a pencil and notebook. There did not seem much to note, but I duly dotted down a brief sketch of the room to cover my disappointment at the failure of my quest. As I was in the act of returning the pencil to my bag, it slipped from my fingers and rolled along the floor. The mill house was really old, and the floors were very uneven. The pencil rolled steadily, with increasing momentum, until it came to rest under one of the windows. In the recess of each window, there was a broad window seat, underneath which there was a cupboard. My pencil was lying right against the cupboard door. The cupboard was shut, but it suddenly occurred to me that if it had been open, my pencil would have rolled inside. I opened the door, and my pencil immediately rolled in and sheltered modestly in the farthest corner. I retrieved it, noting as I did so that owing to the lack of light and the peculiar formation of the cupboard, one could not see it, but had to feel for it. Apart from my pencil, the cupboard was empty, but being thorough by nature, I tried the one under the opposite window. At first sight, it looked as though that also was empty. But I grubbed about perseveringly, and was rewarded by feeling my hand close on a hard paper cylinder which lay in a sort of trough, or depression, in the far corner of the cupboard. As soon as I had it in my hand, I knew what it was: a roll of Kodak films. Here was a find. I realized, of course, that these films might very well be an old roll belonging to Sir Eustace Pedlar, which had rolled in here and had not been found when the cupboard was emptied. But I did not think so. The red paper was far too fresh-looking. It was just as dusty as it would have been had it laid there for 2 or 3 days. That is to say, since the murder. Had it been there for any length of time, it would have been thickly coated. Who had dropped it? The woman or the man? I remembered that the contents of her handbag had appeared to be intact. if it had been jerked open in the struggle and the roll of films had fallen out, surely some of the loose money would have been scattered about also. No, it was not the woman who had dropped the films. I sniffed, suddenly and suspiciously. Was the smell of mothballs becoming an obsession with me? I could swear that the roll of films smelt of it also. I held them under my nose. They had, as usual, a strong smell of their own. But apart from that, I could clearly detect the odor I disliked so much. I soon found the cause. A minute shred of cloth had caught on a rough edge of the center wood, and that shred was strongly impregnated with mothballs. At some time or another, the films had been carried in the overcoat pocket of the man who was killed in the tube. Was it he who had dropped them here? Hardly. His movements were all accounted for. No, it was the other man, the doctor. He had taken the films when he had taken the paper. It was he who had dropped them here during his struggle with the woman. I had got my clue. I would have the roll developed, and then I would have further developments to work upon. Very elated, I left the house, returned the keys to Mrs. Xamotel James, and made my way as quickly as possible to the station. On the way back to town, I took out my paper and studied it afresh. Suddenly, the figures took on a new significance. Suppose they were a date 17/122. The 17th of January, 1922. Surely that must be it, idiot, that I was not to have thought of it before. But in that case, I must find out the whereabouts of Kilmorden Castle. For today was actually the 14th. 3 days. Little enough, almost hopeless, when one had no idea of where to look. It was too late to hand in my roll today. I had to hurry home to Kensington so as not to be late for dinner. It occurred to me that there was an easy way of verifying whether some of my conclusions were correct. I asked Mr. Fleming whether there had been a camera amongst the dead man's belongings. I knew that he had taken an interest in the case and was conversant with all the details. To my surprise and annoyance, he replied that there had been no camera. All Carton's effects had been gone over very carefully in the hopes of finding something that might throw light upon his state of mind. He was positive that there had been no photographic apparatus of any kind. That was rather a setback to my theory. If he had no camera, why should he be carrying a roll of films? I set out early next morning to take my precious roll to be developed. I was so fussy that I went all the way to Regent Street to the big Kodak place. I handed it in and asked for a print of each film. The man finished stacking together a heap of films packed in yellow tin cylinders for the tropics and picked up my roll. He looked at me. "You've made a mistake, I think," he said, smiling. "Oh, no," I said. "I'm sure I haven't. You've given me the wrong roll. This is an unexposed one." I walked out with what dignity I could muster. I dare say it is good for one, now and again, to realize what an idiot one can be. But nobody relishes the process. And then, just as I was passing one of the big shipping offices, I came to a sudden halt. In the window was a beautiful model of one of the company's boats, and it was labeled Kenilworth Castle. A wild idea shot through my brain. I pushed the door open and went in. I went up to the counter, and in a faltering voice, genuine this time, I murmured, "Kilmorden Castle, on the 17th from Southampton." "Cape Town," First or second class? How much is it? First class, 87 pounds. I interrupted him. The coincidence was too much for me. Exactly the amount of my legacy I would put all my eggs in one basket. First class, I said. I was now definitely committed to the adventure. Chapter 8. The mist clung to the windows of the train like fingers that didn't want to let go. Outside, Marlowe slipped away into a gray void, and I sat stiffly in the corner seat, the roll of Kodak film heavy in my coat pocket, though it weighed practically nothing. It should have been a triumph, my clue. My first real clue. But instead, it was a trick. A ghost in the dark. Unexposed film. I'd carried it like a sacred object, only to be told it was blank, that I was wrong. But I wasn't. I knew it. The smell of mothballs still clung faintly to my gloves where I'd touched that shred of cloth in the cupboard. I didn't go back to Kensington. I got off at Paddington and walked. Not sure where I was going, only that I needed movement. London wrapped itself around me like it always does, oblivious, indifferent. As I crossed through Bayswater, I passed a tobacconist's shop and paused. A tall man in a brown coat stood at the corner just across the street. My breath stopped. He wasn't looking at me, but his posture, his stillness, felt deliberate, like someone trained to wait. His collar was turned up. The shadows of the streetlight half concealed his face. A scar down the cheek barely visible. My stomach twisted. The man from Mill House, or the man pretending to be the doctor at Hyde Park Station? I turned quickly and ducked into a narrow passage between buildings, emerging into the clutter of a newsagent's back alley. I ran. By the time I returned to the Fleming's house, I was soaked and shaking. I went straight to my room, locked the door, and turned off the light. I didn't want to see my reflection. Not yet. I'd wanted adventure. I hadn't imagined this. That night, someone tried to enter my room. It was a little past 2 when I woke. The blanket tangled around my knees, the air heavy. I didn't move. I heard it again, the faint, unmistakable click of the door handle. The door didn't open, but someone had tested it, tried the lock, and left. My breath came fast. My hand slid silently under the pillow to the slim pocket knife I'd begun sleeping with, more for drama than utility. I'd thought, not anymore. At dawn, I made my decision. I couldn't trust the police. I couldn't trust the daily budget. And I couldn't go back to being Anne Beddingfeld, poor professor's daughter. She was gone. She'd been buried with the dead man in the tube and the woman in the mill house. Now there was someone else in her place. She was going to board the Kilmorden Castle. She was going to find the man in the brown suit, even if it meant she might not come back. Chapter 9, Southampton smelled of salt and secrets. The Kilmorden Castle loomed in the morning fog like a white beast crouched and waiting. Its gangways were lined with stewards shouting names. Wheeled trunks thudded across planks, and the low hum of departure vibrated through the air like a warning bell only I could hear. I kept my eyes down. My coat was second-hand, my gloves slightly too tight, and my ticket, a first-class one, clutched in a gloved hand like a stolen treasure. I passed through the last inspection gate and stepped aboard. A new name, a new self, a Miss Anne Beddingfeld. The purser raised an eyebrow as he checked the manifest. I smiled. That's me. He didn't look twice. The moment my feet touched the deck, I felt it, that ripple beneath the surface. The game has already begun. I spent the first hour pretending to explore the ship. In truth, I was memorizing everything: lifeboats, stairwells, the steward's doorways. I was watched. Not obviously, but enough. A flicker of interest from a woman in emeralds, a faint narrowing of the eyes from a man leaning on the rail, smoking a pipe with military precision. And then I saw him. Deck C, forward promenade, brown tweed suit, clean-shaven, gray eyes like steel beneath lowered lashes, standing just long enough to be seen before he turned and vanished between two lifeboats. It was him, the man Mrs. James had described, the man with the shining chin. He was on this ship. Seatbelt. I gripped the cold rail and let the ocean wind sting my face. He didn't know I'd seen him. Not yet. And I would make sure he didn't. Not until I was ready. That night at dinner, I found myself seated between a cheerful American widow and a pale archaeologist who talked to his soup. The captain made polite small talk, and the room was lit in soft gold, all illusion and civility. Across the room, I saw Sir Eustace Pedlar. So the newspaper had been right. He was going to South Africa. He looked bored, spoiled, and self-satisfied. A walking mask. Next to him sat a man with a scar, running from eye to jaw. My stomach dropped. He wasn't the same man I saw earlier. Two men with scars. One hidden in plain sight, one shadowed in brown tweed. One of them was pretending, or both of them were. Later that night, I walked the upper deck alone, the sea black beneath us, the wind tugging at my hair. Something was wrong. The ship felt tilted, not physically, but atmospherically. Everyone was watching everyone else, smiling too carefully, laughing too loudly. A floating chessboard, where the pieces were already moving. I turned the corner, past the library, and collided with a man. "I beg your pardon," I said quickly, stepping back. He didn't speak. He wore a steward's jacket, but there was something off about him, his face too still, his hands too calloused for service, his eyes locked on mine for half a second flat. Unreadable. And then he walked past without a word. I'd seen those eyes before. Hyde Park. The doctor. He had changed again. They were here. All of them. The man in the brown suit. The false doctor. The puppet masters. And I, Anne Beddingfeld, had walked straight into their trap. But this time, they wouldn't be the only ones pulling strings. Oh, Chapter 10. The sea was glass the next morning, a false calm. I drank weak tea on the sun deck, pretending to read a magazine, though the words blurred into nonsense. My eyes flicked over the passengers, some lounging under blankets, some pacing like predators. He was there, the man in the brown suit. Same jacket, same stillness. This time, he was sitting alone on a bench near the port side, one leg crossed over the other, unreadable beneath dark glasses. He didn't look at me, but he knew. Somehow, I was sure of it. That afternoon, I slipped away from the main deck and began a slow, aimless walk through the lower corridors. Past linen rooms, past locked supply doors, past crew-only stairwells. I wasn't looking for anything in particular, only tension, only a thread to pull. And I found one, a faint smear of grease on the wall, half a footprint, a chipped coin wedged between floorboards by a service panel. things no passenger should notice. But someone had passed here in a hurry, someone trying to reach somewhere off limits. At the end of the corridor was a door marked Private, Communications, locked. I reached into my coat and felt the shape of the skeleton key I'd lifted from the emergency cupboard near the infirmary the night before, just in case. I hesitated. Voices. 2 men. Quiet. Urgent. I pressed closer. Couldn't make out the words. Only fragments. Shouldn't have brought it on board. She knows something. Kilmorden manifest. It wasn't part of the plan. A sound behind me, footsteps. I turned and walked. Casual but fast. My heart hammering like a telegraph machine. That night, my cabin had been searched. They were careful. They moved nothing. Left no trace. But I had placed a single strand of hair across the lining of my small trunk. I found it snapped. They know who I am, or they think they do. I dressed carefully that evening. A dark silk dress, low at the collar, my hair pinned back tighter than usual. I wasn't Anne Beddingfeld tonight. I was Anna the Adventurous. I walked into the smoking lounge at 9:00 p.m., sharp, and ordered a brandy, though I hated brandy. It burned down my throat like resolve. He came to me, the man in the brown suit. He stood beside my chair, as though we had always known each other. His voice, when it came, was low and direct. You should stop asking questions. I haven't asked any. You've been seen. Below deck, I like to walk. He studied me. You're not who you pretend to be. Neither are you. That earned me a flicker of something in his eyes. Recognition, warning, maybe respect. He leaned in slightly, voice colder now. There are things on this ship you don't understand, people you don't want to understand. Then help me. His silence stretched. Fate, meet me. Forward cargo hold. Just before midnight. And then he was gone. I sat very still. He might be leading me into a trap. He might be lying about everything. But if I didn't go, I'd never know who killed the woman in the mill house, or why a man had to die on a tube platform, or what secret the Kilmorden castle was really carrying. Just before midnight, I moved silently down the crew stairwell, past cold steel walls and locked doors. My feet made no sound on the metal. I found the cargo hold entrance, waited, and then a shadow behind me, a hand clamped over my mouth, a whisper in my ear, "You shouldn't have come alone." The darkness swallowed us both. Chapter 11. The cargo hold smelled of rust and cold oil. I struggled instinctively, but the hand over my mouth held fast. Fingers tight, calculated. Not violent, controlled. He wasn't trying to hurt me. Not yet. Stop fighting. The whisper came again, male, calm. If I meant you harm, you'd already be on the floor. He slowly released me. I turned. It was him. The man in the brown suit, but something in his eyes had changed. No longer steel. Now they held something closer to regret or warning. "Why did you come?" he asked. "You told me to. I wanted to see if you'd listen. Or if you were the kind of girl who always walks into shadows when called." I stared at him, furious. "If you're going to kill me, do it, but don't insult me." He almost smiled. "I'm not going to kill you, Miss Beddingfeld." My heart skipped. "So you do know my name. I know everything about you." He stepped back, melting into the gloom, and motioned for me to follow. I did. We wove through the crates and containers, Burlap sacks marked Port of Durban, wooden boxes with no labels, heavy trunks nailed shut with iron bands, all silent, all secrets. At the far end of the hold, he stopped. A single crate sat apart from the others, nailed shut. No markings. He tapped it. "This is," he said softly, "is what all of this is about. The man in the tube, the woman at the mill house, even you." "Anne." I stepped closer. "What is it? I don't know. But you're working for them." His expression darkened. "I was," he said. "Not anymore. Not after what they did in London." "You mean the murder?" He looked away. "No. I mean murders." He opened a folded scrap of paper and handed it to me. It was part of a shipping manifest, scrawled in 2 different inks. My eye caught one line: diamond smuggling, coded via archaeological shipments. The words sank in like ice water. "And this box?" I asked. He lowered his voice. "I think it contains a body, or documents so damning they might as well be." I opened my mouth, but the sharp grind of metal behind us froze everything. Footsteps. 2 sets. Heavy. Deliberate. He pushed me behind the crate. "If anything happens, run. Go to cabin 71. Say you're Fletcher's girl." Fletcher. But he was already gone, moving into the dark like smoke. Silent. Predatory. A beam of flashlight cut the shadows. I held my breath. 2 men emerged. One I recognized. The steward, who wasn't really a steward. The other was Sir Eustace Pedler. My blood turned to stone. "I told you not to keep it on the ship," Sir Eustace hissed. "She's getting too close. That girl, she's a minor nuisance." The steward replied, "We'll handle it tonight." "Then do it quietly. I won't have blood on the decks." Not again. They passed within feet of me. My fingernails dug into the wooden crate. My lungs burned. My mind raced. Sir Eustace wasn't just a vain politician. He was part of it. The smuggling, the murders, the lies. And I was next. Scienston. They left. The silence returned, but I couldn't move. My body was still frozen in place when the man in the brown suit reappeared. His face was unreadable. "Now you understand," he said. "You're inside the machine." I nodded. He looked at me a long moment. "You still have a choice. Anne, get off at Cape Town, disappear, never look back. And what about you?" He smiled, tired. "I don't get that choice." He turned and started walking, but I stayed behind a moment longer, staring at the crate, listening to the silence that hung around it like a tomb. Chapter 12. I didn't sleep. I lay in my narrow bunk, staring at the ceiling, the hum of the ship vibrating through the metal beneath me like the beating of a massive, indifferent heart. "They were murderers." Sir Eustace Pedler, the steward with no name, maybe even Guy Paget, the secretary who was too helpful, too forgettable. They weren't just smugglers. That woman in the mill house hadn't been some loose thread. She'd known something, and now I knew something too. At 7:00 a.m. I stood at the railing watching the sunrise slash red across the horizon. Another passenger joined me, a soft-voiced woman with silver hair and gloves too thin for the chill. "Terrible business in the news," she murmured. "Another diamond shipment intercepted in Cape Town. Always the same pattern." I nodded vaguely. "Have you been to South Africa before, dear?" I hesitated. "Once. With my father." "Ah. Is he in diamonds? 2. My fingers curled tighter around the railing. No, I said. He's dead. Her eyes didn't flicker, but she knew. She walked away slowly. I went below deck 5 minutes later. Cabin 71 was at the end of a crew corridor. I knocked once. No answer. I tried the handle. Unlocked. Inside, the cabin was Spartan. A bed. A map of southern Africa on the wall. A leather satchel. A dark overcoat. And pinned to the mirror, a photograph. Me. I stared at it, taken in Hyde Park. My face blurred in motion, but unmistakably mine. Behind me in the photo, a shadow, someone following. I turned. The man in the brown suit stood in the doorway. Cabin 71. I said faintly, "You told me to come." He walked past me without a word and locked the door behind him. "So, you're in this now," he said. "Deeper than you understand. Do you want the truth?" "Yes." He opened the satchel. Inside was a pistol, a file folder, and a badge I didn't recognize. No country, no agency. Only a symbol, a silver jackal on black. He handed me the folder. Operation Ebony Mouth. Classification absolute. Eyes only target. The Colonel. I flipped the pages. A smuggling ring using archaeological shipments to move diamonds from Rhodesia to Europe. Cover operations embedded in government ministries, shipping lines, and diplomatic channels. Suspected leader codename The Colonel. Known alias Sir Eustace Pedlar, MP. My hands were trembling. He took the folder from me. I was sent to kill him, he said. But I hesitated. Why? Because there are others, bigger than him. And once you fire the first shot, there's no end. We stood in silence. Finally, I spoke. What happens now? He looked at me hard, assessing, but not unkind. Now, he said, we make our move before they do. That night, just before midnight, a body was found in cabin 17, 2 doors from mine. A steward. Throat slit. Barely a sound heard. The murder was clean, silent, professional. The message was clear. They knew we were watching, and now they were watching back. Chapter 13. The next morning, the ship was quiet. Too quiet. Word of the murder had spread, though no one said it outright. There were just tighter smiles, lower voices, and an undercurrent of something sour beneath the perfume and polished brass. The captain posted a vague notice outside the dining room. An unfortunate accident. All passengers advised to remain in their quarters after 9:00 p.m. An accident. With a throat slit clean to the spine, I stared at my reflection in the silver coffee urn and thought, you're in this now, Anne. You're not pretending anymore. We met in the observation lounge, hidden in plain sight. The man in the brown suit. He had a name now. He said it once, quietly. Harry. No surname, no country. Just that. I didn't ask for more. Tonight, he said, voice low, we move. To do what? Break into Sir Eustace's cabin. We need proof. Won't he be expecting us? A faint smile. Let him. We waited until 1:00 a.m. I wore black, soft-soled shoes, no perfume. Harry disabled the quarter bell switch and picked the lock in under 10 seconds. Inside, the suite was lavish. Persian rugs, crystal decanters, a faint trace of cigars, and something darker, like decaying roses. We moved quickly, drawer by drawer, file by file. He moved like a ghost. I was slower, more careful. Then I found it. A black notebook. Locked, but not tightly. Inside columns of numbers. Codes. Coordinates. Names. I flipped to a folded sheet. Slipped between pages. A list. London. Zurich. Cape Town. Rhodesia. Next to each. A name. Next to Cape Town. Beddingfeld. Neutralized. Next to Zurich Fletcher. Terminated. I froze. Harry. He was already behind me, reading over my shoulder. They've marked you, and Fletcher's dead. He nodded once. 2 weeks ago. Burned. They made it look like a car crash. I swallowed hard. That's when we heard it. Mom. It. Click. A gun cocking. Behind us, Sir Eustace stood in the doorway, wearing a robe and a smile like a vulture. Ah, he said. I was wondering how long it would take you. His eyes went to Harry. You always had a taste for naive girls, didn't you? Though this one's cleverer than she looks. I turned toward him slowly. You're the colonel. He gave a small, mocking bow, the one and only. The gun didn't waver. You know, he said, I rather liked you, Miss Beddingfeld. A pity. You should have stayed in your lane. Now I'll have to arrange a second accident. My heart slammed against my ribs. Then came a crash of glass. Get up, us. Harry hurled the decanter across the room. Sir Eustace flinched, and Harry was on him in a flash. The gun went off once. Wild. I dove to the floor. A blur of fists. Bone hitting bone. And then it was over. Sir Eustace lay unconscious, blood trickling from his temple. Harry picked up the gun, breathing hard. He looked at me. You all right? I nodded. Yes, I think so. Then I looked down at the black book in my hand. Proof. Names. Operations. Is this enough to bring them down? It's a start, he said. But they'll come after us now. Every last one of them. I looked at Sir Eustace, and I didn't feel sorry. That night, I didn't sleep again. Not because of fear, because, for the first time in my life, I understood what it meant to marry, to choose, to fight. Anne Beddingfeld was gone, and someone else had taken her place. Chapter 14. By sunrise, Sir Eustace Pedlar had vanished. One of the stewards said he'd been seen boarding a maintenance boat shortly before dawn. Another claimed he was still in his cabin, resting. The captain issued no formal statement, but I knew he was gone, and they were cleaning up. We met in cabin 71 again. Harry was rewrapping the black notebook in oilskin, sealing it inside the lining of a suitcase. I was pacing. They'll cover for him. I said, he'll vanish into another name, another passport. The colonel becomes someone else. Harry nodded grimly. That's what they do. He's not the only head of this hydra. Then we expose the book. We can't not from the ship. The radio's monitored. The ports are crawling with agents. I stopped pacing. Then we jump. He raised an eyebrow. At port. No. Before, he stared at me. I stared back. By midnight, we had a plan. 2 hours before we docked at Cape Town, a maintenance boat would be lowered under the guise of engine testing. Harry had a uniform. I had forged paperwork and a coat borrowed from a sympathetic steward named Ames, who owed Harry a favor from something in Cairo. No questions asked. We'd bring the notebook, disappear into Cape Town, find Mahler, Harry's contact in the South African Bureau. We had 6 hours. It all went wrong in the fourth. I found Guy Paget waiting in my cabin. He looked tired, pale, but calm. In his hands a teacup. "Oh, Miss Beddingfeld," he said, "I'd like to talk." I didn't sit. "I always thought you were too harmless to be real," I said. He gave a weak smile. "That was the idea. You work for him, for Sir Eustace." "I did," he said, "but not anymore. That list you found, my name's on it, too." He slid a page across the desk. I read it. Zurich. Paget. Redundant. "They were going to kill me after Cape Town," he said softly. "I heard them. I recorded it." He reached into his coat and handed me a wax cylinder, marked only E12. My fingers trembled as I took it. "I want asylum," he said. "I'll help you get off the ship, but I want protection." I narrowed my eyes. "Why should I trust you?" He didn't blink. "Because you don't have time not to." We escaped at 3:17 a.m. Harry in the mechanic's jacket. I in a steward's coat, collar up. Paget unlocked the lower maintenance hatch and diverted the second watch crew with a false alarm about steam vent pressure. We slipped into the boat. The sea was black. The stars were knives. And Cape Town was a dark promise rising slowly on the edge of the world for the first time in days. I breathed. We were out. Almost. A shot rang out. Splinters exploded beside my shoulder. I dropped into the boat. Harry pulled me down. Another shot. The cabin above was lit. Someone had found us. Paget grabbed the line. "Go!" he shouted. "Get clear!" And then a third shot hard. Close. Final. Paget staggered, clutching his side. We rowed, silent but fast. Cape Town grew larger. Paget lay in the bottom of the boat, blood soaking his shirt. The wax cylinder still clutched in his hand. "Keep it safe," he whispered, and then he didn't speak again. Chapter 15. Cape Town looked beautiful from the sea. The sun was rising behind Table Mountain, casting gold across the rooftops and cranes. The port bustled commerce, chatter, clanking chains, life. But to me, it all felt unreal, like a painting hiding something rotting behind the canvas. We docked unnoticed among fishing boats at the far side of the harbor. Harry carried the oilskin-wrapped notebook under his jacket. I held the wax cylinder that Paget had died for. No words were spoken as we climbed the jetty. We were fugitives now. By noon, we were in a safe house in District 6, a narrow alley. A crumbling second-floor flat above a bakery that smelled of cinnamon and lard. The shutters stayed drawn. Harry contacted someone through a network I didn't understand. Coded words through a butcher shop. A coin slipped into the hand of a blind man. It felt like something out of fiction, but it was real. By nightfall, we had a name: Peter Moeller, intelligence liaison, known to Harry, trusted. We were to meet him at 3 in the basement of an old Dutch chapel near Long Street. We waited. At 2:40 we slipped out into the night. The streets were quiet, lit by pale gas lamps and haunted by dogs. I wore a scarf low over my face. Harry carried the gun, now tucked in the back of his waistband. We reached the chapel. Its front door was ajar. Inside, it was black. The air smelled of damp stone and old books. Then came the click of a lighter. In the far end of the nave, a man stood lighting a cigarette beneath a shattered stained glass window. Tall, thin, gray coat. A face built from angles and tired eyes. "Moeller," Harry asked. "Oh." The man nodded. "You took your time." They shook hands. Moeller turned to me. "You're Anne Beddingfeld." I didn't answer. Harry handed him the notebook. This is what Peddler had. He said, names, smuggling channels, compromised governments, possibly the location of a buried cache in the Transvaal. Moeller flipped through it quickly, eyes scanning like a machine. This is dynamite, he said. We'll need to disappear you both until Pretoria. Harry tensed. What do you mean, disappear? Exactly what it sounds like. That's when I felt it. Something off. Moeller was sweating. His hand shook slightly. And there was something in his eyes. Fear, guilt. I stepped closer. If this is so valuable, I said, why haven't you asked about the wax cylinder? His eyes flicked to me. He hadn't known. Harry swore under his breath. You're not the only one looking for this. Are you? I whispered. No, Moeller said. And I think someone already knows you have it. A crash above. Shouts. Footsteps. They're here, Moeller said sharply. Get out rear exit, now. We ran. Down narrow stairs. Through an old wine cellar. Into the alley. A shot ricocheted off the stone beside me. I didn't turn. We kept running. Back in the safe house, I collapsed against the wall. Breath ragged. Harry locked every bolt. Moeller was gone. The wax cylinder was safe for now. But the game had changed. They knew where we were. They wanted the notebook. They wanted the voice recorded in that cylinder. Because whoever it was someone they couldn't afford to expose. Not Sir Eustace. Someone even higher. I stared at my reflection in the window pane. Not a girl anymore. Not a passenger. I was the problem they couldn't eliminate. And I wasn't going to run. Chapter 16, we didn't sleep. We dismantled the safe house by dawn, burned the papers, flushed the map pieces, destroyed the radio Harry had cobbled together. The wax cylinder was hidden in a hollowed-out loaf of bread. The notebook buried temporarily in a flower bed under the bakery's side wall. I watched Harry scrape mud from his hands, face taut with fatigue and fury. They're closing in. I know. He stood, wiped his palms on a rag, and looked at me. They'll try to kill you before Pretoria. And you. He smiled grimly. Yes, but I'm used to it. At noon, a coded telegram arrived. 3 words, red band active now. Harry read it, then burned it without speaking. What does it mean? I asked. He met my eyes. It means the colonel isn't the head. It means someone higher is now giving orders. Someone we've never seen. Silence. And it means, he said quietly, we've just become the most dangerous liabilities in the Empire. We booked passage inland on a supply train. No names, no luggage, just dust, smoke, and the weight of secrets between us. For 12 hours, we crossed the Karoo. Sunburned plains, wire fences, isolated farmhouses, nothingness. And then a signal flare in the distance. The train screeched to a halt. Harry stood instantly. They've derailed us. A single gunshot cracked through the stillness. The guards were already compromised. We ran, out through the baggage car, into the veldt. Bullets chased us into the tall grass. My legs burned. My breath rasped. I didn't know where I was running, only that if I stopped, I died. Harry shoved me down behind a ridge. 2 men moved through the grass, below military cut, local clothing. Trained, silent. Harry raised the pistol slowly. Waited. 1 step closer. He fired. 1 man dropped. The other ran. We stayed still until the vultures started circling. That night, we found shelter in a half-collapsed mission chapel near a dried-up riverbed. I couldn't feel my feet. My arms were scratched raw. Harry started a small fire and took first watch. I wrapped myself in a coat and stared at the flame. We were alone. No allies. No map. No more time. But we had the cylinder, the voice. And Harry believed that voice would burn the entire network down if we could get it to Pretoria. I didn't ask who the voice belonged to, but part of me already knew. I dreamed of the man in the tube station, falling, eyes wide, and I woke gasping. The memory of his death sharper than ever. I whispered to the dark, "Won't let it be for nothing." Harry didn't say anything, but he shifted closer to the door, listening, waiting. Outside, the stars were sharp as razors, and somewhere in the darkness, a figure watched the dying firelight flicker through the chapel cracks. Waiting. Chapter 17. Pretoria was a city made of shadows. Wide boulevards and white buildings masked something colder beneath offices that didn't appear on maps. Men who wore suits but smelled of gunpowder. And cars that followed you for blocks before vanishing into alleys. We arrived at dusk, on foot, through the outskirts. Harry knew a man, an archivist in the Department of Mineral Affairs. We met him in the back of a record shop, beneath shelves of cracked vinyl and forgotten jazz. His name was Jonas. He didn't shake hands. "You shouldn't have come here," he said. Harry handed him the wax cylinder. Jonas stared at it like it was a ticking bomb. "Is it real?" "Yes," Harry said. Jonas hesitated. "If I do this, I disappear after, understand?" Harry nodded. He pointed to a trap door behind a crate of Duke Ellington records. "Give me an hour." He vanished below. We waited. An hour later, Jonas returned. His hands shook. "It's worse than we thought," he said. He plugged in an old player and let the wax spin, and I heard it. The colonel's voice, but not just his. A second voice answered him. Low, refined, deadly. British, ministerial. Discussing routes, discussing eliminations, naming dates, naming sums. And then, my name? Beddingfeld is curious. I suggest we neutralize her before she becomes more than just an inconvenience. And the voice that responded, cold and final. Agreed. The voice. I'd heard it once, at the captain's table. Jonas ejected the cylinder, eyes wild. "That's the Undersecretary for Foreign Trade," he whispered. "He's third in the line of succession." Harry looked at me. "If we leak this, they'll kill us both," I said. "Or worse," Jonas paced. "If you want this aired, you need someone they can't touch. Someone already untouchable." I blinked. "Like who?" Jonas didn't answer. He wrote something down on a matchbook and handed it to Harry. "Go to the Rand Daily Mail. Ask for Eliza. Tell her the archive number H17 Blackmouth. Will she believe us? She'll listen." We left the shop with the wax cylinder hidden in the heel of my boot. The night was dry, silent. Until the shot came, Jonas staggered backward out the doorway, blood blooming on his chest. Harry pushed me down. Another shot shattered the record shop window. Then, the street filled with dark cars and darker suits. They'd found us. We ran, through back streets, through markets being swept clean by workers who didn't look up, through a city too quiet for the screams in my head. We found shelter in a hostel for miners. Harry paid in cash, no names. I couldn't stop shaking. "They know everything," I said. "Yes," Harry replied. "But now we do too." At 3 Septos is Sarse. I sat by the cracked window and stared out at Pretoria. And I thought, we either bury them with the truth, or they bury us with silence. Chapter 18. We waited until daylight. Then we walked into the lion's den. The Rand Daily Mail building sat on Commissioner Street like a fortress of ink and defiance. A decade earlier, it had printed the names of murdered miners. A year ago, it had exposed a bribery scandal involving 3 judges. It was dangerous. It was loud. And it was exactly where we needed to be. We told the receptionist, "We're here for Eliza. Archive, H17, code name Blackmouth." The room went still. She picked up a phone, whispered. 2 minutes later, a woman appeared, tall, sharp, a cigarette burning between 2 fingers like a punctuation mark. "Eliza Mullman," she said. "Follow me, and keep your heads down." We followed her past editors and rotary phones into a soundproofed office behind the sub-editor's bay. It smelled of coffee, metal, and defiance. "Tell me what you've got," she said. Harry placed the wax cylinder on her desk like a relic. "Play it," he said. She raised an eyebrow. "That's not just evidence. That's a declaration of war." I looked her dead in the eye. "Then publish it like one." She played it. The voices filled the room cold, official, irrefutable. She said nothing until it ended. He tried. Then she stubbed out the cigarette and stood. "I'll need 30 minutes. "What for?" "To decide if I'm going to print this and become a fugitive or pretend I never met you and sleep tonight." She left. We waited. The walls were too close. The noise too loud. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. Harry sat across from me, watching the hallway through the blinds. "If this works," I said, "it all ends." He shook his head slowly. "No, it begins." Eliza returned 28 minutes later. Her eyes were different now, resolved. She placed a sheet of typeset on the desk. Front page, "Whispers from the Colonial Tomb, Secret Recordings, Link Senior Officials to Murder, Diamond Smuggling, and an International Cover-Up." And beneath it, a quote, "If silence is safety, then I choose danger. A. B." I stared at it. "My words," she smiled. "They're yours now. They belong to the people next." We left the building through the printing bay. Already, the first editions were rolling. Inked, heat, truth on paper. I felt light, terrified, powerful. But they were faster. Outside the loading dock, a black car waited. 3 men. Dark coat, pale eyes. Harry pulled me back too late. They raised their guns. I saw the flash. Felt nothing. Then, glass shattered behind us. Tears girl screeched. A second car. Jonas's contact. The one we thought never showed. A woman at the wheel. Gray scarf. Steady hand. "Get in." We dove through the open door. The car peeled away bullets, chasing us through the morning light. Inside the car, Harry clutched my hand, his blood on my sleeve. I didn't cry. I looked out at Pretoria, waking up to headlines, and I knew they'll never be able to silence us now. Chapter 19. Pretoria was burning with whispers. By noon, the Rand Daily Mail's front page had been reprinted in 5 languages. Broadcasts carried the audio excerpt on shortwave radio across southern Africa. In London, the Foreign Office denied everything. In Johannesburg, 2 cabinet officials resigned within the hour. But Sir Eustace Pedler, the colonel, was still missing, and the voice from the recording, the one above him, remained unnamed in the press. There were still pieces missing, and we were still being hunted. We were moved to a safe house on the edge of the township, hidden behind a tin workshop, and guarded by 2 men who never said their names. Harry was wounded, shoulder grazed, not fatal. I patched him up myself, hands trembling. "You should run," he said. "I won't." He looked at me for a long moment. "I'm not just trying to save the world. Anne, I'm trying to make it harder for men like him to disappear again. Then let's finish it. Eliza contacted us that evening. She'd found something buried in a forgotten telegram archive at the Colonial Dispatch Office. An alias, J.C. Tresillian, a name used by a senior official during secret trade negotiations in Rhodesia. A man who'd flown in twice. No photo, no file, but one signature, and it matched the clearance form from the mill house where the woman died. We traced the name to a rural lodge outside Bloemfontein, officially decommissioned. Fiesal, unofficially a ghost facility. No guards, no records. But someone was there. The electricity bill had been paid 2 weeks ago. We arrived just before midnight. Mesa. No lights, no sound. Harry loaded his gun. I carried a small tape recorder. Eliza's team was on standby in the hills with a shortwave transmitter and a radio van. If we don't come out in 30 minutes, I said, broadcast everything. We went in. The lodge was cold, wooden, filled with dust and dead silence. But in the sitting room, books still lay open. A glass on the side table. Warm. Someone was home. We crept upstairs. And in the back study, he was waiting. The man who matched no photo, who had no official existence. He wore a housecoat, poured himself a brandy, didn't flinch when he saw us. Anne Beddingfeld, he said. Harry Rayburn. Or is it still Fletcher? Technically, I raised the tape recorder. He smiled. Oh, please. That recording, I was off the record. Of course, you murdered people. I said, you orchestrated the entire network. I maintained stability, commerce, influence. Harry stepped forward, gun raised. This ends now. But the man didn't move, only sipped his drink. You think publishing my voice ends me. I am the voice that keeps the empire breathing. You've made a fuss, yes. But in 6 months, you'll be forgotten, buried, spun into something palatable. I stepped closer. You're wrong. This time we don't just expose the voice. This time, we show the face. I hit record. Flashbulb. Eliza's team had breached the rear entrance. 3 photographers, 2 officers, and 1 sound technician, recording every word. The man blinked slowly, calmly, but in that moment, I saw it, the crack in the facade. They arrested him at 0047. No shouting, no struggle. He straightened his collar and walked out as though heading to a dinner party. But I knew this time there was no escape. Chapter 20. 3 months later, the trial began. The courtroom in Cape Town was packed diplomats, foreign press, and too many suits with cold eyes. The man once known as J.C. Tresillian now had a real name, a real title, and a dozen lawyers, but none of that saved him. The voice on the wax cylinder was authenticated. The black notebook had been decoded. The names, the bribes, the murders all laid bare. What broke the trial wasn't evidence. It was Paget's voice, played back in open court. The audio of a frightened man, whispering from the edge of death. And when the colonel's name was spoken by Paget, choked, desperate, but clear, the court froze. The judges didn't adjourn. They simply issued a verdict. Guilty on all counts. Harry and I didn't wait for sentencing. We left Cape Town before dawn. Not for London, but Namibia, a small house in Swakopmund. Quiet. Sand-covered windows. A dog with 1 ear and no name. Sometimes we heard things. A new scandal in Parliament. Another name quietly removed from foreign affairs. A rogue intelligence unit quietly disbanded. They never mentioned ours. Not once. Eliza wrote twice a month. She published a book titled Voices from the Smoke. I read it once, then buried it in a tin box beside the garden wall. Some nights, Harry woke screaming. So did I. We never talked about the woman in the mill house, or Paget's last breath, or the gunshot that nearly took Harry on Commissioner Street. But sometimes we sat on the roof as the desert wind howled, and we didn't have to speak. One morning, a letter came. No address. No return. Just my name. Inside a photograph. Sanasaita Saara. Me, in Pretoria, smiling, taken from a rooftop. And underneath, handwritten, "You're not forgotten. We remember the ones who burn too bright." No threat, just a reminder. The world we exposed still had shadows, but now it also had us. Chapter 21. I had no further difficulty in carrying out my plans. I found a small hotel in a back street, got a room there, paid a deposit as I had no luggage with me, and went placidly to bed. On the following morning, I was up early and went out into the town to purchase a modest wardrobe. My idea was to do nothing until after the departure of the 11 o'clock train to Rhodesia, with most of the party on board. Paget was not likely to indulge in any nefarious activities until he had got rid of them. Accordingly, I took a train out of the town and proceeded to enjoy a country walk. It was comparatively cool, and I was glad to stretch my legs after the long voyage and my close confinement at Muizenberg. A lot hinges on small things. My shoelace came untied, and I stopped to do it up. The road had just turned a corner, and as I was bending over the offending shoe, a man came right round and almost walked into me. He lifted his hat, murmuring an apology, and went on. It struck me at the time that his face was vaguely familiar, but at the moment I thought no more of it. I looked at my wristwatch. The time was getting on. I turned my feet in the direction of Cape Town. There was a tram on the point of going, and I had to run for it. I heard other footsteps running behind me. I swung myself on, and so did the other runner. I recognized him at once. It was the man who had passed me on the road when my shoe came untied, and in a flash, I knew why his face was familiar. It was the small man with the big nose whom I had run into on leaving the station the night before. The coincidence was rather startling. Could it be possible that the man was deliberately following me? I resolved to test that as promptly as possible. I rang the bell and got off at the next stop. The man did not get off. I withdrew into the shadow of a shop doorway and watched. He alighted at the next stop and walked back in my direction. The case was clear enough. I was being followed. I had crowed too soon. My victory over Guy Paget took on another aspect. I hailed the next tram, and, as I expected, my shadower also got on. I gave myself up to some very serious thinking. It was perfectly apparent that I had stumbled on a bigger thing than I knew. The murder in the house at Marlow was not an isolated incident committed by a solitary individual. I was up against a gang, and thanks to Colonel Race's revelations to Suzanne, and what I had overheard at the house at Muizenberg, I was beginning to understand some of its manifold activities. Systematized crime, organized by the man known to his followers as the Colonel. I remembered some of the talk I had heard on board ship, of the strike on the Rand and the causes underlying it, and the belief that some secret organization was at work fomenting the agitation. That was the Colonel's work. His emissaries were acting according to plan. He took no part in these things himself. I had always heard as he limited himself to directing and organizing. The brain work, not the dangerous labor, for him. But still, it well might be that he himself was on the spot, directing affairs from an apparently impeccable position. That, then, was the meaning of Colonel Race's presence on the Kilmorden Castle. He was out after the arch-criminal. Everything filled in with that assumption. He was someone high up in the Secret Service whose business it was to lay the colonel by the heels. I nodded to myself. Things were becoming very clear to me. What of my part in the affair? Where did I come in? Was it only diamonds they were after? I shook my head. Great as the value of the diamonds might be, they hardly accounted for the desperate attempts which had been made to get me out of the way. No, I stood for more than that. In some way, unknown to myself, I was a menace, a danger. Some knowledge that I had, or that they thought I had, made them anxious to remove me at all costs. And that knowledge was bound up somehow with the diamonds. There was one person, I felt sure, who could enlighten me, if he would, the man in the brown suit, Harry Rayburn. He knew the other half of the story, but he had vanished into the darkness. He was a hunted creature, flying from pursuit. In all probability, he and I would never meet again. I brought myself back, with a jerk, to the actualities of the moment. It was no good thinking sentimentally of Harry Rayburn. He had displayed the greatest antipathy to me from the first, or, at least, there I was again, dreaming. The real problem was what to do. Now I, priding myself upon my role of watcher, had become the watched, and I was afraid. For the first time, I began to lose my nerve. I was a little bit of grit that was impeding the smooth working of the great machine, and I fancied that the machine would have a short way with little bits of grit. Once, Harry Rayburn had saved me. Once I had saved myself. But I felt suddenly that the odds were heavily against me. My enemies were all around me in every direction, and they were closing in. If I continued to play a lone hand, I was doomed. I rallied myself with an effort. After all, what could they do? I was in a civilized city, with policemen every few yards. I would be wary in future. They should not trap me again, as they had done in Muizenberg. As I reached this point in my meditations, the tram arrived at Adderley Street. I got out, undecided what to do. I walked slowly up the left-hand side of the street. I did not trouble to look if my watcher was behind me. I knew he was. I walked into Cartwright's and ordered 2 coffee ice cream sodas to steady my nerves. A man, I suppose, would have had a stiff peg, but girls derive a lot of comfort from ice cream sodas. I applied myself to the end of the straw with gusto. The cool liquid went trickling down my throat in the most agreeable manner. I pushed the first glass aside empty. I was sitting on one of the little high stools in front of the counter. Out of the tail of my eye, I saw my tracker come in and sit down ostentatiously at a little table near the door. I finished the second coffee soda and demanded a maple one. I can drink practically an unlimited amount of ice cream sodas. Suddenly, the man by the door got up and went out. This surprised me. If he was going to wait outside, why not wait outside from the beginning? I slipped down from my stool and went cautiously to the door. I drew back quickly into the shadow. The man was talking to Guy Paget. If I had ever had any doubts, that would have settled it. Paget had his watch out and was looking at it. They exchanged a few brief words, and then the secretary swung on down the street towards the station. Evidently, he had given his orders, but what were they? Suddenly my heart leapt into my mouth. The man who had followed me crossed to the middle of the road and spoke to a policeman. He spoke at some length, gesticulating towards Cartwright's and evidently explaining something. I saw the plan at once. I was to be arrested on some charge or other. Pocket picking, perhaps. It would be easy enough for the gang to put through a simple little matter like that. Of what good to protest my innocence? They would have seen to every detail. Long ago they had brought a charge of robbing De Beers against Harry Rayburn, and he had not been able to disprove it, though I had little doubt but that he had been absolutely blameless. What chance had I against such a frame-up? As the colonel could devise, I glanced up at the clock almost mechanically, and immediately another aspect of the case struck me. I saw the point of Guy Paget's looking at his watch. It was just on 11. And at 11, the mail train left for Rhodesia, bearing with it the influential friends who might otherwise come to my rescue. That was the reason of my immunity up to now. From last night till 11 this morning, I had been safe. But now the net was closing in upon me. I hurriedly opened my bag and paid for my drinks. And as I did so, my heart seemed to stand still, for inside it was a man's wallet stuffed with notes. It must have been deftly introduced into my handbag as I left the tram. Promptly, I lost my head. I hurried out of Cartwright's. The little man with the big nose and the policeman were just crossing the road. They saw me, and the little man designated me excitedly to the policeman. I took to my heels and ran. I judged him to be a slow policeman. I should get a start. But I had no plan. Even then, I just ran for my life down Adderley Street. People began to stare. I felt that in another minute someone would stop me. An idea flashed into my head. The station, I asked. In a breathless gasp, just down on the right, I sped on. It is permissible to run for a train. I turned into the station, but as I did so, I heard footsteps close behind me. The little man with the big nose was a champion sprinter. I foresaw that I should be stopped before I got to the platform I was in search of. I looked up to the clock. 1 minute to 11. I might just do it if my plan succeeded. I had entered the station by the main entrance in Adderley Street. I now darted out again through the side exit. Directly opposite me was the side entrance to the post office, the main entrance to which is in Adderley Street. As I expected, my pursuer, instead of following me in, ran down the street to cut me off when I emerged by the main entrance, or to warn the policeman to do so. In an instant, I slipped across the street again and back into the station. I ran like a lunatic. It was just 11. The long train was moving as I appeared on the platform. A porter tried to stop me, but I wriggled myself out of his grasp and sprang upon the footboard. I mounted the 2 steps and opened the gate. I was safe. The train was gathering way. We passed a man standing by himself at the end of the platform. I waved to him. "Goodbye, Mr. Paget," I shouted. Never have I seen a man more taken aback. He looked as though he had seen a ghost. In a minute or two, I was having trouble with the conductor, but I took a lofty tone. "I am Sir Eustace Pedlar's secretary." I said haughtily, "Please take me to his private car." Suzanne and Colonel Race were standing on the rear observation platform. They both uttered an exclamation of utter surprise at seeing me. "Hello, Miss Anne," cried Colonel Race. "Where have you turned up from? I thought you'd gone to Durban." "What an unexpected person you are." Suzanne said nothing, but her eyes asked 100 questions. I must report myself to my chief. I said demurely, "Where is he?" "He's in the office, middle compartment, dictating at an incredible rate to the unfortunate Miss Pettigrew." "This enthusiasm for work is something new," I commented. Said Colonel Race. "His idea is, I think, to give her sufficient work to chain her to her typewriter in her own compartment for the rest of the day." I laughed, then followed by the other two. I sought out Sir Eustace. He was striding up and down the circumscribed space, hurling a flood of words at the unfortunate secretary, whom I now saw for the first time. A tall, square woman in drab clothing, with pince-nez and an efficient air. I judged that she was finding it difficult to keep pace with Sir Eustace, for her pencil was flying along, and she was frowning horribly. I stepped into the compartment. "Come aboard, sir," I said saucily. Sir Eustace paused, dead in the middle of a complicated sentence on the labor situation, and stared at me. Miss Pettigrew must be a nervous creature, in spite of her efficient air, for she jumped as though she had been shot. "God bless my soul," ejaculated Sir Eustace. "What about the young man in Durban?" "I prefer you," I said softly. "Darling," said Sir Eustace, "you can start holding my hand at once." Miss Pettigrew coughed, and Sir Eustace hastily withdrew his hand. "Ah, yes," he said. "Let me see. Where were we? Yes. Timon Roos." In his speech at "What's the matter? Why aren't you taking it down?" "I think," said Colonel Race gently, "that Miss Pettigrew has broken her pencil." He took it from her and sharpened it. Sir Eustace stared, and so did I. There was something in Colonel Race's tone that I did not quite understand. Chapter 22. Extract from the Diary of Sir Eustace Pedlar. I am inclined to abandon my reminiscences. Instead, I shall write a short article entitled "Secretaries I Have Had." As regards secretaries, I seem to have fallen under a blight. At one minute, I have no secretaries. At another, I have too many. At the present minute, I am journeying to Rhodesia with a pack of women. Race goes off with the two best looking, of course, and leaves me with the dud. That is what always happens to me. And, after all, this is my private car, not Race's. Also, Anne Beddingfeld is accompanying me to Rhodesia on the pretext of being my temporary secretary. But all this afternoon, she has been out on the observation platform with Race, exclaiming at the beauty of the Hex River Pass. It is true that I told her her principal duty would be to hold my hand, but she isn't even doing that. Perhaps she is afraid of Miss Pettigrew. I don't blame her if so. There is nothing attractive about Miss Pettigrew. She is a repellent female with large feet, more like a man than a woman. There is something very mysterious about Anne Beddingfeld. She jumped on board the train at the last minute, puffing like a steam engine, for all the world as though she'd been running a race. And yet, Paget told me that he'd seen her off to Durban last night. Either Paget has been drinking again, or else the girl must have an astral body, and she never explains. Nobody ever explains. Yes, secretaries I have had. No. A murderer fleeing from justice. No. 2. A secret drinker who carries on disreputable intrigues in Italy. No. 3. A beautiful girl who possesses the useful faculty of being in two places at once. No. 4. Miss Pettigrew, who, I have no doubt, is really a particularly dangerous crook in disguise. Probably one of Paget's Italian friends that he has palmed off on me. I shouldn't wonder if the world found someday that it had been grossly deceived by Paget. On the whole, I think Rayburn was the best of the bunch. He never worried me or got in my way. Guy Paget has had the impertinence to have the stationary trunk put in here. None of us can move without falling over it. I went out on the observation platform just now, expecting my appearance to be greeted with hails of delight. Both the women were listening spellbound to one of Race's traveler's tales. I shall label this car not Sir Eustace Pedlar and party, but Colonel Race and harem. Then Mrs. Blair must needs begin taking silly photographs. Every time we went round a particularly appalling curve. As we climbed higher and higher, she snapped at the engine. You see the point? She cried delightedly. It must be some curve if you can photograph the front part of the train from the back, and with the mountain background it will look awfully dangerous. I pointed out to her that no one could possibly tell it had been taken from the back of the train. She looked at me pityingly. I shall write underneath it. Taken from the train, engine going round a curve. You could write that under any snapshot of a train. I said, women never think of these simple things. I'm glad we've come up here in daylight, cried Anne Beddingfeld. I shouldn't have seen this if I'd gone last night to Durban. Should I? No, said Colonel Race, smiling. You'd have woken up tomorrow morning to find yourself in the Karoo, a hot, dusty desert of stones and rocks. I'm glad I changed my mind, said Anne, sighing contentedly. And looking round, it was rather a wonderful sight, the great mountains all around, through which we turned and twisted and labored ever steadily upwards. Is this the best train in the day to Rhodesia? Asked Anne Beddingfeld. In the day, laughed Race. Why, my dear Miss Anne, there are only 3 trains a week, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays. Do you realize that you don't arrive at the falls until Saturday next? How well we shall know each other by that time, said Mrs. Blair maliciously. How long are you going to stay at the falls? Sir Eustace. That depends, I said cautiously. On what? On how things go at Johannesburg. My original idea was to stay a couple of days or so at the falls, which I've never seen, though this is my 3rd visit to Africa, and then go on to Joburg and study the conditions of things on the Rand. At home, you know, I pose as being an authority on South African politics, but from all I hear, Joburg will be a particularly unpleasant place to visit in about a week's time. I don't want to study conditions in the midst of a raging revolution. Race smiled in a rather superior manner. I think your fears are exaggerated. Sir Eustace, there will be no great danger in Joburg. The women immediately looked at him in the what a brave hero you are manner. It annoyed me Intensely. I am every bit as brave as Race, but I lack the figure. These long, lean, brown men have it all their own way. I suppose you'll be there, I said coldly. Very possibly. We might travel together. I'm not sure that I shan't stay on at the falls a bit. I answered noncommittally. Why is Ray so anxious that I should go to Joburg? He's got his eye on Anne, I believe. What are your plans, Miss Anne? That depends, she replied demurely. Copying me? I thought you were my secretary. I objected. Oh, but I've been cut out. You've been holding Miss Pettigrew's hand all the afternoon, whatever I've been doing. I can swear I've not been doing that. I assured her. Thursday night. We have just left Kimberly. Race was made to tell the story of the diamond robbery all over again. Why are women so excited by anything to do with diamonds? At last, Anne Beddingfeld has shed her veil of mystery. It seems that she's a newspaper correspondent. She sent an immense cable from DR this morning. To judge by the jabbering that went on nearly all night in Mrs. Blair's cabin, she must have been reading aloud all her special articles for years to come. It seems that all along she's been on the track of the man in the brown suit. Apparently, she didn't spot him on the Kilmorden. In fact, she hardly had the chance. But she's now very busy cabling home how I journeyed out with the murderer and inventing highly fictitious stories of what he said to me, etc. I know how these things are done. I do them myself, in my reminiscences when Paget will let me, and of course one of Nasby's efficient staff will brighten up the details still more, so that when it appears in the daily budget Rayburn won't recognize himself. The girl's clever, though, all on her own. Apparently, she's ferreted out the identity of the woman who was killed in my house. She was a Russian dancer called Nadina. I asked Anne Beddingfeld if she was sure of this. She replied that it was merely a deduction, quite in the Sherlock Holmes manner. However, I gather that she had cabled it home to Nasby as a proved fact. Women have these intuitions. I've no doubt that Anne Beddingfeld is perfectly right in her guess, but to call it a deduction is absurd. How she ever got on the staff of the Daily Budget is more than I can imagine. But she is the kind of young woman who does these things. Impossible to withstand her. She is full of coaxing ways that mask an invincible determination. Look how she has got into my private car. I am beginning to have an inkling why. Race said something about the police suspecting that Rayburn would make for Rhodesia. He might just have got off by Monday's train. They telegraphed all along the line, I presume, and no one of his description was found. But that says little. He's an astute young man, and he knows Africa. He's probably exquisitely disguised as an old Kaffir woman. And the simple police continue to look for a handsome young man with a scar, dressed in the height of European fashion. I never did quite swallow that scar. Anyway, Anne Beddingfeld is on his track. She wants the glory of discovering him for herself and the Daily Budget. Young women are very cold-blooded nowadays. I hinted to her that it was an unwomanly action. She laughed at me. She assured me that did she run him to earth, her fortune was made. Race doesn't like it either. I can see. Perhaps Rayburn is on this train. If so, we may all be murdered in our beds. I said so to Mrs. Blair, but she seemed quite to welcome the idea, and remarked that if I were murdered, It would be really a terrific scoop for Anne. A scoop for Anne. Indeed, tomorrow we shall be going through Bechuanaland. The dust will be atrocious. Also, at every station, little Kaffir children come and sell you quaint wooden animals that they carve themselves. Also, mealie bowls and baskets. I am rather afraid that Mrs. Blair may run amok. There is a primitive charm about these toys that I feel will appeal to her. Friday evening, as I feared, Mrs. Blair and Anne have bought 49 wooden animals. Chapter 23. Anne's narrative resumed. I thoroughly enjoyed the journey up to Rhodesia. There was something new and exciting to see every day. First, the wonderful scenery of the Hexed River Valley, then the desolate grandeur of the Karoo, and finally, that wonderful straight stretch of line in Bechuanaland, and the perfectly adorable toys the natives brought to sell. Suzanne and I were nearly left behind at each station, if you could call them stations. It seemed to me that the train just stopped whenever it felt like it, and no sooner had it done so than a horde of natives materialized out of the empty landscape, holding up mealie bowls and sugar canes and fur karosses and adorable carved wooden animals. Suzanne began at once to make a collection of the latter. I imitated her example. Most of them cost a tiki threepence, and each was different. There were giraffes and tigers and snakes and a melancholy-looking eland and absurd little black warriors. We enjoyed ourselves enormously. Sir Eustace tried to restrain us, but in vain. I still think it was a miracle we were not left behind at some oasis of the line. South African trains don't hoot or get excited when they are going to start off again. They just glide quietly away, and you look up from your bargaining and run for your life. Suzanne's amazement at seeing me climb upon the train at Cape Town can be imagined. We held an exhaustive survey of the situation on the first evening out. We talked half the night. It had become clear to me that defensive tactics must be adopted as well as aggressive ones. Traveling with Sir Eustace Pedler and his party, I was fairly safe. Both he and Colonel Race were powerful protectors, and I judged that my enemies would not wish to stir up a hornet's nest about my ears. Also, as long as I was near Sir Eustace, I was more or less in touch with Guy Paget, and Guy Paget was the heart of the mystery. I asked Suzanne whether, in her opinion, it was possible that Paget himself was the mysterious colonel. His subordinate position was, of course, against the assumption, but it had struck me once or twice that, for all his autocratic ways, Sir Eustace was really very much influenced by his secretary. He was an easygoing man, and one whom an adroit secretary might be able to twist round his little finger. The comparative obscurity of his position might in reality be useful to him, since he would be anxious to be well out of the limelight. Suzanne, however, negatived these ideas very strongly. She refused to believe that Guy Paget was the ruling spirit. The real head, the colonel, was somewhere in the background and had probably been already in Africa at the time of our arrival. I agreed that there was much to be said for her view, but I was not entirely satisfied, for in each suspicious instance Paget had been shown as the directing genius. It was true that his personality seemed to lack the assurance and decision that one would expect from a master criminal. But after all, according to Colonel Race, it was brain work only that this mysterious leader supplied, and creative genius is often allied to a weak and timorous physical constitution. There speaks the professor's daughter, interrupted Suzanne. When I had got to this point in my argument, it's true, all the same. On the other hand, Paget may be the Grand Vizier, so to speak, of the all-highest. I was silent for a minute or two, and then went on musingly. I wish I knew how Sir Eustace made his money. Suspecting him again, Suzanne. I've got into that state that I can't help suspecting somebody. I don't really suspect him. But, after all, he is Paget's employer, and he did own the mill house. I've always heard that he made his money in some way he isn't anxious to talk about, said Suzanne thoughtfully. But that doesn't necessarily mean crime. It might be tin tacks or hair restorer. I agreed ruefully. I suppose, said Suzanne doubtfully, that we're not barking up the wrong tree. Being led completely astray. I mean, by assuming Paget's complicity, supposing that, after all, he is a perfectly honest man. I considered that for a minute or two. Then I shook my head. I can't believe that. After all, he has his explanations for everything. Why, S? But they're not very convincing. For instance, the night he tried to throw me overboard on the Kilmorden, he says he followed Rayburn up on deck, and Rayburn turned and knocked him down. Now we know that's not true. No, said Suzanne unwillingly. But we only heard the story at second hand from Sir Eustace. If we'd heard it direct from Paget himself, it might have been different. You know how people always get a story a little wrong when they repeat it. I turned the thing over in my mind. No, I said at last. I don't see any way out. Paget's guilty. You can't get away from the fact that he tried to throw me overboard, and everything else fits in. Why are you so persistent in this new idea of yours? Because of his face. His face. But, yes, I know what you're going to say. It's a sinister face. That's just it. No man with a face like that could be really sinister. It must be a colossal joke on the part of nature. I did not believe much in Suzanne's argument. I know a lot about nature in past ages. If she's got a sense of humor, she doesn't show it much. Suzanne is just the sort of person who would clothe nature with all her own attributes. We passed on to discuss our immediate plans. It was clear to me that I must have some kind of standing. I couldn't go on avoiding explanations forever. The solution of all my difficulties lay ready to my hand, though I didn't think of it for some time. The daily budget, my silence or my speech could no longer affect Harry Rayburn. He was marked down as the man in the brown suit, through no fault of mine. I could help him best by seeming to be against him. The colonel and his gang must have no suspicion that there existed any friendly feeling between me and the man they had elected to be the scapegoat of the murder at Marlow. As far as I knew, the woman killed was still unidentified. I would cable to Lord Nasby, suggesting that she was no other than the famous Russian dancer Nadina, who had been delighting Paris for so long. It seemed incredible to me that she had not been identified already. But when I learnt more of the case long afterwards, I saw how natural it really was. Nadina had never been to England during her successful career in Paris. She was unknown to London audiences. The pictures in the papers of the Marlow victim were so blurred and unrecognizable that it is small wonder no one identified them. And, on the other hand, Nadina had kept her intention of visiting England a profound secret from everyone. The day after the murder, a letter had been received by her manager purporting to be from the dancer. in which she said that she was returning to Russia on urgent private affairs and that he must deal with her broken contract as best he could. All this, of course, I only learned afterwards. With Suzanne's full approval, I sent a long cable from DR. It arrived at a psychological moment, this again. Of course, I learned afterwards. The daily budget was hard up for a sensation. My guess was verified and proved to be correct, and the daily budget had the scoop of its lifetime. Victim of the Millhouse murder identified by our special reporter, and so on. Our reporter makes voyage with the murderer, the man in the brown suit, what he is really like. The main facts were, of course, cabled to the South African papers, but I only read my own lengthy articles at a much later date. I received approval and full instructions by cable at Bulawayo. I was on the staff of the daily budget, and I had a private word of congratulation from Lord Nasby himself. I was definitely accredited to hunt down the murderer, and I, and only I, knew that the murderer was not Harry Rayburn. But let the world think that it was he, best so for the present. Chapter 24. We arrived at Bulawayo early on Saturday morning. I was disappointed in the place. It was very hot, and I hated the hotel. Also, Sir Eustace was what I can only describe as thoroughly sulky. I think it was all our wooden animals that annoyed him, especially the big giraffe. It was a colossal giraffe with an impossible neck, a mild eye, and a dejected tail. It had character. It had charm. A controversy was already arising as to whom it belonged to, me or Suzanne. We had each contributed a tiki to its purchase. Suzanne advanced the claims of seniority and the married state. I stuck to the position that I had been the first to behold its beauty. In the meantime, I must admit, it occupied a good deal of this three-dimensional space of ours to carry 49 wooden animals, all of awkward shape, and all of extremely brittle wood, is somewhat of a problem. 2 porters were laden with a bunch of animals each, and one promptly dropped a ravishing group of ostriches and broke their heads off. Warned by this, Suzanne and I carried all we could. Colonel Race helped, and I pressed the big giraffe into Sir Eustace's arms. Even the correct Miss Pettigrew did not escape. A large hippopotamus and 2 black warriors fell to her share. I had a feeling Miss Pettigrew didn't like me. Perhaps she fancied I was a bold hussy. Anyway, she avoided me as much as she could. And the funny thing was, her face seemed vaguely familiar to me, though I couldn't quite place it. We reposed ourselves most of the morning, and in the afternoon, we drove out to the Matapos to see Rhodes's grave. That is to say, we were to have done so, but at the last moment Sir Eustace backed out. He was very nearly in as bad a temper as the morning we arrived at Cape Town, when he bounced the peaches on the floor and they squashed. Evidently arriving early in the morning at places is bad for his temperament. He cursed the porters. He cursed the waiter at breakfast. He cursed the whole hotel management. He would doubtless have liked to curse Miss Pettigrew, who hovered around with her pencil and pad. But I don't think even Sir Eustace would have dared to curse Miss Pettigrew. She's just like the efficient secretary in a book. I only just rescued our dear giraffe in time. I feel Sir Eustace would have liked to dash him to the ground, to return to our expedition. After Sir Eustace had backed out, Miss Pettigrew said she would remain at home in case he might want her. And at the very last minute, Suzanne sent down a message to say she had a headache. So Colonel Race and I drove off alone. He is a strange man. One doesn't notice it so much in a crowd, but when one is alone with him, the sense of his personality seems really almost overpowering. He becomes more taciturn, and yet his silence seems to say more than speech might do. It was so that day that we drove to the Matapos through the soft yellow-brown scrub. Everything seemed strangely silent, except our car, which I should think was the first Ford ever made by man. The upholstery of it was torn to ribbons, and, though I know nothing about engines, even I could guess that all was not as it should be in its interior. By and by, the character of the country changed. Great boulders appeared, piled up into fantastic shapes. I felt suddenly that I had got into a primitive era. Just for a moment, Neanderthal men seemed quite as real to me as they had to Papa. I turned to Colonel Race. "There must have been giants once," I said dreamily. "And their children were just like children are today. They played with handfuls of pebbles, piling them up and knocking them down. And the more cleverly they balanced them, the better pleased they were. If I were to give a name to this place, I should call it the country of giant children. Perhaps you're nearer the mark than you know," said Colonel Race gravely. "Simple, primitive, big. That is Africa." I nodded appreciatively. "You love it, don't you?" I asked. "Yes. But to live in it long, well, it makes one what you would call cruel. One comes to hold life and death very lightly." "Yes," I said, thinking of Harry Rayburn. He had been like that too. But not cruel to weak things. Opinions differ as to what are and are not weak things. Miss Anne, there was a note of seriousness in his voice, which almost startled me. I felt that I knew very little really of this man at my side. I meant children and dogs. I think I can truthfully say I've never been cruel to children or dogs. "So you don't class women as weak things?" I considered. "No, I don't think I do, though they are, I suppose. That is, they are nowadays. But Papa always said that in the beginning men and women roamed the world together, equal in strength, like lions and tigers, and giraffes," interpolated Colonel Ray Sly. I laughed. Everyone makes fun of that giraffe. And giraffes? They were nomadic. You see, it wasn't till they settled down in communities, and women did one kind of thing and men another, that women got weak. And of course, underneath, one is still the same. One feels the same. I mean, and that is why women worship physical strength in men. It's what they once had and have lost. Almost ancestor worship. In fact, something of the kind. And you really think that's true? That women worship strength? I mean, I think it's quite true, if one's honest. You think you admire moral qualities, but when you fall in love, you revert to the primitive, where the physical is all that counts. But I don't think that's the end. If you lived in primitive conditions, it would be all right. But you don't. And so, in the end, the other thing wins after all. It's the things that are apparently conquered that always do win, isn't it? They win in the only way that counts, like what the Bible says about losing your life and finding it. In the end, said Colonel Race thoughtfully, you fall in love, and you fall out of it. Is that what you mean? Not exactly, but you can put it that way if you like. But I don't think you've ever fallen out of love. Miss Anne, no. I haven't, I admitted frankly, or fallen in love. Either I did not answer. The car drew up at our destination and brought the conversation to a close. We got out and began the slow ascent to the world's view. Not for the first time. I felt a slight discomfort in Colonel Race's company. He veiled his thoughts so well behind those impenetrable black eyes. He frightened me a little. He had always frightened me. I never knew where I stood with him. We climbed in silence till we reached the spot where Rhodes lies guarded by giant boulders. A strange, eerie place, far from the haunts of men, that sings a ceaseless paean of rugged beauty. We sat there for some time in silence, then descended once more, but diverging slightly from the path. Sometimes it was a rough scramble, and once we came to a sharp slope or rock that was almost sheer. Colonel Race went first, then turned to help me. "Better lift you," he said suddenly, and swung me off my feet with a quick gesture. I felt the strength of him as he set me down and released his clasp. A man of iron, with muscles like taut steel. And again I felt afraid, especially as he did not move aside, but stood directly in front of me, staring into my face. "What are you really doing here?" "Anne Beddingfield," he said abruptly. "I'm a gypsy seeing the world." "Yes, that's true enough." "True. The newspaper correspondent is only a pretext. You've not the soul of the journalist. You're out for your own hand, snatching at life. But that's not all. What was he going to make me tell him I was afraid? Afraid." I looked him full in the face. My eyes can't keep secrets like his, but they can carry the war into the enemy's country. "What are you really doing here?" "Colonel Race," I asked deliberately. For a moment, I thought he wasn't going to answer. He was clearly taken aback, though. At last he spoke, and his words seemed to afford him a grim amusement. "Pursuing ambition," he said. "Just that, pursuing ambition. You will remember, Miss Beddingfield, that by that sin fell the angels, etc. They say," I said slowly, "that you are really connected with the government, that you are in the Secret Service. Is that true? Was it my fancy? Or did he hesitate for a fraction of a second before he answered? "I can assure you, Miss Beddingfield, that I'm out here strictly as a private individual traveling for my own pleasure." Thinking the answer over later, it struck me as slightly ambiguous. Perhaps he meant it to be so. We rejoined the car in silence. Halfway back to Bulawayo, we stopped for tea at a somewhat primitive structure at the side of the road. The proprietor was digging in the garden and seemed annoyed at being disturbed, and he graciously promised to see what he could do. After an interminable wait, he brought us some stale cakes and some lukewarm tea. Then he disappeared to his garden again. No sooner had he departed than we were surrounded by cats, 6 of them all meowing piteously at once. The racket was deafening. I offered them some pieces of cake. They devoured them ravenously. I poured all the milk there was into a saucer, and they fought each other to get it. "Oh," I cried indignantly. "They're starved. It's wicked. Please, please. Order some more milk and another plate of cake." Colonel Race departed silently to do my bidding. The cats had begun meowing again. He returned with a big jug of milk, and the cats finished it all. I got up with determination on my face. I'm going to take those cats home with us. Shan't leave them here. My dear child, don't be absurd. You can't carry 6 cats as well as 50 wooden animals round with you. Never mind the wooden animals. These cats are alive. I shall take them back with me. You will do nothing of the kind. I looked at him resentfully, but he went on. You think me cruel, but one can't go through life sentimentalizing over these things. It's no good standing out. One shan't allow you to take them. It's a primitive country, you know, and I'm stronger than you. I always know when I'm beaten. I went down to the car with tears in my eyes. They're probably short of food just today, he explained consolingly. That man's wife has gone into Bulawayo for stores. Gone? So it will be all right. And anyway, you know, the world's full of starving cats. Don't, I said fiercely. I'm teaching you to realize life as it is. I'm teaching you to be hard and ruthless, like I am. That's the secret of strength and the secret of success. I'd sooner be dead than hard, I said passionately. We got into the car and started off. I pulled myself together. Again, slowly, suddenly, to my intense astonishment, he took my hand in his. Anne, he said gently, I want you. Will you marry me? I was utterly taken aback. Oh, no, I stammered. I can't. Why not? I don't care for you in that way. I've never thought of you like that. I see. Is that the only reason I had to be honest? I owed it him. No, I said, it is not. You see, I care for someone else. I see, he said again. And was that true at the beginning, when I first saw you? On the Kilmorden note? I whispered. It was on. Since then. I see, he said for the 3rd time, but this time there was a purposeful ring in his voice that made me turn and look at him. His face was grimmer than I had ever seen it. What? What do you mean? I faltered. He looked at me, inscrutable, dominating. Only that I know now what I have to do. His words sent a shiver through my spine. There was a determination behind them that I did not understand, and it frightened me. We neither of us said any more until we got back to the hotel. I went straight up to Suzanne. She was lying on her bed reading, and did not look in the least as though she had a headache. Here reposes the perfect gooseberry, she remarked, alias the tactful chaperone. Why, Anne dear, what's the matter? For I had burst into a floor of tears. I told her about the cats. One felt it wasn't fair to tell her about Colonel Race. But Suzanne is very sharp. I think she saw that there was something more behind. You haven't caught a chill, have you, Anne? Sounds absurd even to suggest such things in this heat. But you keep on shivering. It's nothing, I said. Nerves, or someone walking over my grave. I keep feeling something dreadful's going to happen. Don't be silly, said Suzanne, with decision. Let's talk of something interesting. Anne, about those diamonds. What about them? I'm not sure they're safe with me. It was all right before. No one could think they'd be amongst my things. But now that everyone knows we're such friends, you and I'll be under suspicion too. Nobody knows they're in a roll of films. Though, I argued, it's a splendid hiding place, and I really don't think we could better it. She agreed doubtfully. but said we would discuss it again when we got to the falls. Our train went at 9 o'clock. Sir Eustace's temper was still far from good, and Miss Pettigrew looked subdued. Colonel Race was completely himself. I felt that I had dreamed the whole conversation on the way back. I slept heavily that night on my hard bunk, struggling with ill-defined, menacing dreams. I awoke with a headache and went out on the observation platform of the car. It was fresh and lovely, and everywhere, as far as one could see, were the undulating wooded hills. I loved it more than any place I had ever seen. I wished then that I could have a little hut somewhere in the heart of the scrub and live there always, always. Just before 2:30, Colonel Race called me out from the office and pointed to a bouquet-shaped white mist that hovered over one portion of the bush. The spray from the falls. He said, "We are nearly there." I was still wrapped in that strange dream feeling of exaltation that had succeeded my troubled night. Very strongly implanted in me was the feeling that I had come home. Home, and yet I had never been here before. Or had I in dreams? We walked from the train to the hotel, a big white building closely wired against mosquitoes. There were no roads, no houses. We went out on the stope, and I uttered a gasp. There, half a mile away, facing us, were the falls. I've never seen anything so grand and beautiful. One never shall. "Anne, you're Fay," said Suzanne. As we sat down to lunch, "I've never seen you like this before." She stared at me curiously. Am I? I laughed, but I felt that my laugh was unnatural. It's just that I love it all. It's more than that. A little frown crossed her brow, one of apprehension. Yes, I was happy. But beyond that, I had the curious feeling that I was waiting for something that would happen soon. I was excited, restless. After tea, we strolled out, got on the trolley, and were pushed by smiling blacks down the little tracks of rails to the bridge. It was a marvelous sight. The great chasm and the rushing waters below, and the veil of mist and spray in front of us that parted every now and then for one brief minute to show the cataract of water and then closed up again in its impenetrable mystery. That, to my mind, has always been the fascination of the falls, their elusive quality. You always think you're going to see, and you never do. We crossed the bridge and walked slowly on by the path that was marked out with white stone on either side and led round the brink of the gorge. Finally, we arrived in a big clearing where on the left a path led downwards towards the chasm. "The Palm Gully," explained Colonel Race. "Shall we go down, or shall we leave it until tomorrow? It will take some time, and it's a good climb up again. We'll leave it until tomorrow," said Sir Eustace with decision. He isn't at all fond of strenuous physical exercise, I have noticed. He led the way back. As we went, we passed a fine native stalking along. Behind him came a woman who seemed to have the entire household belongings piled upon her head. The collection included a frying pan. "I never have my camera when I want it," groaned Suzanne. "That's an opportunity that will occur often enough." "Mrs. Blair," said Colonel Race, "so don't lament." We arrived back on the bridge. "Shall we go into the rainbow forest?" he continued. "Or are you afraid of getting wet?" Suzanne and I accompanied him. Sir Eustace went back to the hotel. I was rather disappointed in the rainbow forest. There weren't nearly enough rainbows, and we got soaked to the skin. But every now and then, we got a glimpse of the falls opposite and realized how enormously wide they are. Oh, dear, dear falls, how I love and worship you and always shall. We got back to the hotel just in time to change for dinner. Sir Eustace seems to have taken a positive antipathy to Colonel Race. Suzanne and I rallied him gently, but didn't get much satisfaction. After dinner, he retired to his sitting room, dragging Miss Pettigrew with him. Suzanne and I talked for a while with Colonel Race, and then she declared, with an immense yawn, that she was going to bed. I didn't want to be left alone with him, so I got up too and went to my room, but I was far too excited to go to sleep. I did not even undress. I lay back in a chair and gave myself up to dreaming. And all the time I was conscious of something coming nearer and nearer. There was a knock at the door, and I started. I got up and went to it. A little black boy held out a note. It was addressed to me in a handwriting I did not know. I took it and came back into the room. I stood there holding it. At last I opened it. It was very short. I must see you. I dare not come to the hotel. Will you come to the clearing by the Palm Gully? In memory of Cabin 17. Please come. The man you knew as Harry Rayburn. My heart beat to suffocation. He was here then. Oh, I had known it. One had known it all along. I had felt him near me. All unwittingly, I had come to his place of retreat. I wound a scarf round my head and stole to the door. I must be careful. He was hunted down. No one must see me meet him. I stole along to Suzanne's room. She was fast asleep. I could hear her breathing evenly. Sir Eustace. I paused outside the door of his sitting room. Yes, he was dictating to Miss Pettigrew. I could hear her monotonous voice repeating, I therefore ventured to suggest that in tackling this problem of colored labor, she paused for him to continue. And I heard him grunt something angrily. I stole on again. Colonel Race's room was empty. I did not see him in the lounge, and he was the man I feared most. Still, I could waste no more time. I slipped quietly out of the hotel and took the path to the bridge. I crossed it and stood there waiting in the shadow. If anyone had followed me, I should see them crossing the bridge. But the minutes passed, and no one came. I had not been followed. I turned and took the path to the clearing. I took 6 paces or so, and then stopped. Something had rustled behind me. It could not be anyone who had followed me from the hotel. It was someone who was already here, waiting, and immediately, without rhyme or reason, but with the sureness of instinct. I knew that it was I myself who was threatened. It was the same feeling as I had had on the Kilmorden that night, a sure instinct warning me of danger. I looked sharply over my shoulder. Silence. I moved on a pace or two. Again I heard that rustle. Still walking. I looked over my shoulder again. A man's figure came out of the shadow. He saw that I saw him and jumped forward, hard on my track. It was too dark to recognize anybody. All I could see was that he was tall and a European, not a native. I took to my heels and ran. I heard him pounding behind. I ran quicker, keeping my eyes fixed on the white stones that showed me where to step, for there was no moon that night, and suddenly my foot felt nothingness. I heard the man behind me laugh, an evil, sinister laugh. It rang in my ears as I fell headlong, down, down, down to destruction far beneath. Chapter 25. I came to myself slowly and painfully. I was conscious of an aching head and a shooting pain down my left arm when I tried to move. And everything seemed dreamlike and unreal. Nightmare visions floated before me. I felt myself falling, falling again. Once Harry Rayburn's face seemed to come to me out of the mist. Almost I imagined it real. Then it floated away again, mocking me. Once, I remember, someone put a cup to my lips, and I drank. A black face grinned into mine, a devil's face. I thought it, and screamed out. Then dreams again, long, troubled dreams in which I vainly sought Harry Rayburn to warn him. Warn him! What if I did not know myself? But there was some great danger, and I alone could save him. Then darkness again, merciful darkness, and real sleep. I woke at last myself again. The long nightmare was over. I remembered perfectly everything that had happened. My hurried flight from the hotel to meet Harry, the man in the shadows, and that last terrible moment of falling. By some miracle or other, I had not been killed. I was bruised and aching and very weak, but I was alive. But where was I? Moving my head with difficulty, I looked round me. I was in a small room with rough wooden walls. On them were hung skins of animals and various tusks of ivory. I was lying on a kind of rough couch, also covered with skins, and my left arm was bandaged up and felt stiff and uncomfortable. At first I thought I was alone, and then I saw a man's figure sitting between me and the light, his head turned towards the window. He was so still that he might have been carved out of wood. Something in the close-cropped black head was familiar to me, but I did not dare to let my imagination run astray. Suddenly, he turned, and I caught my breath. It was Harry Rayburn. Harry Rayburn in the flesh. He rose and came over to me. "Feeling better?" he said a trifle awkwardly. I could not answer. The tears were running down my face. I was weak still, but I held his hand in both of mine. If only I could die like this, whilst he stood there, looking down on me with that new look in his eyes. "Don't cry, Anne. Please don't cry. You're safe now. No one shall hurt you." He went and fetched a cup and brought it to me. "Drink some of this milk." I drank obediently. He went on talking, in a low, coaxing tone, such as he might have used to a child. "Don't ask any more questions now. Go to sleep again. You'll be stronger by and by. I'll go away if you like." "No," I said urgently. "No, no." "Then I'll stay." He brought a small stool over beside me and sat there. He laid his hand over mine and soothed and comforted. I dropped off to sleep once more. It must have been evening then, but when I woke again, the sun was high in the heavens. I was alone in the hut, But as I stirred, an old native woman came running in. She was hideous as sin, but she grinned at me encouragingly. She brought me water in a basin and helped me wash my face and hands. Then she brought me a large bowl of soup, and I finished it. Every drop I asked her several questions, but she only grinned and nodded and chattered away in a guttural language. So I gathered she knew no English. Suddenly, she stood up and drew back respectfully as Harry Rayburn entered. He gave her a nod of dismissal, and she went out, leaving us alone. He smiled at me. Really better today? Yes, indeed, but very bewildered still. Where am I? You're on a small island on the Zambezi about 4 miles up from the falls. Do my friends know I'm here? He shook his head. I must send word to them. That is as you like, of course. But if I were you, I should wait until you are a little stronger. Why? He did not answer immediately. So I went on. How long have I been here? His answer amazed me. Nearly a month. Oh, I cried. I must send word to Suzanne. She'll be terrible anxious. Who is Suzanne, Mrs. Blair? I was with her and Sir Eustace and Colonel Race at the hotel, but you knew that. Surely. He shook his head. I know nothing, except that I found you, caught in the fork of a tree, unconscious, and with a badly wrenched arm. Where was the tree? Overhanging the ravine. But for your clothes catching on the branches, you would certainly have been dashed to pieces. I shuddered. Then a thought struck me. You say you didn't know I was there. What about the note then? What note? The note you sent me. Asking me to meet you in the clearing. He stared at me. I sent no note. I felt myself flushing up to the roots of my hair. Fortunately, he did not seem to notice. How did you come to be on the spot in such a marvelous manner? I asked. In as nonchalant a manner as I could assume. And what are you doing in this part of the world? Anyway, I live here, he said simply. On this island? Yes, I came here after the war. Sometimes I take parties from the hotel out in my boat, but it costs me very little to live. And mostly I do as I please. You live here all alone. I am not pining for society, I assure you. He replied coldly. I am sorry to have inflicted mine upon you, I retorted, but I seem to have had very little to say in the matter. To my surprise, his eyes twinkled a little. None whatever. I slung you across my shoulders like a sack of coal and carried you to my boat, quite like a primitive man of the Stone Age. But for a different reason, I put in. He flushed this time, a deep burning blush. The tan of his face was suffused. But you haven't told me how you came to be wandering about so conveniently for me, I said hastily. To cover his confusion, I couldn't sleep. I was restless, disturbed, had the feeling something was going to happen. In the end, I took the boat and came ashore and tramped down towards the falls. I was just at the head of the Palm Gully when I heard you scream. Why didn't you get help from the hotel instead of carting me all the way here? I asked. He flushed again. I suppose it seems an unpardonable liberty to you, but I don't think that, even now you realize your danger, you think I should have informed your friends, pretty friends, who allowed you to be decoyed out to death? No. I swore to myself that I'd take better care of you than anyone else could. Not a soul comes to this island. I got old Batani, whom I cured of a fever once, to come and look after you. She's loyal. She'll never say a word. I could keep you here for months, and no one would ever know. I could keep you here for months, and no one would ever know. How some words please one. You did quite right, I said quietly, and I shall not send word to anyone. A day or so more anxiety doesn't make much difference. It's not as though they were my own people. They're only acquaintances, really, even Suzanne. And whoever wrote that note must have known a great deal. It was not the work of an outsider. I managed to mention the note this time without blushing at all. If you would be guided by me, he said, hesitating. I don't expect I shall be. I answered candidly. But there's no harm in hearing. Do you always do what you like? Miss Beddingfield. Usually, I replied cautiously. To anyone else, I would have said, always. I pity your husband, he said unexpectedly. You needn't, I retorted. I shouldn't dream of marrying anyone unless I was madly in love with him. And of course, there is really nothing a woman enjoys so much as doing all the things she doesn't like for the sake of someone she does like. And the more self-willed she is, the more she likes it. I'm afraid I disagree with you. The boot is on the other leg as a rule. He spoke with a slight sneer. Exactly. I cried eagerly. And that's why there are so many unhappy marriages. It's all the fault of the men. Either they give way to their women, and then the women despise them, or else they are utterly selfish. Insist on their own way, and never say thank you. Successful husbands make their wives do just what they want, and then make a frightful fuss of them for doing it. Women like to be mastered, but they hate not to have their sacrifices appreciated. On the other hand, men don't really appreciate women who are nice to them all the time. When I'm married, I shall be a devil most of the time. But every now and then, when my husband least expects it, I shall show him what a perfect angel I can be. Harry laughed outright. What a cat and dog life you will lead. Lovers always fight, I assured him, because they don't understand each other. And by the time they do understand each other, they aren't in love anymore. Does the reverse hold true? Are people who fight each other always lovers? I don't know, I said, momentarily confused. He turned away to the fireplace. Like some more soup, he asked in a casual tone. Yes, please. I'm so hungry that I would eat a hippopotamus. That's good. He busied himself with the fire. I watched. When I can get off the couch, I'll cook for you. I promised. I don't suppose you know anything about cooking. I can warm up things out of tins as well as you can, I retorted, pointing to a row of tins on the mantelpiece. Touche, he said, and laughed. His whole face changed when he laughed. It became boyish, happy, a different personality. I enjoyed my soup. As I ate it, I reminded him that he had not, after all, tendered me his advice. Yes. What I was going to say was this. If I were you, I would stay quietly Perdue here until you are quite strong again. Your enemies will believe you dead. They will hardly be surprised at not finding the body. It would have been dashed to pieces on the rocks and carried down with the torrent. I shivered. Once you are completely restored to health, you can journey quietly on to Beira and get a boat to take you back to England. That would be very tame. I objected scornfully. There speaks a foolish schoolgirl. I'm not a foolish schoolgirl. I cried indignantly, "I'm a woman." He looked at me with an expression I could not fathom. As I sat up flushed and excited, "God help me. So you are," he muttered and went abruptly out. My recovery was rapid. The two injuries I had sustained were a knock on the head and a badly wrenched arm. The latter was the most serious, and, to begin with, my rescuer had believed it to be actually broken. A careful examination, however, convinced him that it was not so, and although it was very painful, I was recovering the use of it quite quickly. It was a strange time. We were cut off from the world, alone together, as Adam and Eve might have been. But with what a difference old Batani hovered about, counting no more than a dog might have done. I insisted on doing the cooking, or as much of it as I could manage with one arm. Harry was out a good part of the time, but we spent long hours together, lying out in the shade of the palms, talking and quarreling, discussing everything under high heaven, quarreling and making it up again. We bickered a good deal, but there grew up between us a real and lasting comradeship, such as I could never have believed possible. That, and something else. The time was drawing near. I knew it, when I should be well enough to leave, and I realized it with a heavy heart. Was he going to let me go, without a word, without a sign? He had fits of silence, long, moody intervals, moments when he would spring up and tramp off by himself. One evening, the crisis came. We had finished our simple meal and were sitting in the doorway of the hut. The sun was sinking. Hairpins were necessities of life with which Harry had not been able to provide me, and my hair, straight and black, hung to my knees. I sat, my chin on my hands, lost in meditation. I felt rather than saw Harry looking at me. "You look like a witch, Anne," he said at last, and there was something in his voice that had never been there before. He reached out his hand and just touched my hair. I shivered. Suddenly, he sprang up with an oath. "You must leave here tomorrow. Do you hear?" he cried. One, can't bear any more. I'm only a man after all. You must go. Anne, you must. You're not a fool. You know yourself that this can't go on." "I suppose not," I said slowly. "But it's been happy, hasn't it? Is happy. It's been hell. As bad as that. What do you torment me for? Why are you mocking at me? Why do you say that laughing into your hair? I wasn't laughing. And I'm not mocking. If you want me to go, I'll go. But if you want me to stay, I'll stay." Not that he cried vehemently. Not that "Don't tempt me." "Anne, do you realize what I am? A criminal twice over, a man hunted down. They know me here as Harry Parker. They think I've been away on a trek up country, but any day they may put two and two together, and then the blow will fall. You're so young, Anne, and so beautiful, with the kind of beauty that sends men mad. All the world's before you. Love, life, everything. Mine's behind me, scorched, spoiled, with a taste of bitter ashes. If you don't want me, you know I want you. You know that I'd give my soul to pick you up in my arms and keep you here, hidden away from the world forever and ever. and you're tempting me. Anne, you, with your long witch's hair, and your eyes that are golden and brown and green, and never stop laughing even when your mouth is grave. But I'll save you from yourself and from me. You shall go tonight. You shall go to Bera. I'm not going to Bera. I interrupted. You are. You shall go to Bera if I have to take you there myself and throw you on to the boat. What do you think I'm made of? Do you think I'll wake up night after night, fearing they've got you? One can't go on counting on miracles happening. You must go back to England, Aggie, and marry and be happy with a steady man who'll give me a good home. Better that than a utter disaster. And what of you? His face grew grim and set. I've got my work ready to hand. Don't ask what it is. You can guess. I dare say. But I'll tell you this. I'll clear my name. Or die in the attempt. And I'll choke the life out of the damned scoundrel who did his best to murder you the other night. We must be fair, I said. He didn't actually push me over. He'd no need to. His plan was cleverer than that. I went up to the path afterwards. Everything looked all right, but by the marks on the ground, I saw that the stones which outlined the path had been taken up and put down again in a slightly different place. There are tall bushes growing just over the edge. He'd balanced the outside stones on them, so that you'd think you were still on the path, when in reality you were stepping into nothingness. God help him, if I lay my hands upon him. He paused a minute and then said, in a totally different tone, we've never spoken of these things. Anne, have we? But the time's come. I want you to hear the whole story, from the beginning. If it hurts you to go over the past, don't tell me, I said in a low voice. But I want you to know, I never thought I should speak of that part of my life to anyone. Funny, isn't it? The tricks fate plays. He was silent for a minute or two. The sun has set, and the velvety darkness of the African night was enveloping us like a mantle. Some of it I know. I said gently, what do you know? I know that your real name is Harry Lucas. Still, he hesitated, not looking at me, but staring straight out in front of him. I had no clue as to what was passing in his mind, but at last he jerked his head forward, as though acquiescing in some unspoken decision of his own, and began his story. Chapter 26. You are right. My real name is Harry Lucas. My father was a retired soldier who came out to farm in Rhodesia. He died when I was in my second year at Cambridge. Were you fond of him? I asked suddenly. I don't know. Then he flushed and went on with sudden vehemence. Why do I say that I did love my father? We said bitter things to each other the last time I saw him, and we had many rows over my wildness and my debts, but I cared for the old man. I know how much now, when it's too late. He continued more quietly. It was at Cambridge that I met the other fellow. Young Erdsley. Yes, young Erdsley. His father, as you know, was one of South Africa's most prominent men. We drifted together at once, my friend and I. We had our love of South Africa in common, and we both had a taste for the untrodden places of the world. After we left Cambridge, Erdsley had a final quarrel with his father. The old man had paid his debts twice. He refused to do so again. There was a bitter scene between them. Sir Lawrence declared himself at the end of his patience. He would do no more for his son. he must stand on his own legs for a while. The result was, as you know, that those two young men went off to South America together, prospecting for diamonds. I'm not going into that now, but we had a wonderful time out there, hardships in plenty. You understand, but it was a good life, a hand-to-mouth scramble for existence far from the beaten track, and, my God, that's the place to know a friend. There was a bond forged between us two out there that only death could have broken. Well, as Colonel Race told you, our efforts were crowned with success. We found a second Kimberly in the heart of the British Guiana jungles. I can't tell you our elation. It wasn't so much the actual value, in money, of the find. You see, Eardsley was used to money, and he knew that when his father died, he would be a millionaire. And Lucas had always been poor, and was used to it. No, it was the sheer delight of discovery. He paused, and then added, almost apologetically, "You don't mind my telling it this way, do you? As though I wasn't in it at all? It seems like that now, when I look back and see those two boys. I almost forgot that one of them was Harry Rayburn." "Tell it any way you like," I said. And he went on. "We came to Kimberley, very cock-a-hoop over our find. We brought a magnificent selection of diamonds with us to submit to the experts. And then, in the hotel at Kimberley, we met her. I stiffened a little, and the hand that rested on the doorpost clenched itself involuntarily. Anita Greinberg, that was her name. She was an actress, quite young and very beautiful. She was South African born, but her mother was a Hungarian, I believe. There was some sort of mystery about her, and that, of course, heightened her attraction for two boys home from the wilds. She must have had an easy task. We both fell for her right away, and we both took it hard. It was the first shadow that had ever come between us. But even then, it didn't weaken our friendship. Each of us, I honestly believe, was willing to stand aside for the other to go in and win. But that wasn't her game. Sometimes, afterwards, I wondered why it hadn't been. For Sir Lawrence Eardsley's only son was quite a party. But the truth of it was that she was married to a sorter in De Beers, though nobody knew of it. She pretended enormous interest in our discovery, and we told her all about it and even showed her the diamonds. Delilah, that's what she should have been called, and she played her part well. The De Beers robbery was discovered, and like a thunderclap, the police came down upon us. They seized our diamonds. We only laughed at first. The whole thing was so absurd. And then the diamonds were produced in court. And without question, they were the stones stolen from De Beers. Anita Greenberg had disappeared. She had effected the substitution neatly enough, and our story that these were not the stones originally in our possession was laughed to scorn. Sir Lawrence Eardsley had enormous influence. He succeeded in getting the case dismissed, but it left two young men ruined and disgraced to face the world with the stigma of thief attached to their name. But it pretty well broke the old fellow's heart. He had one bitter interview with his son in which he heaped upon him every reproach imaginable. He had done what he could to save the family name. But from that day on, his son was his son no longer. He cast him off utterly, and the boy, like the proud young fool that he was, remained silent, disdaining to protest his innocence in the face of his father's disbelief. He came out furious from the interview. His friend was waiting for him. A week later, war was declared. The two friends enlisted together. You know what happened. The best pal a man ever had was killed, partly through his own mad recklessness in rushing into unnecessary danger. He died with his name tarnished. I swear to you, Anne, that it was mainly on his account that I was so bitter against that woman. It had gone deeper with him than with me. I had been madly in love with her for the moment. Even think that I frightened her sometimes, but with him, it was a quieter and deeper feeling. She had been the very center of his universe, and her betrayal of him tore up the very roots of life. The blow stunned him and left him paralyzed. Harry paused. After a minute or two, he went on. As you know, I was reported missing, presumed killed. I never troubled to correct the mistake. I took the name of Parker and came to this island, which I knew of old. At the beginning of the war, I had had ambitious hopes of proving my innocence, but now all that spirit seemed dead. All I felt was, what's the good? My pal was dead. Neither he nor I had any living relations who would care. I was supposed to be dead too. Let it remain at that. I led a peaceful existence here, neither happy nor unhappy, numbed of all feeling. I see now, though I did not realize it at the time, that was partly the effect of the war. And then one day, something occurred to wake me right up again. I was taking a party of people in my boat on a trip up the river, and I was standing at the landing stage, helping them in, when one of the men uttered a startled exclamation. It focused my attention to him. He was a small, thin man with a beard, and he was staring at me for all he was worth, as though I was a ghost. So powerful was his emotion that it awakened my curiosity. I made inquiries about him at the hotel and learned that his name was Carton, that he came from Kimberley, and that he was a diamond sorter employed by De Beers. In a minute, all the old sense of wrong surged over me again. I left the island and went to Kimberley. I could find out little more about him. However, in the end, I decided that I must force an interview. I took my revolver with me. In the brief glimpse I had had of him, I had realized that he was a physical coward. No sooner were we face to face than I recognized that he was afraid of me. I soon forced him to tell me all he knew. He had engineered part of the robbery, and Anita Greinberg was his wife. He had once caught sight of both of us when we were dining with her at the hotel, and, having read that I was killed, my appearance in the flesh at the falls had startled him badly. He and Anita had married quite young, but she had soon drifted away from him. She had got in with a bad lot. He told me, and it was then for the first time that I heard of the Colonel. Carton himself had never been mixed up in anything except this one affair. So he solemnly assured me, and I was inclined to believe him. He was emphatically not of the stuff of which successful criminals are made. I still had the feeling that he was keeping back something as a test. I threatened to shoot him there and then, declaring that I cared very little what became of me now. In a frenzy of terror, he poured out a further story. It seems that Anita Greinberg did not quite trust the Colonel, whilst pretending to hand over to him the stones she had taken from the hotel. She kept back some in her own possession. Carton advised her, with his technical knowledge, which to keep, if, at any time, these stones were produced. They were of such color and quality as to be readily identifiable, and the experts at De Beers would admit at once that these stones had never passed through their hands. In this way, my story of a substitution would be supported, my name would be cleared, and suspicion would be diverted to the proper quarter. I gathered that, contrary to his usual practice, the colonel himself had been concerned in this affair. Therefore, Anita felt satisfied that she had a real hold over him, should she need it. Carton now proposed that I should make a bargain with Anita Grinberg, or Nadina, as she now called herself. For a sufficient sum of money, he thought that she would be willing to give up the diamonds and betray her former employer. He would cable to her immediately. I was still suspicious of Carton. He was a man whom it was easy enough to frighten, but who, in his fright, would tell so many lies that to sift the truth out from them would be no easy job. I went back to the hotel and waited. By the following evening, I judged that he would have received the reply to his cable. I called round at his house and was told that Mr. Carton was away, but would be returning on the morrow. Instantly, I became suspicious. In the nick of time, I found out that he was in reality sailing for England on the Kilmorden Castle, which left Cape Town in 2 days' time. I had just time to journey down and catch the same boat. I had no intention of alarming Carton by revealing my presence on board. I had done a good deal of acting in my time at Cambridge, and it was comparatively easy for me to transform myself into a grave bearded gentleman of middle age. I avoided Carton carefully on board the boat, keeping to my own cabin as far as possible under the pretense of illness. I had no difficulty in trailing him when we got to London. He went straight to an hotel and did not go out until the following day. He left the hotel shortly before 1 o'clock. I was behind him. He went straight to a house agent in Knightsbridge. There he asked for particulars of houses to let on the river. I was at the next table, also inquiring about houses. Then suddenly in walked Anita Greenberg. Nadina, whatever you like to call her, superb, insolent, and almost as beautiful as ever. God, how I hated her. There she was, the woman who had ruined my life, and who had also ruined a better life than mine. At that minute, I could have put my hands round her neck and squeezed the life out other inch by inch. Just for a minute or two, I saw red. I hardly took in what the agent was saying. It was her voice that I heard next, high and clear, with an exaggerated foreign accent. The mill house, Marlow, the property of Sir Eustace Pedlar, that sounds as though it might suit me. At any rate, I will go and see it. The man wrote her an order, and she walked out again in her regal, insolent manner. Not by word or a sign had she recognized Carton, yet I was sure that their meeting there was a preconceived plan. Then I started to jump to conclusions, not knowing that Sir Eustace was at Cannes. I thought that this house-hunting business was a mere pretext for meeting him in the mill house. I knew that he had been in South Africa at the time of the robbery, and never having seen him, I immediately leaped to the conclusion that he himself was the mysterious colonel of whom I had heard so much. I followed my two suspects along Knightsbridge. Nadina went into the Hyde Park Hotel. I quickened my pace and went in also. She walked straight into the restaurant, and I decided that I would not risk her recognizing me at the moment, but would continue to follow Carton. I was in great hopes that he was going to get the diamonds, and that by suddenly appearing and making myself known to him when he least expected it, I might startle the truth out of him. I followed him down into the tube station at Hyde Park Corner. He was standing by himself at the end of the platform. There was some girl standing near, but no one else. I decided that I would accost him then and there. You know what happened. In the sudden shock of seeing a man whom he imagined far away in South Africa, he lost his head and stepped back upon the line. He was always a coward, under the pretext of being a doctor. I managed to search his pockets. There was a wallet with some notes in it and one or two unimportant letters. There was a roll of films, which I must have dropped somewhere later, and there was a piece of paper with an appointment made on it for the 22nd on the Kilmorden Castle. In my haste to get away before anyone detained me, I dropped that also, but fortunately I remembered the figures. I hurried to the nearest cloakroom and hastily removed my makeup. I did not want to be laid by the heels for picking a dead man's pocket. Then I retraced my steps to the Hyde Park Hotel. Nadina was still having lunch. I needn't describe in detail how I followed her down to Marlow. She went into the house, and I spoke to the woman at the lodge, pretending that I was with her. Then I, too, went in. He stopped. There was a tense silence. You will believe me, Anne, won't you? I swear before God that what I am going to say is true. I went into the house after her with something very like murder in my heart, and she was dead. I found her in the first-floor room. God, it was horrible. Dead, and I was not more than 3 minutes behind her. And there was no sign of anyone else in the house. Of course, I realized at once the terrible position I was in. By one masterstroke, the blackmailed had rid himself of the blackmailer, and at the same time had provided a victim to whom the crime would be ascribed. The hand of the colonel was very plain. For the second time, I was to be his victim. Fool that I had been to walk into the trap so easily. I hardly know what I did next. I managed to go out of the place looking fairly normal. But I knew that it would not be long before the crime was discovered, and a description of my appearance telegraphed all over the country. I lay low for some days, not daring to make a move. In the end, chance came to my aid. I overheard a conversation between two middle-aged gentlemen in the street, one of whom proved to be Sir Eustace Pedlar. I at once conceived the idea of attaching myself to him as his secretary. The fragment of conversation I had overheard gave me my clue. I was now no longer so sure that Sir Eustace Pedlar was the colonel. His house might have been appointed as a rendezvous by accident, or for some obscure motive that I had not fathomed. Do you know, I interrupted, that Guy Paget was in Marlow at the date of the murder? That settles it then. I thought he was at Caen with Sir Eustace. He was supposed to be in Florence, but he certainly never went there. I'm pretty certain he was really in Marlow. But of course, I can't prove it. And to think I never suspected Paget for a minute until the night he tried to throw you overboard. The man's a marvelous actor. Yes, isn't he? That explains why the mill house was chosen. Paget could probably get in and out of it unobserved. Of course, he made no objection to my accompanying Sir Eustace across in the boat. He didn't want me laid by the heels immediately. You see, evidently Nadina didn't bring the jewels with her to the rendezvous, as they had counted on her doing. I fancy that Carton really had them and concealed them somewhere on the Kilmorden Castle. That's where he came in. They hoped that I might have some clue as to where they were hidden. As long as the colonel did not recover the diamonds, he was still in danger, hence his anxiety to get them at all costs. Where the devil Carton hid them. If he did hide them, one don't know. That's another story. I quoted my story, and I'm going to tell it to you now. Chapter 27. Harry listened attentively whilst I recounted all the events that I've narrated in these pages. The thing that bewildered and astonished him most was to find that all along the diamonds had been in my possession, or rather in Suzanne's. That was a fact he had never suspected. Of course, after hearing his story, I realized the point of Carton's little arrangement, or rather Nadina's, since I had no doubt that it was her brain which had conceived the plan. No surprise tactics executed against her or her husband could result in the seizure of the diamonds. The secret was locked in her own brain, and the colonel was not likely to guess that they had been entrusted to the keeping of an ocean steward. Harry's vindication from the old charge of theft seemed assured. It was the other graver charge that paralyzed all our activities. For, as things stood, he could not come out in the open to prove his case. The one thing we came back to, again and again, was the identity of the colonel. Was he, or was he not, Guy Paget? I should say he was, but for one thing, said Harry. It seems pretty much of a certainty that it was Paget who murdered Anita Grinberg at Marlow, and that certainly lends color to the supposition that he is actually the colonel, since Anita's business was not of the nature to be discussed with a subordinate. No. The only thing that militates against that theory is the attempt to put you out of the way on the night of your arrival here. You saw Paget left behind at Cape Town. By no possible means could he have arrived here before the following Wednesday. He is unlikely to have any emissaries in this part of the world, and all his plans were laid to deal with you in Cape Town. He might, of course, have cabled instructions to some lieutenant of his in Johannesburg, who could have joined the Rhodesian train at Mafeking. But his instructions would have had to be particularly definite to allow of that note being written. We sat silent for a moment. Then Harry went on slowly. You say that Mrs. Blair was asleep when you left the hotel, and that you heard Sir Eustace dictating to Miss Pettigrew. Where was Colonel Race? I could not find him anywhere. Had he any reason to believe that you and I might be friendly with each other? He might have had, I answered thoughtfully, remembering our conversation on the way back from Metapos. He's a very powerful personality. I continued, but not at all my idea of the colonel. And, anyway, such an idea would be absurd. He's in the Secret Service. How do we know that he is? It's the easiest thing in the world to throw out a hint of that kind. No one contradicts it. And the rumor spreads until everyone believes it as gospel truth. It provides an excuse for all sorts of doubtful doings. Anne, do you like Race? I do, and I don't. He repels me, and at the same time fascinates me. But I know one thing. I'm always a little afraid of him. He was in South Africa, you know, at the time of the Kimberley robbery, said Harry slowly. But it was he who told Suzanne all about the colonel and how he had been in Paris trying to get on his track. Camouflage, of a particularly clever kind. But where does Paget come in? Is he in Race's pay? Perhaps, said Harry slowly. He doesn't come in at all. What, think back, Anne? Did you ever hear Paget's own account of that night on the Kilmorden? Yes, through Sir Eustace. I repeated it. Harry listened closely, He saw a man coming from the direction of Sir Eustace's cabin and followed him up on deck. Is that what he says? Now, who had the cabin opposite to Sir Eustace, Colonel Race? Supposing Colonel Race crept up on deck and foiled in his attack on you, fled round the deck, and met Paget just coming through the saloon door. He knocks him down and springs inside, closing the door. We dash round and find Paget lying there. How's that? You forget that he declares positively it was you who knocked him down. Well, suppose that just as he regains consciousness, he sees me disappearing in the distance. Wouldn't he take it for granted that I was his assailant? Especially as he thought all along it was I he was following. It's possible. Yes, I said slowly, but it alters all our ideas. And there are other things. Most of them are open to explanation. The man who followed you in Cape Town spoke to Paget, and Paget looked at his watch. The man might have merely asked him the time. It was just a coincidence. You mean not exactly? There's a method in all this. Connecting Paget with the affair. Why was the mill house chosen for the murder? Was it because Paget had been in Kimberley when the diamonds were stolen? Would he have been made the scapegoat if I had not appeared so providentially upon the scene? Then you think he may be entirely innocent. It looks like it, but if so, we've got to find out what he was doing in Marlow. If he's got a reasonable explanation of that, we're on the right track. He got up. It's past midnight. Turn in, Anne, and get some sleep. Just before dawn, I'll take you over in the boat. You must catch the train at Livingston. I've got a friend there who will keep you hidden away until the train starts. You go to Bulawayo and catch the Barra train there. I can find out from my friend in Livingstone what's going on at the hotel and where your friends are now. Barra, I said meditatively. Yes. Anne, it's Barra for you. This is man's work. Leave it to me. We had had a momentary respite from emotion whilst we talked the situation out, but it was on us again now. We did not even look at each other. Very well, I said, and passed into the hut. I lay down on the skin-covered couch, but I didn't sleep, and outside I could hear Harry Rayburn pacing up and down through the long, dark hours. At last he called me. Come, Anne, it's time to go. I got up and came out obediently. It was still quite dark, but I knew that dawn was not far off. We'll take the canoe, not the motorboat, Harry began, when suddenly he stopped dead and held up his hand. Hush. What's that? I listened, but could hear nothing. His ears were sharper than mine, however, the ears of a fake who has lived long in the wilderness. Presently I heard it too. The faint splash of paddles in the water coming from the direction of the right bank of the river and rapidly approaching our little landing stage. We strained our eyes in the darkness and could make out a dark blur on the surface of the water. It was a boat. Then there was a momentary spurt of flame. Someone had struck a match. By its light, I recognized one figure, the red-bearded Dutchman of the villa at Muizenberg. The others were natives. Quick, back to the hut. Harry swept me back with him. He took down a couple of rifles and a revolver from the wall. Can you load a rifle? I never have. Show me how. I grasped his instructions well enough. We closed the door, and Harry stood by the window which overlooked the landing stage. The boat was just about to run alongside it. Who's that? Called out Harry. in a ringing voice. Any doubt we might have had as to our visitor's intentions was swiftly resolved. A hail of bullets splattered round us. Fortunately, neither of us was hit. Harry raised the rifle. It spat murderously, and again and again. I heard 2 groans and a splash. "That's given 'em something to think about," he muttered grimly. As he reached for the second rifle, "Stand well back, Anne, for God's sake, and load quickly. More bullets." One just grazed Harry's cheek. His answering fire was more deadly than theirs. I had the rifle reloaded when he turned for it. He caught me close with his left arm and kissed me once savagely before he turned to the window again. Suddenly, he uttered a shout. "They're going. Had enough of it. They're a good mark out there on the water, and they can't see how many of us there are. They're routed for the moment, but they'll come back. We'll have to get ready for them." He flung down the rifle and turned to me. "Anne, you beauty, you wonder, you little queen. As brave as a lion, black-haired witch." He caught me in his arms. He kissed my hair, my eyes, my mouth. "And now, to business," he said, suddenly releasing me. "Get out those tins of paraffin." I did as I was told. He was busy inside the hut. Presently, I saw him on the roof of the hut, crawling along with something in his arms. He rejoined me in a minute or two. "Go down to the boat. We'll have to carry it across the island to the other side." He picked up the paraffin as I disappeared. "They're coming back," I called softly. I had seen the blur moving out from the opposite shore. He ran down to me, just in time. Why, where the hell's the boat? Both had been cut adrift. Harry whistled softly. "We're in a tight place. Honey, mine not with you." But dying together's not much fun. We'll do better than that. See, they've got 2 boatloads this time, going to land at 2 different points. Now, for my little scenic effect. Almost as he spoke, a long flame shot up from the hut. Its light illuminated 2 crouching figures huddled together on the roof. My old clothes, stuffed with rugs, but they won't tumble to it for some time. "Come, Anne. We've got to try desperate means." Hand in hand, we raced across the island. Only a narrow channel of water divided it from the shore on that side. "We've got to swim for it. Can you swim at all?" "Anne, not that it matters. I can get you across. It's the wrong side for a boat. Too many rocks. But the right side for swimming, and the right side for Livingston. I can swim a little. Further than that, what's the danger?" Harry, for I had seen the grim look on his face. "Sharks, no. You little goose. Sharks live in the sea, but you're sharp. Anne, crocs, that's the trouble. Crocodiles, yes. Don't think of them, or say your prayers. Whichever you feel inclined." We plunged in. My prayers must have been efficacious, for we reached the shore without adventure, and drew ourselves up wet and dripping on the bank. Now for Livingston. It's rough going, I'm afraid, and wet clothes won't make it any better, but it's got to be done. That walk was a nightmare. My wet skirts flapped around my legs, and my stockings were soon torn off by the thorns. Finally, I stopped. utterly exhausted. Harry came back to me. "Hold up. Honey, I'll carry you for a bit." That was the way I came into Livingston, slung across his shoulder like a sack of coals. How he did it, for all that way, I don't know. The first faint light of dawn was just breaking. Harry's friend was a young man of 20 years old who kept a store of native curios. His name was Ned. Perhaps he had another, but I never heard it. He didn't seem in the least surprised to see Harry walk in, dripping wet, holding an equally dripping female by the hand. Men are very wonderful. He gave us food to eat and hot coffee, and got our clothes dried for us whilst we rolled ourselves in Manchester blankets of gaudy hue. In the tiny back room of the hut, we were safe from observation, whilst he departed to make judicious inquiries as to what had become of Sir Eustace's party, and whether any of them were still at the hotel. It was then that I informed Harry that nothing would induce me to go to Barra. I never meant to, anyway. But now, all reason for such proceedings had vanished. The point of the plan had been that my enemies believed me dead. Now that they knew I wasn't dead, my going to Barra would do no good whatever. They could easily follow me there and murder me quietly. I should have no one to protect me. It was finally arranged that I should join Suzanne, wherever she was, and devote all my energies to taking care of myself. On no account was I to seek adventures or endeavor to checkmate the colonel. I was to remain quietly with her and await instructions from Harry. The diamonds were to be deposited in the bank at Kimberley under the name of Parker. "There's one thing," I said thoughtfully. "We ought to have a code of some kind. We don't want to be hoodwinked again by messages purporting to come from one to the other. That's easy enough. Any message that comes genuinely from me will have the word 'and' crossed out in it. Without trademark, none genuine." I murmured, "What about wires?" "Any wires from me will be signed Andy. Train will be in before long." "Harry," said Ned, putting his head in and withdrawing it immediately. I stood up. "And shall I marry a nice, steady man?" "If I find one," I asked demurely. Harry came close to me. "My God, Anne, if you ever marry anyone else but me, I'll wring his neck. And as for you, yes," I said, pleasurably excited. "I shall carry you away and beat you black and blue. What a delightful husband I have chosen," I said satirically. And doesn't he change his mind overnight? Chapter 28. Extract from the Diary of Sir Eustace Pedlar. As I remarked once before, I am essentially a man of peace. I yearn for a quiet life, and that's just the one thing I don't seem able to have. I am always in the middle of storms and alarms. The relief of getting away from Paget with his incessant nosing out of intrigues was enormous, and Miss Pettigrew is certainly a useful creature, although there is nothing of the houri about her. One or two of her accomplishments are invaluable. It is true that I had a touch of liver at Bulawayo and behaved like a bear in consequence, but I had had a disturbed night in the train. At 3 a.m., an exquisitely dressed young man, looking like a musical comedy hero of the Wild West, entered my compartment and asked where I was going. Disregarding my first murmur of tea, and for God's sake don't put sugar in it, he repeated his question, laying stress on the fact that he was not a waiter but an immigration officer. I finally succeeded in satisfying him that I was suffering from no infectious disease, that I was visiting Rhodesia from the purest of motives, and further gratified him with my full Christian names and my place of birth. I then endeavored to snatch a little sleep, but some officious ass aroused me at 5:30 with a cup of liquid sugar, which he called tea. I don't think I threw it at him, but I know that that was what I wanted to do. He brought me unsugared tea, stone cold, at 6, and I then fell asleep utterly exhausted, to awaken just outside Bulawayo and be landed with a beastly wooden giraffe, all legs and neck. But for these small contretemps, all had been going smoothly. And then fresh calamity befell. It was the night of our arrival at the falls. I was dictating to Miss Pettigrew in my sitting room, when suddenly Mrs. Blair burst in without a word of excuse and wearing most compromising attire. "Where's Anne?" she cried. "A nice question to ask. As though I were responsible for the girl." What did she expect Miss Pettigrew to think, that I was in the habit of producing Anne Beddingfeld from my pocket at midnight, or thereabouts, very compromising for a man in my position? "I presume," I said coldly, "that she is in her bed." I cleared my throat and glanced at Miss Pettigrew to show that I was ready to resume dictating. I hoped Mrs. Blair would take the hint. She did nothing of the kind. Instead, she sank into a chair and waved a slippered foot in an agitated manner. "She's not in her room. I've been there. I had a dream, a terrible dream, that she was in some awful danger, and I got up and went to her room, just to reassure myself. You know, she wasn't there, and her bed hadn't been slept in." She looked at me appealingly. "What shall I do?" "Sir Eustace," repressing the desire to reply, "go to bed, and don't worry over nothing. An able-bodied young woman like Anne Beddingfeld is perfectly well able to take care of herself." I frowned judicially. What does race say about it? Why should race have it all his own way? Let him have some of the disadvantages as well as the advantages of female society. I can't find him anywhere. She was evidently making a night of it. I sighed and sat down in a chair. "I don't quite see the reason for your agitation," I said patiently. "My dream, that curry we had for dinner." "Oh, Sir Eustace." The woman was quite indignant. And yet everybody knows that nightmares are a direct result of injudicious eating. After all, I continued persuasively, why shouldn't Anne Beddingfield and Race go out for a little stroll without having the hotel aroused about it? You think they've just gone out for a stroll together? But it's after midnight. One does these foolish things when one is young, I murmured, though Race is certainly old enough to know better. Do you really think so? I dare say they've run away to make a match of it, I continued soothingly, though fully aware that I was making an idiotic suggestion. For, after all, at a place like this, where is there to run away to? I don't know how much longer I should have gone on making feeble remarks, but at that moment, Race himself walked in upon us. At any rate, I had been partly right. He had been out for a stroll, but he hadn't taken Anne with him. However, I had been quite wrong in my way of dealing with the situation. I was soon shown that Race had the whole hotel turned upside down in 3 minutes. I've never seen a man more upset. The thing is very extraordinary. Where did the girl go? She walked out of the hotel. fully dressed, about 10 minutes past 11, and she was never seen again. The idea of suicide seems impossible. She was one of those energetic young women who are in love with life and have not the faintest intention of quitting it. There was no train either way until midday on the morrow, so she can't have left the place. Then where the devil is she? Race is almost beside himself. Poor fellow. He has left no stone unturned. All the deceases, or whatever they call themselves, for hundreds of miles round have been pressed into the service. The native trackers have run about on all fours. Everything that can be done is being done. But no sign of Anne Beddingfeld. The accepted theory is that she walked in her sleep. There are signs on the path near the bridge which seem to show that the girl walked deliberately off the edge. If so, of course, she must have been dashed to pieces on the rocks below. Unfortunately, most of the footprints were obliterated by a party of tourists who chose to walk that way early on the Monday morning. I don't know that it's a very satisfactory theory. In my young days, I was always told that sleepwalkers couldn't hurt themselves, that their own sixth sense took care of them. I don't think the theory satisfies Mrs. Blair either. I can't make that woman out. Her whole attitude towards Race has changed. She watches him now like a cat a mouse, and she makes obvious efforts to bring herself to be civil to him. And they used to be such friends. Altogether, she is unlike herself. Nervous, hysterical, starting and jumping at the least sound. I am beginning to think that it is high time I went to Joburg. A rumor came along yesterday of a mysterious island somewhere up the river, with a man and a girl on it. Race got very excited. It turned out to be all a mare's nest. However, the man had been there for years and is well known to the manager of the hotel. He takes parties up and down the river in the season and points out crocodiles and a stray hippopotamus or so to them. I believe that he keeps a tame one, which is trained to bite pieces out of the boat on occasions. Then he fends it off with a boat hook, and the party feel they have really got to the back of beyond at last. How long the girl has been there is not definitely known, but it seems pretty clear that she can't be Anne, and there is a certain delicacy in interfering in other people's affairs. If I were this young fellow, I should certainly kick Race off the island if he came asking questions about my love affairs. Later, it is definitely settled that I go to Joburg tomorrow. Race urges me to do so. Things are getting unpleasant there, by all I hear, but I might as well go before they get worse. I dare say I shall be shot by a striker. Anyway, Mrs. Blair was to have accompanied me, but at the last minute she changed her mind and decided to stay on at the falls. It seems as though she couldn't bear to take her eyes off Race. She came to me tonight and said, with some hesitation, that she had a favor to ask. Would I take charge of her souvenirs for her, not the animals, I asked, in lively alarm. I always felt that I should get stuck with those beastly animals sooner or later. In the end, we effected a compromise. I took charge of 2 small wooden boxes for her which contained fragile articles. The animals are to be packed by the local store in vast crates and sent to Cape Town by rail, where Paget will see to their being stored. The people who are packing them say that they are of a particularly awkward shape, and that special cases will have to be made. I pointed out to Mrs. Blair that by the time she has got them home, those animals will have cost her easily £1 apiece. Paget is straining at the leash to rejoin me in Joburg. I shall make an excuse of Mrs. Blair's cases to keep him in Cape Town. I have written him that he must receive the cases and see to their safe disposal, as they contain rare curios of immense value. So all is settled, and I and Miss Pettigrew go off into the blue together. And anyone who has seen Miss Pettigrew will admit that it is perfectly respectable. Chapter 29. Johannesburg, March 6th. There is something about the state of things here that is not at all healthy. To use the well-known phrase that I have so often read, we are all living on the edge of a volcano. Bands of strikers, or so-called strikers, patrol the streets and scowl at one in a murderous fashion. They are picking out the bloated capitalists ready for when the massacres begin. I suppose you can't ride in a taxi if you do. Strikers pull you out again. And the hotels hint pleasantly that when the food gives out, they will fling you out on the mat. I met Reeves, my labor friend of the Kilmorden. Last night he has cold feet worse than any man I ever saw. He's like all the rest of these people. They make inflammatory speeches of enormous length solely for political purposes, and then wish they hadn't. He's busy now going about and saying he didn't really do it. When I met him, he was just off to Cape Town, where he meditates making a 3-day speech in Dutch, vindicating himself and pointing out that the things he said really meant something entirely different. I am thankful that I do not have to sit in the Legislative Assembly of South Africa. The House of Commons is bad enough, but at least we have only one language and some slight restriction as to length of speeches. When I went to the assembly before leaving Cape Town, I listened to a gray-haired gentleman with a drooping mustache who looked exactly like the mock turtle in Alice in Wonderland. He dropped out his words one by one in a particularly melancholy fashion. Every now and then, he galvanized himself to further efforts by ejaculating something that sounded like Platt skeet, uttered fortissimo and in marked contrast to the rest of his delivery. When he did this, half his audience yelled, "Woof! Woof!" which is possibly Dutch for "here, here," and the other half woke up with a start from the pleasant nap they had been having. I was given to understand that the gentleman had been speaking for at least 3 days. They must have a lot of patience in South Africa. I have invented endless jobs to keep Paget in Cape Town, but at last the fertility of my imagination has given out, and he joins me tomorrow in the spirit of the faithful dog who comes to die by his master's side. And I was getting on so well with my reminiscences, too. I had invented some extraordinarily witty things that the strike leaders said to me, and I said to the strike leaders. This morning, I was interviewed by a government official. He was urbane, persuasive, and mysterious in turn. To begin with, he alluded to my exalted position and importance, and suggested that I should remove myself, or be removed by him, to Pretoria. You expect trouble. Then I asked. His reply was so worded as to have no meaning whatsoever, so I gathered that they were expecting serious trouble. I suggested to him that his government were letting things go rather far. There is such a thing as giving a man enough rope and letting him hang himself. Sir Eustace. Oh, quite so, quite so. It is not the strikers themselves who are causing the trouble. There is some organization at work behind them. Arms and explosives have been pouring in, and we have made a haul of certain documents which throw a good deal of light on the methods adopted to import them. There is a regular code. Potatoes mean detonators, cauliflower, rifles. Other vegetables stand for various explosives. That's very interesting, I commented. More than that, Sir Eustace, we have every reason to believe that the man who runs the whole show, the directing genius of the affair, is at this minute in Johannesburg. He stared at me so hard that I began to fear that he suspected me of being the man. I broke out in a cold perspiration at the thought and began to regret that I had ever conceived the idea of inspecting a miniature revolution at first hand. No trains are running from Joburg to Pretoria, he continued, but I can arrange to send you over by private car in case you should be stopped on the way. I can provide you with 2 separate passes, one issued by the Union government and the other stating that you are an English visitor who has nothing whatsoever to do with the Union. One for your people and one for the strikers. Exactly. The project did not appeal to me. One know what happens in a case of that kind. You get flustered and mix the things up. I should hand the wrong pass to the wrong person, and it would end in my being summarily shot by a bloodthirsty rebel, or one of the supporters of law and order whom I noticed guarding the streets wearing bowler hats and smoking pipes, with rifles tucked carelessly under their arms. Besides, what should I do with myself in Pretoria? Admire the architecture of the Union buildings and listen to the echoes of the shooting round Johannesburg. I should be penned up there God knows how long. They've blown up the railway line already, I hear. It isn't even as if one could get a drink there. They put the place under martial law 2 days ago. My dear fellow, I said, you don't seem to realize that I'm studying conditions on the Rand. How the devil am I going to study them from Pretoria? I appreciate your care for my safety, but don't you worry about me. I shall be all right. I warn you, Sir Eustace, that the food question is already serious. A little fasting will improve my figure, I said, with a sigh. We were interrupted by a telegram being handed to me. I read it with amazement. Anne is safe. Here with me at Kimberley. Suzanne Blair? I don't think I ever really believed in the annihilation of Anne. There is something peculiarly indestructible about that young woman. She is like the patent balls that one gives to terriers. She has an extraordinary knack of turning up smiling. I still don't see why it was necessary for her to walk out of the hotel in the middle of the night in order to get to Kimberley. There was no train. Anyway, she must have put on a pair of angel's wings and flown there. And I don't suppose she will ever explain. Nobody does. To me, I always have to guess. It becomes monotonous after a while. The exigencies of journalism are at the bottom of it. I suppose how I shot the rapids by our special correspondent. I refolded the telegram and got rid of my government friend. I don't like the prospect of being hungry, but I'm not alarmed for my personal safety. Smuts is perfectly capable of dealing with the revolution. But I would give a considerable sum of money for a drink. I wonder if Paget will have the sense to bring a bottle of whiskey with him when he arrives tomorrow. I put on my hat and went out, intending to buy a few souvenirs. The curio shops in Joburg are rather pleasant. I was just studying a window full of imposing karosses when a man coming out of the shop cannoned into me. To my surprise, it turned out to be Race. I can't flatter myself that he looked pleased to see me. As a matter of fact, he looked distinctly annoyed, but I insisted on his accompanying me back to the hotel. I get tired of having no one but Miss Pettigrew to talk to. I had no idea you were in Joburg, I said chattily. When did you arrive last night? Where are you staying? With friends. He was disposed to be extraordinarily taciturn and seemed to be embarrassed by my questions. I hope they keep poultry, I remarked. A diet of new-laid eggs and the occasional slaughtering of an old cock will be decidedly agreeable soon, from all I hear. By the way, I said, when we were back in the hotel, have you heard that Miss Beddingfeld is alive and kicking? He nodded. She gave us quite a fright, I said airily. Where the devil did she go to that night? That's what I'd like to know. She was on the island all the time. Which island? Not the one with the young man on it. Yes? How very improper, I said. Paget will be quite shocked. He always did disapprove of Anne Beddingfeld. I suppose that was the young man she originally intended to meet in Durban. I don't think so. Don't tell me anything you don't want to, I said, by way of encouraging him. I fancy that this is a young man we should all be very glad to lay our hands on. Not, I cried, in rising excitement. He nodded. Harry Rayburn, alias Harry Lucas. That's his real name. You know. He's given us all the slip once more. But we're bound to rope him in soon. Dear me, I murmured. We don't suspect the girl of complicity in any case. On her side, it's just a love affair. I always did think Race was in love with Anne. The way he said those last few words made me feel sure of it. She's gone to Beira. He continued rather hastily. Indeed, I said, staring. How do you know? She wrote to me from Bulawayo, telling me she was going home that way. The best thing she can do. Poor child. Somehow, I don't fancy she is in Beira, I said meditatively. She was just starting when she wrote. I was puzzled. Somebody was clearly lying. Without stopping to reflect that Anne might have excellent reasons for her misleading statements, I gave myself up to the pleasure of scoring off Race. He is always so cocksure. I took the telegram from my pocket and handed it to him. Then, how do you explain this? I asked nonchalantly. He seemed dumbfounded. She said she was just starting for Beira, he said in a dazed voice. I know that Race is supposed to be clever. He is, in my opinion, a rather stupid man. It never seemed to occur to him that girls do not always tell the truth. Kimberly, too. What are they doing there? He muttered. Yes, that surprised me. I should have thought Miss Anne would have been in the thick of it here, gathering copy for the daily budget Kimberly. He said again, the place seemed to upset him. There's nothing to see there. The pits aren't being worked. You know what women are. I said vaguely. He shook his head and went off. I have evidently given him something to think about. No sooner had he departed than my government official reappeared. I hope you will forgive me for troubling you again, Sir Eustace. He apologized, but there are one or two questions I should like to ask you. Certainly. My dear fellow, I said cheerfully, ask away. It concerns your secretary. I know nothing about him. I said hastily. He foisted himself upon me in London, robbed me of valuable papers, for which I shall be hauled over the coals, and disappeared like a conjuring trick at Cape Town. It's true that I was at the falls at the same time as he was, but I was at the hotel, and he was on an island. I can assure you that I never set eyes upon him the whole time I was there. I paused for breath. You misunderstand me. It was of your other secretary that I spoke. What Paget? I cried, in lively astonishment. He's been with me 8 years, a most trustworthy fellow. My interlocutor smiled. We are still at cross purposes. I refer to the lady. Miss Pettigrew. I exclaimed. Yes, she has been seen coming out of Agrisado's native curio shop. God bless my soul, I interrupted. I was going into that place myself this afternoon. You might have caught me coming out. There doesn't seem to be any innocent thing that one can do in Joburg without being suspected for it. But she has been there more than once, and in rather doubtful circumstances. I may as well tell you, in confidence, Sir Eustace, that the place is suspected of being a well-known rendezvous used by the secret organization behind this revolution. That is why I should be glad to hear all that you can tell me about this lady. Where and how did you come to engage her? She was lent to me, I replied coldly. By your own government. He collapsed utterly. Chapter 30. Anne's narrative resumed. As soon as I got to Kimberley, I wired to Suzanne. She joined me there with the utmost dispatch, heralding her arrival with telegrams sent off en route. I was awfully surprised to find that she really was fond of me. One thought I had been just a new sensation, but she positively fell on my neck and wept when we met. When we had recovered from our emotion a little, I sat down on the bed and told her the whole story from A to Z. You always did suspect Colonel Race, she said thoughtfully. When I had finished, I didn't until the night you disappeared. I liked him so much all along and thought he would make such a nice husband for you. Oh, Anne, dear, don't be cross. But how do you know that this young man of yours is telling the truth? You believe every word he says. Of course I do. I cried indignantly. But what is there in him that attracts you? So I don't see that there's anything in him at all, except his rather reckless good looks and his modern chic-cum-stone age love-making. I poured out the vials of my wrath upon Suzanne for some minutes. Just because you're comfortably married and getting fat, you've forgotten that there's any such thing as romance, I ended. Oh, I'm not getting fat. And all the worry I've had about you lately must have worn me to a shred. You look particularly well nourished, I said coldly. I should say you must have put on about half a stone. And I don't know that I'm so comfortably married either, continued Suzanne in a melancholy voice. I've been having the most dreadful cables from Clarence ordering me to come home at once. At last I didn't answer them, and now I haven't heard for over a fortnight. I'm afraid I didn't take Suzanne's matrimonial troubles very seriously. She will be able to get round Clarence all right when the time comes. I turned the conversation to the subject of the diamonds. Suzanne looked at me with a dropped jaw. I must explain. Anne, you see, as soon as I began to suspect Colonel Race, I was terribly upset about the diamonds. I wanted to stay on at the falls in case he might have kidnapped you somewhere close by, but didn't know what to do about the diamonds. I was afraid to keep them in my possession. Suzanne looked round her uneasily, as though she feared the walls might have ears, and then whispered vehemently in my ear, "A distinctly good idea." I approved. At the time, that is, it's a bit awkward now. What did Sir Eustace do with the cases? The big ones were sent down to Cape Town. I heard from Paget before I left the falls, and he enclosed the receipt for their storage. He's leaving Cape Town today, by the by, to join Sir Eustace in Johannesburg. I see, I said thoughtfully. And the small ones? Where are they, I suppose? Sir Eustace has got them with him. I turned the matter over in my mind. Well, I said at last, it's awkward, but it's safe enough. We'd better do nothing for the present. Suzanne looked at me with a little smile. You don't like doing nothing, do you? Anne. Not very much, I replied honestly. The one thing I could do was to get hold of a timetable and see what time Guy Paget's train would pass through Kimberley. I found that it would arrive at 5:40 on the following afternoon and depart again at 6:10. Wanted to see Paget as soon as possible, and that seemed to me a good opportunity. The situation on the Rand was getting very serious, and it might be a long time before I got another chance. The only thing that livened up the day was a wire dispatch from Johannesburg. A most innocent-sounding telegram. Arrived safely, all going well. Eric here. Also, Eustace, but not Guy. Remain where you are for the present. Andy. Eric was our pseudonym for race. I chose it because it is a name I dislike exceedingly. There was clearly nothing to be done until I could see Paget. Suzanne employed herself in sending off a long, soothing cable to the far-off Clarence. She became quite sentimental over him. In her way, which of course is quite different from me and Harry, she is really fond of Clarence. I do wish he was here. Anne. She gulped. It's such a long time since I've seen him. Have some face cream, I said soothingly. Suzanne rubbed a little on the tip of her charming nose. I shall want some more face cream soon, too, she remarked. And you can only get this kind in Paris. She sighed. Paris, Suzanne. I said, very soon you'll have had enough of South Africa and adventure. I should like a really nice hat, admitted Suzanne wistfully. Shall I come with you to meet Guy Paget tomorrow? I prefer to go alone. He'd be shyer speaking before two of us. So it came about that I was standing in the doorway of the hotel on the following afternoon, struggling with a recalcitrant parasol that refused to go up, while Suzanne lay peacefully on her bed with a book and a basket of fruit. According to the hotel porter, the train was on its good behavior today and would be almost on time, though he was extremely doubtful whether it would ever get through to Johannesburg. The line had been blown up, so he solemnly assured me. It sounded cheerful. The train drew in just 10 minutes late. Everybody tumbled out on the platform and began walking up and down feverishly. I had no difficulty in espying Paget. I accosted him eagerly. He gave his usual nervous start at seeing me, somewhat accentuated this time. Dear me, Miss Beddingfeld, I understood that you had disappeared. I have reappeared again. I told him solemnly. And how are you? Mr. Paget. Very well. Thank you. Looking forward to taking up my work again with Sir Eustace. Mr. Paget, I said, there is something I want to ask you. I hope that you won't be offended, but a lot hangs on it. More than you can possibly guess. I want to know what you were doing at Marlow on the 8th of January last. He started violently. Really? Miss Beddingfield? 1. Indeed, you were there, weren't you? For reasons of my own, I was in the neighborhood. Yes. Won't you tell me what those reasons were? Sir Eustace has not already told you. Sir Eustace. Does he know? I am almost sure that he does. I hoped he had not recognized me, but from the hints he has let drop, and his remarks, I fear it is only too certain. In any case, I meant to make a clean breast of the matter and offer him my resignation. He is a peculiar man, Miss Beddingfield, with an abnormal sense of humor. It seems to amuse him to keep me on tenterhooks all the time. I dare say he was perfectly well aware of the true facts. Possibly he has known them for years. I hoped that sooner or later I should be able to understand what Paget was talking about. He went on fluently. It is difficult for a man of Sir Eustace's standing to put himself in my position. I know that I was in the wrong, but it seemed a harmless deception. I would have thought it better taste on his part to have tackled me outright, instead of indulging in covert jokes at my expense. A whistle blew, and the people began to surge back into the train. Yes, Mr. Paget, I broke in. I'm sure I quite agree with all you're saying about Sir Eustace. But why did you go to Marlow? It was wrong of me, but natural under the circumstances. Yes, I still feel natural under the circumstances. What circumstances? I cried desperately, for the first time. Paget seemed to recognize that I was asking him a question. His mind detached itself from the peculiarities of Sir Eustace and his own justification, and came to rest on me. I beg your pardon, Miss Beddingfield, he said stiffly, but I fail to see your concern in the matter. He was back in the train now, leaning down to speak to me. I felt desperate. What could one do with a man like that? Of course, if it's so dreadful that you'd be ashamed to speak of it to me. I began spitefully. At last, I had found the right stop. Paget stiffened and flushed, dreadful ashamed. I don't understand you. Then tell me. In 3 short sentences, he told me. At last I knew Paget's secret. It was not in the least what I expected. I walked slowly back to the hotel. There a wire was handed to me. I tore it open. It contained full and definite instructions for me to proceed forthwith to Johannesburg, or rather, to a station this side of Johannesburg, where I should be met by a car. It was signed, not Andy, but Harry. I sat down in a chair to do some very serious thinking. Chapter 31. From the Diary of Sir Eustace Pedlar, Johannesburg. March 7th. Paget has arrived. He is in a blue funk. Of course, suggested at once that we should go off to Pretoria. Then, when I had told him kindly but firmly that we were going to remain here, he went to the other extreme, wished he had his rifle here, and began bucking about some bridge he guarded during the Great War, a railway bridge at Little Puddlecombe Junction, or something of that sort. I soon cut that short by telling him to unpack the big typewriter. I thought that that would keep him employed for some time, because the typewriter was sure to have gone wrong, it always does, and he would have to take it somewhere to be mended. But I had forgotten Paget's powers of being in the right. I've already unpacked all the cases. Sir Eustace, the typewriter is in perfect condition. What do you mean? All the cases? The two small cases as well. I wish you wouldn't be so officious. Paget, those small cases were no business of yours. They belonged to Mrs. Blair. Paget looked crestfallen. He hates to make a mistake, so you can just pack them up again neatly. I continued. After that, you can go out and look around you. Joburg will probably be a heap of smoking ruins by tomorrow, so it may be your last chance. I thought that that would get rid of him successfully for the morning. At any rate, there is something I want to say to you when you have the leisure. Sir Eustace, I haven't got it now, I said hastily. At this minute, I have absolutely no leisure whatsoever. Paget retired. By the way, I called after him. What was there in those cases of Mrs. Blair's? Some fur rugs, and a couple of fur hats. I think that's right, I assented. She bought them on the train. They are hats of a kind, though I hardly wonder at your not recognizing them. I dare say she's going to wear one of them at Ascot. What else was there? Some rolls of films. And some baskets, a lot of baskets. There would be, I assured him. Mrs. Blair is the kind of woman who never buys less than a dozen or so of anything. I think that's all. Sir Eustace, except some miscellaneous odds and ends, a motor veil and some odd gloves, that sort of thing. If you hadn't been a born idiot, Paget, you would have seen from the start that those couldn't possibly be my belongings. I thought some of them might belong to Miss Pettigrew. Ah, that reminds me. What do you mean by picking me out such a doubtful character as a secretary? And I told him about the searching cross-examination I had been put through. Immediately I was sorry. I saw a glint in his eye that I knew only too well. I changed the conversation hurriedly, but it was too late. Paget was on the warpath. He next proceeded to bore me with a long, pointless story about the Kilmorden. It was about a roll of films and a wager. The roll of films being thrown through a porthole in the middle of the night by some steward who ought to have known better. I hate horseplay. I told Paget so, and he began to tell me the story all over again. He tells a story extremely badly. Anyway, it was a long time before I could make head or tail of this one. I did not see him again until lunchtime. Then he came in, brimming over with excitement like a bloodhound on the scent. I never have cared for bloodhounds. The upshot of it all was that he had seen Rayburn. What I cried, startled. Yes, he had caught sight of someone whom he was sure was Rayburn crossing the street. Paget had followed him. And who do you think? I saw him stop and speak to Miss Pettigrew. What? Yet, Sir Eustace? And that's not all. I've been making inquiries about her. Wait a bit. What happened to Rayburn? He and Miss Pettigrew went into that corner curio shop. I uttered an involuntary exclamation. Paget stopped inquiringly. Nothing. I said, "Go on." I waited outside for ages, but they didn't come out. At last I went in. Sir Eustace, there was no one in the shop. There must be another way out. I stared at him. As I was saying, I came back to the hotel and made some inquiries about Miss Pettigrew. Paget lowered his voice and breathed hard, as he always does when he wants to be confidential. Sir Eustace, a man was seen coming out of her room last night. I raised my eyebrows. And I always regarded her as a lady of such eminent respectability. I murmured. Paget went on without heeding. I went straight up and searched her room. What do you think I found? I shook my head. This Paget held up a safety razor and a stick of shaving soap. What would a woman want with these? I don't suppose Paget ever reads the advertisements in the high-class ladies' papers. I do. Whilst not proposing to argue with him on the subject, I refused to accept the presence of the razor as proof positive of Miss Pettigrew's sex. Paget is so hopelessly behind the times. I should not have been at all surprised if he had produced a cigarette case to support his theory. However, even Paget has his limits. You're not convinced. Sir Eustace, what do you say to this, huh? I inspected the article, which he dangled aloft triumphantly. It looks like hair, I remarked distastefully. It is hair. I think it's what they call a toupee. Indeed, I commented. Now, are you convinced that that Pettigrew woman is a man in disguise? Really, my dear Paget? I think I am. I might have known it by her feet. Then that's that. And now, Sir Eustace, I want to speak to you about my private affairs. I cannot doubt, from your hints and your continual allusions to the time I was in Florence, that you have found me out. At last, the mystery of what Paget did in Florence is going to be revealed. Make a clean breast of it, my dear fellow. I said kindly, much the best way, thank you. Sir Eustace? Is it her husband, annoying fellows? Husbands. Always turning up when they're least expected. I fail to follow you. Sir Eustace, whose husband, the lady's husband? What lady, God bless my soul? Paget, the lady you met in Florence. There must have been a lady. Don't tell me that you merely robbed a church or stabbed an Italian in the back because you didn't like his face. I am quite at a loss to understand you. Sir Eustace, I suppose you are joking. I am an amusing fellow sometimes, when I take the trouble, but I can assure you that I'm not trying to be funny this minute. I hoped that as I was a good way off, you had not recognized me. Sir Eustace, recognized you where? At Marlow. Sir Eustace, at Marlow. What the devil were you doing at Marlow? I thought you understood that. I'm beginning to understand less and less. Go back to the beginning of the story and start again. You went to Florence. Then you don't know after all. And you didn't recognize me, as far as I can judge. You seem to have given yourself away needlessly, made a coward of by your conscience. But I shall be able to tell better when I've heard the whole story. Now then, take a deep breath and start again. You went to Florence, but I didn't go to Florence. That is just it. Well, where did you go? Then I went home, to Marlow. What the devil did you want to go to Marlow? For I wanted to see my wife. She was in delicate health and expecting your wife. But I didn't know you were married. No, Sir Eustace, that is just what I'm telling you. I deceived you in this matter. How long have you been married? Just over 8 years. I had been married just 6 months when I became your secretary. I did not want to lose the post. A resident secretary is not supposed to have a wife, so I suppressed the fact. You take my breath away, I remarked. Where has she been all these years? We have had a small bungalow on the river at Marlow, quite close to the mill house, for over 5 years. God bless my soul. I muttered, any children? 4 children, Sir Eustace. I gazed at him in a kind of stupor. I might have known, all along, that a man like Paget couldn't have a guilty secret. The respectability of Paget has always been my bane. That's just the kind of secret he would have, a wife and 4 children. Have you told this to anyone else? I demanded at last, when I had gazed at him in fascinated interest for quite a long while. Only Miss Beddingfield. She came to the station at Kimberley. I continued to stare at him. He fidgeted under my glance. I hope, Sir Eustace, that you are not seriously annoyed. My dear fellow, I said, I don't mind telling you here and now that you've blinking well torn. I went out seriously ruffled. As I passed the corner curio shop, I was assailed by a sudden, irresistible temptation and went in. The proprietor came forward obsequiously, rubbing his hands. Can I show you something, Furs? Curios. I want something quite out of the ordinary, I said. It's for a special occasion. Will you show me what you've got? Perhaps you will come into my back room. We have many specialties there. That is where I made a mistake, and I thought I was going to be so clever. I followed him through the swinging portieres. Chapter 32. Anne's narrative resumed. I had great trouble with Suzanne. She argued, she pleaded, she even wept before she would let me carry out my plan. But in the end, I got my own way. She promised to carry out my instructions to the letter and came down to the station to bid me a tearful farewell. I arrived at my destination the following morning early. I was met by a short, black-bearded Dutchman whom I had never seen before. He had a car waiting, and we drove off. There was a queer booming in the distance, and I asked him what it was. Guns. He answered laconically, so there was fighting going on in Joburg. I gathered that our objective was a spot somewhere in the suburbs of the city. We turned and twisted and made several detours to get there, and every minute the guns were nearer. It was an exciting time. At last, we stopped before a somewhat ramshackle building. The door was opened by a Kaffir boy. My guide signed to me to enter. I stood irresolute in the dingy square hall. The man passed me and threw open a door. The young lady, to see Mr. Harry Rayburn, he said, and laughed. Thus announced. I passed in. The room was sparsely furnished and smelt of cheap tobacco smoke. Behind a desk, a man sat writing. He looked up and raised his eyebrows. Dear me, he said, if it isn't Miss Beddingfield, I must be seeing double. I apologized. Is it Mr. Chichester? Or is it Miss Pettigrew? There is an extraordinary resemblance to both of them. Both characters are in abeyance for the moment. I have doffed my petticoats, and my cloth likewise. Won't you sit down? I accepted a seat composedly. It would seem, I remarked, that I have come to the wrong address, from your point of view. I am afraid you have, really, Miss Beddingfield, to fall into the trap a second time. It was not very bright of me, I admitted meekly. Something about my manner seemed to puzzle him. You hardly seem upset by the occurrence, he remarked dryly. Would my going into heroics have any effect upon you? I asked. It certainly would not. My great Aunt Jane always used to say that a true lady was neither shocked nor surprised at anything that might happen. I murmured dreamily. I endeavored to live up to her precepts. I read Mr. Chichester Pettigrew's opinion so plainly written on his face that I hastened into speech once more. You really are positively marvelous at makeup, I said generously. All the time you were Miss Pettigrew, I never recognized you. Even when you broke your pencil, in the shock of seeing me climb upon the train at Cape Town. He tapped upon the desk with the pencil he was holding in his hand at the minute. All this is very well in its way, but we must get to business. Perhaps. Miss Beddingfield, you can guess why we required your presence here. You will excuse me, I said, but I never do business with anyone but principals. I had read the phrase, or something like it, in a moneylender's circular, and I was rather pleased with it. It certainly had a devastating effect upon Mr. Chichester Pettigrew. He opened his mouth and then shut it again. I beamed upon him. My great-uncle George's maxim, I added, as an afterthought. Great-Aunt Jane's husband. You know, he made knobs for brass beds. I doubt if Chichester Pettigrew had ever been ragged before. He didn't like it at all. I think you would be wise to alter your tone, young lady. I did not reply, but yawned. A delicate little yawn that hinted at intense boredom. What the devil? He began forcibly. I interrupted him. I can assure you, it's no good shouting at me. We are only wasting time here. I have no intention of talking with underlings. You will save a lot of time and annoyance by taking me straight to Sir Eustace Pedlar. He looked dumbfounded. Yes, I said. Sir Eustace Pedlar. I won. Excuse me. He bolted from the room like a rabbit. I took advantage of the respite to open my bag and powder my nose thoroughly. Also, I settled my hat at a more becoming angle. Then, I settled myself to wait with patience for my enemy's return. He reappeared in a subtly changed mood. Will you come this way, Miss Beddingfield? I followed him up the stairs. He knocked at the door of a room. A brisk, "Come in" sounded from inside, and he opened the door and motioned to me to pass inside. Sir Eustace Pedlar sprang up to greet me, genial and smiling. Well, Miss Anne? He shook me warmly by the hand. I'm delighted to see you. Come and sit down. Not tired after your journey. That's good. He sat down facing me, still beaming. It left me rather at a loss. His manner was so completely natural. Quite right to insist on being brought straight to me. He went on. Minx is a fool, a clever actor, but a fool. That was Minx you saw downstairs. Oh, really? I said feebly. And now, said Sir Eustace cheerfully, let's get down to facts. How long have you known that I was the colonel? Ever since Mr. Paget told me that he had seen you in Marlow when you were supposed to be in Caen. Sir Eustace nodded ruefully. Yes, I told the fool he'd blinking well torn it. He didn't understand. Of course. His whole mind was set on whether I'd recognized him. It never occurred to him to wonder what I was doing down there. A piece of sheer bad luck, that was. I arranged it all so carefully, too, sending him off to Florence, telling the hotel I was going over to Nice for one night, or possibly two. Then, by the time the murder was discovered, I was back again in Cannes, with nobody dreaming that I'd ever left the Riviera. He still spoke quite naturally and unaffectedly. I had to pinch myself to understand that this was all real, that the man in front of me was really that deep-dyed criminal, the Colonel. I followed things out in my mind. Then it was you who tried to throw me overboard on the Kilmorden, I said slowly. It was you that Paget followed up on deck that night. He shrugged his shoulders. I apologize, my dear child. I really do. I always liked you. But you were so confoundedly interfering. I couldn't have all my plans brought to naught by a chit of a girl. I think your plan at the falls was really the cleverest, I said, endeavoring to look at the thing in a detached fashion. I would have been ready to swear anywhere that you were in the hotel when I went out. Seeing is believing in future. Yes, Minx had one of his greatest successes, as Miss Pettigrew, and he can imitate my voice quite creditably. There is one thing I should like to know. Yes, how did you induce Paget to engage her? Oh, that was quite simple. She met Paget in the doorway of the Trade Commissioner's office, or the Chamber of Mines, or wherever it was he went. Told him I'd phoned down in a hurry, and that she had been selected by the government department in question. Paget swallowed it like a lamb. You're very frank, I said, studying him. There's no earthly reason why I shouldn't be. I didn't like the sound of that. I hastened to put my own interpretation on it. You believe in the success of this revolution? You've burnt your boats for an otherwise intelligent young woman. That's a singularly unintelligent remark. No, my dear child, I do not believe in this revolution. I give it a couple of days longer, and it will fizzle out ignominiously. Not one of your successes. In fact, I said nastily, like all women, you've no idea of business. The job I took on was to supply certain explosives and arms, heavily paid for, to foment feeling generally, and to incriminate certain people up to the hilt. I've carried out my contract with complete success, and I was careful to be paid in advance. I took special care over the whole thing, as I intended it to be my last contract before retiring from business. As for burning my boats, as you call it, I simply don't know what you mean. I'm not the rebel chief, or anything of that kind. I'm a distinguished English visitor who had the misfortune to go nosing into a certain curio shop and saw little more than he was meant to, and so the poor fellow was kidnapped, tomorrow or the day after. When circumstances permit, I shall be found tied up somewhere, in a pitiable state of terror and starvation. Ah, I said slowly, but what about me? That's just it, said Sir Eustace softly. What about you? I've got you here. One don't want to rub it in any way, but I've got you here very neatly. The question is, what am I going to do with you? The simplest way of disposing of you, and, I may add, the pleasantest to myself, is the way of marriage. Wives can't accuse their husbands, you know, and I'd rather like a pretty young wife to hold my hand and glance at me out of liquid eyes. Don't flash them at me, so you quite frighten me. I see that the plan does not commend itself to you. It does not, Sir Eustace sighed. A pity, but I am no Adelphi villain. The usual trouble, I suppose. You love another. As the books say, I love another. I thought as much. First I thought it was that long-legged pompous ass, Race, but I suppose it's the young hero who fished you out of the falls that night. Women have no taste. Neither of those two have half the brains that I have. I'm such an easy person to underestimate. I think he was right about that. Although I knew well enough the kind of man he was and must be, I could not bring myself to realize it. He had tried to kill me on more than one occasion. He had actually killed another woman, and he was responsible for endless other deeds of which I knew nothing. And yet, I was quite unable to bring myself into the frame of mind for appreciating his deeds as they deserved. I could not think of him as other than our amusing, genial traveling companion. I could not even feel frightened of him. And yet I knew he was capable of having me murdered in cold blood if it struck him as necessary. The only parallel I can thinly of is the case of Stevenson's Long John Silver. He must have been much the same kind of man. Well, well, said this extraordinary person, leaning back in his chair. It's a pity that the idea of being Lady Peddler doesn't appeal to you. The other alternatives are rather crude. I felt a nasty feeling going up and down my spine. Of course, I had known all along that I was taking a big risk, but the prize had seemed worth it. Would things turn out as I had calculated, or would they not? The fact of the matter is, Sir Eustace was continuing, I've a weakness for you. I really don't want to proceed to extremes. Suppose you tell me the whole story, from the very beginning, and let's see what we can make of it. But no romancing. Mine, one want the truth. I was not going to make any mistake over that. I had a great deal of respect for Sir Eustace's shrewdness. It was a moment for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I told him the whole story, omitting nothing, up to the moment of my rescue by Harry. When I had finished, he nodded his head in approval. Wise girl, you've made a clean breast of the thing, and let me tell you, I should soon have caught you out. If you hadn't, a lot of people wouldn't believe your story. Anyway, especially the beginning part. But I do. You're the kind of girl who would start off like that, at a moment's notice, on the slenderest of motives. You've had amazing luck, of course, but sooner or later, the amateur runs up against the professional, and then the result is a foregone conclusion. I am the professional. I started on this business when I was quite a youngster. All things considered, it seemed to me a good way of getting rich quickly. I always could think things out and devise ingenious schemes, and I never made the mistake of trying to carry out my schemes myself. Always employ the expert. That has been my motto. The one time I departed from it, I came to grief, but I couldn't trust anyone to do that job for me. Nadina knew too much. I'm an easygoing man, kind-hearted and good-tempered so long as I'm not thwarted. Nadina both thwarted me and threatened me, just as I was at the apex of a successful career. Once she was dead, and the diamonds were in my possession. I was safe. I've come to the conclusion now that I bungled the job. That idiot Paget, with his wife and family, my fault. It tickled my sense of humor to employ the fellow, with his cinquecento poisoner's face and his mid-Victorian soul. A maxim for you. My dear Anne, don't let your sense of humor carry you away. For years, I've had an instinct that it would be wise to get rid of Paget, but the fellow was so hard-working and conscientious that I honestly couldn't find an excuse for sacking him. So I let things drift. But we're wandering from the point. The question is what to do with you. Your narrative was admirably clear, but there is one thing that still escaped me. Where are the diamonds now? Harry Rayburn has them, I said, watching him. His face did not change. It retained its expression of sardonic good humor. I want those diamonds. I don't see much chance of your getting them, I replied. Don't you? Now I do. I don't want to be unpleasant, but I should like you to reflect that a dead girl or so found in this quarter of the city will occasion no surprise. There's a man downstairs who does those sort of jobs very neatly. Now, you're a sensible young woman. What I propose is this. You will sit down and write to Harry Rayburn, telling him to join you here and bring the diamonds with him. I won't do anything of the kind. Don't interrupt your elders. I propose to make a bargain with you. The diamonds in exchange for your life. And don't make any mistake about it. Your life is absolutely in my power. And Harry, I'm far too tender-hearted to part two young lovers. He shall go free too, on the understanding, of course, that neither of you interfere with me in future. And what guarantee have I that you will keep your side of the bargain? None whatsoever. My dear girl, you'll have to trust me and hope for the best. Of course, if you're in an heroic mood and prefer annihilation, that's another matter. This was what I had been playing for. I was careful not to jump at the bait. Gradually, I allowed myself to be bullied and cajoled into yielding. I wrote at Sir Eustace's dictation, Dear Harry, I think I see a chance of establishing your innocence beyond any possible doubt. Please follow my instructions minutely. Go to Aggressado's curio shop. Ask to see something out of the ordinary, for a special occasion. The man will then ask you to come into the back room. Go with him. You will find a messenger who will bring you to me. Do exactly as he tells you. Be sure and bring the diamonds with you. Not a word to anyone. Sir Eustace stopped. I leave the fancy touches to your own imagination, he remarked. But be careful to make no mistakes. Yours forever and ever, Anne, will be sufficient, I remarked. I wrote in the words. Sir Eustace stretched out his hand for the letter and read it through. That seems all right. Now the address. I gave it him. It was that of a small shop which received letters and telegrams for a consideration. He struck the bell upon the table with his hand. Chichester Pettigrew, alias Minx, answered the summons. This letter is to go immediately. The usual route. Very well. Colonel. He looked at the name on the envelope. Sir Eustace was watching him keenly. A friend of yours, I think of mine? The man seemed startled. You had a prolonged conversation with him in Johannesburg yesterday. A man came up and questioned me about your movements and those of Colonel Race. I gave him misleading information. Excellent. My dear fellow, excellent, said Sir Eustace genially. My mistake. I chanced to look at Chichester Pettigrew as he left the room. He was white to the lips, as though in deadly terror. No sooner was he outside than Sir Eustace picked up a speaking tube that rested by his elbow and spoke down it. That you, Schwartwatch Minx. He's not to leave the house without orders. He put the speaking tube down again and frowned, slightly tapping the table with his hand. May I ask you a few questions? Sir Eustace, I said, after a minute or two of silence. Certainly. What excellent nerves you have. Anne, you are capable of taking an intelligent interest in things when most girls would be sniffing and wringing their hands. Why did you take Harry as your secretary instead of giving him up to the police? I wanted those cursed diamonds. Nadina, the little devil, was playing off your Harry against me. Unless I gave her the price she wanted, she threatened to sell them back to him. That was another mistake I made. One thought she'd have them with her that day. But she was too clever for that. Carton, her husband, was dead too. I'd no clue whatsoever as to where the diamonds were hidden. Then I managed to get a copy of a wireless message sent to Nadina by someone on board the Kilmorden, either Carton or Rayburn. I don't know which. It was a duplicate of that piece of paper you picked up, 17122. It ran. I took it to be an appointment with Rayburn, and when he was so desperate to get aboard the Kilmorden, I was convinced that I was right. So, I pretended to swallow his statements and let him come. I kept a pretty sharp watch upon him and hoped that I should learn more. Then I found Minx trying to play a lone hand and interfering with me. I soon stopped that. He came to heel all right. It was annoying not getting cabin 17, and it worried me not being able to place you. Were you the innocent young girl you seemed, or were you not? When Rayburn set out to keep the appointment that night, Minx was told off to intercept him. Minx muffed it, of course. But why did the wireless message say 17 instead of 71? I've thought that out. Carton must have given that wireless operator his own memorandum to copy off onto a form, and he never read the copy through. The operator made the same mistake we all did, and read it as 17.122 instead of 1.7132. The thing I don't know is how Minx got on to cabin 17. It must have been sheer instinct, and the dispatch to General Smuts, who tampered with that. My dear Anne, you don't suppose I was going to have a lot of my plans given away without making an effort to save them with an escaped murderer as a secretary. I had no hesitation whatever in substituting blanks. Nobody would think of suspecting poor old Peddler. What about Colonel Race? Yes, that was a nasty jar. When Paget told me he was a Secret Service fellow, I had an unpleasant feeling down the spine. I remembered that he'd been nosing around Nadina in Paris during the war, and I had a horrible suspicion that he was out after me. I don't like the way he's stuck to me ever since. He's one of those strong, silent men who have always got something up their sleeve. A whistle sounded. Sir Eustace picked up the tube, listened for a minute or two, then answered, "Very well. I'll see him now." "Business," he remarked. "Miss Anne, let me show you your room." He ushered me into a small, shabby apartment. A Kaffir boy brought up my small suitcase, and Sir Eustace urged me to ask for anything I wanted, withdrew. The picture of a courteous host. A can of hot water was on the washstand, and I proceeded to unpack a few necessaries. Something hard and unfamiliar in my sponge bag puzzled me greatly. I untied the string and looked inside. To my utter amazement, I drew out a small pearl-handled revolver. It hadn't been there when I started from Kimberly. I examined the thing gingerly. It appeared to be loaded. I handled it with a comfortable feeling. It was a useful thing to have in a house such as this, but modern clothes are quite unsuited to the carrying of firearms. In the end, I pushed it gingerly into the top of my stocking. It made a terrible bulge, and I expected every minute that it would go off and shoot me in the leg. But it really seemed the only place. Chapter 33. I was not summoned to Sir Eustace's presence until late in the afternoon. 11 o'clock tea and a substantial lunch had been served to me in my own apartment, and I felt fortified for further conflict. Sir Eustace was alone. He was walking up and down the room. There was a gleam in his eye and a restlessness in his manner which did not escape me. He was exultant about something. There was a subtle change in his manner towards me. I have news for you. Your young man is on his way. He will be here in a few minutes. Moderate your transports. Have something more to say. You attempted to deceive me this morning. I warned you that you would be wise to stick to the truth. And up to a certain point, you obeyed me. Then, you ran off the rails. You attempted to make me believe that the diamonds were in Harry Rayburn's possession. At the time, I accepted your statement because it facilitated my task, the task of inducing you to decoy Harry Rayburn here. But, my dear Anne, the diamonds have been in my possession ever since I left the Falls, though I only discovered the fact yesterday. You know, I gasped. It may interest you to hear that it was Paget who gave the show away. He insisted on boring me with a long, pointless story about a wager and a tin of films. It didn't take me long to put two and two together. Miss Blair's distrust of Colonel Race, her agitation, her entreaty that I would take care of her souvenirs for her. The excellent Paget had already unfastened the cases through an excess of zeal. Before leaving the hotel, I simply transferred all the rolls of films to my own pocket. They are in the corner there. I admit that I haven't had time to examine them yet, but I noticed that one is of a totally different weight to the others, rattles in a peculiar fashion, and has evidently been stuck down with seccotine, which will necessitate the use of a tin opener. The case seems clear, does it not? And now you see, I have you both nicely in the trap. It's a pity that you didn't take kindly to the idea of becoming Lady Peddler. I did not answer. I stood looking at him. There was the sound of feet on the stairs. The door was flung open, and Harry Rayburn was hustled into the room between two men. Sir Eustace flung me a look of triumph. According to plan, he said softly, you amateurs will pit yourselves against professionals. What's the meaning of this? Cried Harry hoarsely. It means that you have walked into my parlor, said the spider to the fly, remarked Sir Eustace facetiously. My dear Rayburn, you are extraordinarily unlucky. You said I could come safely. Anne, do not reproach her, my dear fellow. That note was written at my dictation, and the lady could not help herself. She would have been wiser not to write it, but I did not tell her so at the time. You followed her instructions, went to the curio shop, were taken through the secret passage from the back room, and found yourself in the hands of your enemies. Harry looked at me. I understood his glance and edged nearer to Sir Eustace. Yes, murmured the latter. Decidedly, you are not lucky. This is, let me see, the third encounter. You are right, said Harry, This is the third encounter. Twice you have worsted me. Have you ever heard that the third time the luck changes? This is my round. Cover him, Anne. I was all ready. In a flash, I had whipped the pistol out of my stocking and was holding it to his head. The two men guarding Harry sprang forward, but his voice stopped them. Another step, and he dies if they come any nearer. Anne, pull the trigger. Don't hesitate. I shan't. I replied cheerfully. I'm rather afraid of pulling it. Anyway, I think Sir Eustace shared my fears. He was certainly shaking like a jelly. Stay where you are, he commanded, and the men stopped obediently. Tell them to leave the room, said Harry. Sir Eustace gave the order. The men filed out, and Harry shot the bolt across the door behind them. Now we can talk, he observed grimly, and, coming across the room, he took the revolver out of my hand. Sir Eustace uttered a sigh of relief and wiped his forehead with a handkerchief. I am shockingly out of condition, he observed. I think I must have a weak heart. I am glad that revolver is in competent hands. I didn't trust Miss Anne with it. Well, my young friend, as you say, now we can talk. I'm willing to admit that you stole a march upon me. Where the devil that revolver came from, I don't know. I had the girl's luggage searched when she arrived. And where did you produce it from now? You hadn't got it on you a minute ago. Yes, I had, I replied. It was in my stocking. I don't know enough about women. I ought to have studied them more, said Sir Eustace sadly. I wonder if Paget would have known, that Harry rapped sharply on the table. Don't play the fool. If it weren't for your gray hairs, I'd throw you out of the window. You damned scoundrel gray hairs. Or no gray hairs. He advanced a step or two, and Sir Eustace skipped nimbly behind the table. The young are always so violent, he said reproachfully. Unable to use their brains, they rely solely on their muscles. Let us talk sense. For the moment, you have the upper hand, but that state of affairs cannot continue. The house is full of my men. You are hopelessly outnumbered. Your momentary ascendancy has been gained by an accident. Has it? Something in Harry's voice, a grim raillery, seemed to attract Sir Eustace's attention. He stared at him. Has it said Harry again? Sit down, Sir Eustace, and listen to what I have to say. Still covering him with the revolver, he went on. The cards are against you this time. To begin with, listen to that. That was a dull banging at the door below. There were shouts, oaths, and then a sound of firing. Sir Eustace paled. What's that race? And his people? You didn't know, did you, Sir Eustace? That Anne had an arrangement with me by which we should know whether communications from one to the other were genuine telegrams were to be signed Andy. Letters were to have the word "and" crossed out somewhere in them. Anne knew that your telegram was a fake. She came here of her own free will, walked deliberately into the snare, in the hope that she might catch you in your own trap. Before leaving Kimberley, she wired both to me and to Race. Mrs. Blair has been in communication with us ever since. I received the letter written at your dictation, which was just what I expected. I had already discussed the probabilities of a secret passage leading out of the curio shop with Race, and he had discovered the place where the exit was situated. There was a screaming, tearing sound, and a heavy explosion which shook the room. They're shelling this part of the town. I must get you out of here. Anne, A bright light flared up. The house opposite was on fire. Sir Eustace had risen and was pacing up and down. Harry kept him covered with the revolver. So you see, Sir Eustace, the game is up. It was you yourself who very kindly provided us with the clue of your whereabouts. Race's men were watching the exit of the secret passage. In spite of the precautions you took, they were successful in following me here. Sir Eustace turned suddenly, very clever, very creditable. But I've still a word to say. If I've lost the trick, so have you. You'll never be able to bring the murder of Nadina home to me. I was in Marlow on that day. That's all you've got against me. No one can prove that I even knew the woman. But you knew her. You had a motive for killing her. And your record's against you. You're a thief. Remember, a thief. There's one thing you don't know. Perhaps I've got the diamonds. And here goes. With an incredibly swift movement, he stooped, swung up his arm, and through there was a tinkle of breaking glass as the object went through the window and disappeared into the blazing mass opposite. There goes your only hope of establishing your innocence over the Kimberley affair. And now we'll talk. I'll drive a bargain with you. You've got me cornered. Race will find all he needs in this house. There's a chance for me if I can get away. I'm done for if I stay. But so are you. Young man, there's a skylight in the next room. A couple of minutes start, and I shall be all right. I've got one or two little arrangements already made. You let me out that way, and give me a start. And I leave you a signed confession that I killed Nadina. Yes, Harry, I cried. Yes, yes, yes. He turned a stern face on me. No, Anne, 1,000 times. No. You don't know what you're saying. I do. It solves everything. I'd never be able to look Race in the face again. I'll take my chance. But I'm damned if I'll let this slippery old fox get away. It's no good. Anne, I won't do it. Sir Eustace chuckled. He accepted defeat without the least emotion. Well, he remarked. You seem to have met your master, Anne. But I can assure you, both that moral rectitude does not always pay. There was a crash of rending wood, and footsteps surged up the stairs. Harry drew back the bolt. Colonel Race was the first to enter the room. His face lit at the sight of us. You're safe, Anne. I was afraid. He turned to Sir Eustace. I've been after you for a long time. Peddler, and at last I've got you. Everybody seems to have gone completely mad, declared Sir Eustace airily. These young people have been threatening me with revolvers and accusing me of the most shocking things. I don't know what it's all about. Don't you? It means that I've found the colonel. It means that on January 8th last, you were not at Conn's, but at Marlow. It means that when your tool, Madame Nadina, turned against you, you planned to do away with her. And at last, we shall be able to bring the crime home to you. Indeed. And from whom did you get all this interesting information? From the man who is even now being looked for by the police. His evidence will be very valuable. We have other evidence. There is someone else who knew that Nadina was going to meet you at the mill house. Sir Eustace looked surprised. Colonel Race made a gesture with his hand. Arthur Minks, alias the Reverend Edward Chichester, alias Miss Pettigrew, stepped forward. He was pale and nervous, but he spoke clearly enough. I saw Nadina in Paris the night before she went over to England. I was posing at the time as a Russian count. She told me of her purpose. I warned her, knowing what kind of man she had to deal with. But she did not take my advice. There was a wireless message on the table. I read it. Afterwards, I thought I would have a try for the diamonds myself. In Johannesburg, Mr. Rayburn accosted me. He persuaded me to come over to his side. Sir Eustace looked at him. He said nothing, but Minks seemed visibly to wilt. Rats always leave a sinking ship, observed Sir Eustace. I don't care for rats. Sooner or later, I destroy vermin. There's just one thing I'd like to tell you. Sir Eustace, I remarked, that tin you threw out of the window didn't contain the diamonds. It had common pebbles in it. The diamonds are in a perfectly safe place. As a matter of fact, they're in the big giraffe's stomach. Suzanne hollowed it out, put the diamonds in with cotton wool so that they wouldn't rattle, and plugged it up again. Sir Eustace looked at me for some time. His reply was characteristic. I always did hate that blinking giraffe. He said, it must have been instinct. Chapter 34. We were not able to return to Johannesburg that night. The shells were coming over pretty fast, and I gathered that we were now more or less cut off, owing to the rebels having obtained possession of a new part of the suburbs. Our place of refuge was a farm, some 20 miles or so from Johannesburg, right out on the veld. I was dropping with fatigue. All the excitement and anxiety of the last 2 days had left me a little better than a limp rag. I kept repeating to myself, without being able to believe it, that our troubles were really over. Harry and I were together, and we should never be separated again. Yet all the through, I was conscious of some barrier between us, a constraint on his part, the reason of which I could not fathom. Sir Eustace had been driven off in an opposite direction, accompanied by a strong guard. He waved his hand airily to us on departing. I came out onto the stoop early on the following morning and looked across the veld in the direction of Johannesburg. I could see the great dumps glistening in the pale morning sunshine, and I could hear the low rumbling mutter of the guns. The revolution was not over yet. The farmer's wife came out and called me in to breakfast. She was a kind, motherly soul, and I was already very fond of her. Harry had gone out at dawn and had not yet returned, so she informed me. Again, I felt a stir of uneasiness pass over me. What was this shadow of which I was so conscious between us? After breakfast, I sat out on the stoop, a book in my hand, which I did not read. I was so lost in my own thoughts that I never saw Colonel Race ride up and dismount from his horse. It was not until he said good morning, Anne, that I became aware of his presence. Oh, I said, with a flush. It's you. Yes. May I sit down? He drew a chair up beside me. It was the first time we had been alone together since that day at the Matapos, as always. I felt that curious mixture of fascination and fear that he never failed to inspire in me. What is the news? I asked. Smuts will be in Johannesburg tomorrow. I give this outbreak 3 days more before it collapses utterly. In the meantime, the fighting goes on. I wish, I said. That one could be sure that the right people were the ones to get killed. I mean the ones who wanted to fight, not just all the poor people who happen to live in the parts where the fighting is going on. He nodded. I know what you mean, Anne. That's the unfairness of war. But I've other news for you. Yes, a confession of incompetency on my part. Peddler has managed to escape. What? Yes. No one knows how he managed it. He was securely locked up for the night in an upper story room of one of the farms roundabout, which the military have taken over. But this morning, the room was empty, and the bird had flown. Secretly, I was rather pleased. Never, to this day, have I been able to rid myself of a sneaking fondness for Sir Eustace. I dare say it's reprehensible. But there it is. I admired him. He was a thoroughgoing villain, I dare say, but he was a pleasant one. I've never met anyone half so amusing since. I concealed my feelings. Of course. Naturally, Colonel Race would feel quite differently about it. He wanted Sir Eustace brought to justice. There was nothing very surprising in his escape when one came to think of it. All round Joburg he must have innumerable spies and agents, and, whatever Colonel Race might think, I was exceedingly doubtful that they would ever catch him. He probably had a well-planned line of retreat. Indeed, he had said as much to us. I expressed myself suitably, though in a rather lukewarm manner, and the conversation languished. Then Colonel Race asked suddenly for Harry. I told him that he had gone off at dawn, and that I hadn't seen him this morning. You understand, don't you, Anne, that apart from formalities, he is completely cleared? There are technicalities, of course, but Sir Eustace's guilt is well assured. There is nothing now to keep you apart. He said this without looking at me, in a slow, jerky voice. I understand, I said gratefully. And there is no reason why he should not at once resume his real name. No, of course not. You know his real name. The question surprised me. Of course I do. Harry Lucas. He did not answer, and something in the quality of his silence struck me as peculiar. Anne, do you remember that? As we drove home from the Metapos that day, I told you that I knew what I had to do. Of course I remember. I think that I may fairly say I have done it. The man you love is cleared of suspicion. Was that what you meant? Of course. I hung my head, ashamed of the baseless suspicion I had entertained. He spoke again in a thoughtful voice. When I was a mere youngster, I was in love with a girl who jilted me. After that, I thought only of my work. My career meant everything to me. Then I met you, Anne, and all that seemed worth nothing. But youth calls to youth. I've still got my work. I was silent. I suppose one can't really love two men at once, but you can feel like it. The magnetism of this man was very great. I looked up at him suddenly. I think that you'll go very far, I said dreamily. I think that you've got a great career ahead of you. You'll be one of the world's big men. I felt as though I was uttering a prophecy. I shall be alone, though. All the people who do really big things are. You think so, I'm sure of it. He took my hand and said in a low voice I'd rather have had the other. Then Harry came striding round the corner of the house. Colonel Race rose. "Good morning, Lucas," he said. For some reason, Harry flushed up to the roots of his hair. "Yes," I said gaily. "You must be known by your real name now." But Harry was still staring at Colonel Race. "So you know." "Sir," he said at last, "I never forget a face. I saw you once as a boy." "What's all this about?" I asked, puzzled, looking from one to the other. It seemed a conflict of wills between them. Race won. Harry turned slightly away. "I suppose you're right. Sir, tell her my real name, Anne." "This isn't Harry Lucas. Harry Lucas was killed in the war. This is John Harold Erdsley." Chapter 35. With his last words, Colonel Race had swung away and left us. I stood staring after him. Harry's voice recalled me to myself. "Anne, forgive me. Say you forgive me." He took my hand in his, and almost mechanically, I drew it away. "Why did you deceive me? I don't know that I can make you understand. I was afraid of all that sort of thing, the power and fascination of wealth. I wanted you to care for me just for myself, for the man I was, without ornaments and trappings. You mean you didn't trust me? You can put it that way if you like, but it isn't quite true. I'd become embittered, suspicious, always prone to look for ulterior motives, and it was so wonderful to be cared for in the way you cared for me." "I see," I said slowly. I was going over in my own mind the story he had told me. For the first time, I noted discrepancies in it which I had disregarded. An assurance of money, the power to buy back the diamonds of Nadina, the way in which he had preferred to speak of both men from the point of view of an outsider. And when he had said my friend, he had meant not Erdsley, but Lucas. It was Lucas, the quiet fellow who had loved Nadina so deeply. "How did it come about?" I asked. "We were both reckless, anxious to get killed. One night we exchanged identification discs. For luck, Lucas was killed the next day, blown to pieces." I shuddered. "But why didn't you tell me before? This morning, you couldn't have doubted my caring for you by this time, Anne." "I didn't want to spoil it all. I wanted to take you back to the island. What's the good of money? It can't buy happiness. We'd have been happy on the island. I tell you, I'm afraid of that other life. It nearly rotted me through once. Did Sir Eustace know who you really were?" "Oh, yes. And carton numbers. He saw us both with Nadina at Kimberley one night, but he didn't know which was which. He accepted my statement that I was Lucas, and Nadina was deceived by his cable. She was never afraid of Lucas. He was a quiet chap, very deep, but I always had the devil's own temper. She'd have been scared out of her life if she'd known that I'd come to life again. Harry, if Colonel Race hadn't told me, what did you mean to do say nothing? Go on, as Lucas, and your father's millions, Race was welcome to them. Anyway, he would make a better use of them than I ever shall. Anne, what are you thinking about? You're frowning so." "I'm thinking," I said slowly, "that I almost wish Colonel Race hadn't made you tell me. No, he was right. I owed you the truth." He paused, then said suddenly, "You know, Anne, I'm jealous of Race. He loves you too, and he's a bigger man than I am, or ever shall be." I turned to him, laughing. "Harry, you idiot. It's you I want, and that's all that matters." As soon as possible, we started for Cape Town. There, Suzanne was waiting to greet me, and we disemboweled the big giraffe together. When the revolution was finally quelled, Colonel Race came down to Cape Town, and at his suggestion, the big villa at Muizenberg that had belonged to Sir Lawrence Erdsley was reopened, and we all took up our abode in it. There we made our plans. I was to return to England with Suzanne and to be married from her house in London, and the trousseau was to be bought in Paris. Suzanne enjoyed planning all these details enormously. So did I. And yet the future seemed curiously unreal. And sometimes, without knowing why, I felt absolutely stifled, as though I couldn't breathe. It was the night before we were to sail. I couldn't sleep. I was miserable, and I didn't know why. I hated leaving Africa. When I came back to it, would it be the same thing? Would it ever be the same thing again? And then I was startled by an authoritative rap on the shutter. I sprang up. Harry was on the stoop outside. Put some clothes on, Anne, and come out. I want to speak to you. I huddled on a few garments and stepped out into the cool night air, still and scented, with its velvety feel. Harry beckoned me out of earshot of the house. His face looked pale and determined, and his eyes were blazing. Anne, do you remember saying to me once that women enjoyed doing the things they disliked for the sake of someone they liked? Yes, I said, wondering what was coming. He caught me in his arms. Anne, come away with me. Now. Tonight. Back to Rhodesia. Back to the island. I can't stand all this tomfoolery. I can't wait for you any longer. I disengaged myself a minute. And what about my French frocks? I lamented mockingly. To this day, Harry never knows when I'm in earnest, and when I'm only teasing him. Damn your French frocks. Do you think I want to put frocks on you? I'm a damn sight more likely to want to tear them off you. I'm not going to let you go. Do you hear? You're my woman. If I let you go away, I may lose you. I'm never sure of you. You're coming with me now. Tonight. And damn everybody. He held me to him, kissing me until I could hardly breathe. I can't do without you any longer. Anne, I can't indeed. I hate all this money. Let Race have it. Come on, let's go. My toothbrush. I demurred. You can buy one. I know I'm a lunatic. But for God's sake, come. He stalked off at a furious pace. I followed him as meekly as the Barotse woman I had observed at the falls. Only I wasn't carrying a frying pan on my head. He walked so fast that it was very difficult to keep up with him. Harry, I said at last, in a meek voice, are we going to walk all the way to Rhodesia? He turned suddenly, and with a great shout of laughter gathered me up in his arms. I'm mad, sweetheart. I know it. But I do love you so. We're a couple of lunatics. And, oh, Harry, you never asked me, but I'm not making a sacrifice at all. I wanted to come. Chapter 36. That was 2 years ago. We still live on the island. Before me, on the rough wooden table, is the letter that Suzanne wrote me. Dear babes in the wood, dear lunatics in love, I am not surprised. Not at all. All the time we've been talking, Paris and frocks, I felt that it wasn't a bit real, that you'd vanish into the blue someday to be married over the tongs in the good old gypsy fashion. But you are a couple of lunatics. This idea of renouncing a vast fortune is absurd. Colonel Race wanted to argue the matter, but I have persuaded him to leave the argument to time. He can administer the estate for Harry, and none better, because, after all, honeymoons don't last forever. You're not here, Anne, so I can safely say that without having you fly out at me like a little wildcat, love in the wilderness will last a good while. But one day, you will suddenly begin to dream of houses in Park Lane, sumptuous furs, Paris frocks, the largest thing in motors, and the latest thing in perambulators, French maids and Norland nurses. Oh, yes, you will. But have your honeymoon, dear lunatics, and let it be a long one. And think of me sometimes, comfortably putting on weight amidst the flesh pots. Your loving friend, Suzanne Blair, P.S. 1. Am sending you an assortment of frying pans as a wedding present, and an enormous tureen of pâte de foie gras to remind you of me. There is another letter that I sometimes read. It came a good while after the other, and was accompanied by a bulky parcel. It appeared to be written from somewhere in Bolivia. My dear Anne Beddingfeld, I can't resist writing to you, not so much for the pleasure it gives me to write, as for the enormous pleasure I know it will give you to hear from me. Our friend Race wasn't quite as clever as he thought himself. Was he? I think I shall appoint you my literary executor. I'm sending you my diary. There's nothing in it that would interest Race and his crowd, but I fancy that there are passages in it which may amuse you. Make use of it in any way you like. I suggest an article for the daily budget. Criminals I have met. I only stipulate that I shall be the central figure. By this time, I have no doubt that you are no longer Anne Beddingfeld, but Lady Erdsley, queening it in Park Lane. I should just like to say that I bear you no malice whatever. It is hard, of course, to have to begin all over again at my time of life. But entre nous, I had a little reserve fund carefully put aside for such a contingency. It has come in very usefully, and I am getting together a nice little connection. By the way, if you ever come across the funny friend of yours, Arthur Minks, just tell him that I haven't forgotten him, will you? That will give him a nasty jar. On the whole, I think I have displayed a most Christian and forgiving spirit. Even to Paget. I happen to hear that Hepa, or rather Mrs. Paget, had brought a sixth child into the world the other day. England will be entirely populated by Pagets soon. I sent the child a silver mug, and, on a postcard, declared my willingness to act as godfather. I can see Paget taking both mug and postcard straight to Scotland Yard without a smile on his face. Bless you, liquid eyes. Someday you will see what a mistake you have made in not marrying me. Yours ever, Eustace Pedlar. Harry was furious. It is the one point on which he and I do not see eye to eye. To him, Sir Eustace was the man who tried to murder me, and whom he regards as responsible for the death of his friend. Sir Eustace's attempts on my life have always puzzled me. They are not in the picture, so to speak, for I am sure that he always had a genuinely kindly feeling towards me. Then why did he twice attempt to take my life? Harry says, because he's a damned scoundrel, and seems to think that settles the matter. Suzanne was more discriminating. I talked it over with her, and she put it down to a fear complex. Suzanne goes in rather for psychoanalysis. She pointed out to me that Sir Eustace's whole life was actuated by a desire to be safe and comfortable. He had an acute sense of self-preservation. And the murder of Nadina removed certain inhibitions. His actions did not represent the state of his feeling towards me, but were the result of his acute fears for his own safety. I think Suzanne is right. As for Nadina, she was the kind of woman who deserved to die. Men do all sorts of questionable things in order to get rich, but women shouldn't pretend to be in love when they aren't for ulterior motives. I can forgive Sir Eustace easily enough, but I shall never forgive Nadina. Never. Never, never. The other day, I was unpacking some tins that were wrapped in bits of an old daily budget, and I suddenly came upon the words, "The man in the brown suit." How long ago it seemed I had. Of course, severed my connection with the daily budget long ago. One had done with it sooner than it had done with me. My romantic wedding was given a halo of publicity. My son is lying in the sun, kicking his legs. There's a man in a brown suit, if you like. He's wearing as little as possible, which is the best costume for Africa, and is as brown as a berry. He's always burrowing in the earth. I think he takes after Papa. He'll have that same mania for Pleistocene clay. Suzanne sent me a cable when he was born. Congratulations and love to the latest arrival on Lunatic's Island. Is his head dolichocephalic or brachycephalic? I wasn't going to stand that from Suzanne. I sent her a reply of one word, economical, and to the point, platycephalic.